Minions have spawned. been slain. Double kill. Turret plate will fall soon.
Ew, what's happening?
Unstoppable.
Oh, yeah. Not very pretty, but... Do I need 4? It'll probably just be 2. Okay. Let's see how we're doing. Oof. Okay, what do we have for space? Just give me like 500 to work with. Or like 3108. Oh, that's so brutal. Kill the ship floor in the left cavity. Oh. Oh wait, do I still have some flex somewhere? Wait, what is it unhappy with right now? Oh, I see it. Okay. Okay. Let's see. My next fit here? Of course not. Oh, actually. Wait. Why is this not symmetrical? Oh my god, I just realized everything is a little bit off. Because this can't... Wait, so I should blow this open by one. No, I opened my reactors. They won't get the neighbor bonus. Okay, that's okay. It's just a little off. It has to be. Can I stick my nexus here? No. Well. It works. I don't know if I save much by cutting out shit. No. Well, it's getting a little ugly, but left and right tank completely untangling. That's okay. What are we sitting at? 3080. It's still producing. If I get like a row and a half of Deep Space Force Science here, I can hit my next level of... Oh no, wait, the stuff is not fun. Oh no, I'm out of the special cards. I would have to completely recollect. Oh, but I got a lot of... No, wait, no, I don't. How much is left? Okay, let's not think about that. Let's not think about that. Let's not think about that. We're not gonna think about that. Okay. I need... Actually, let's peel this back a little bit. Let's peel this back a little bit. I'm not building any defense at the back of this ship. Ooh, ooh, we gotta come out real far. Like this? should keep me fully covered. It's got to. That's got to. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's good. We'll be good. We'll be good. We'll be good. Flip this way. There we go. There we go. Oh my god. No. Oh, my turrets. We'll do 6 between. I might do a quick test fly on this, just to make sure that the power works.
So this has been in the game for a fair while now, and I'm pretty sure it's not intended to be used this way. I have 2 examples shown to us today by Elo Santa and Dantes, but basically the interaction happens when champions can affect the match with their shop purchases or refunds while on the fountain. These examples are essentially the same thing, one being intentional, the other just being a consequence of the situation. The first is of Dantes playing his Hecarim in a solo queue game. Upon killing Zyra, he notices that he keeps taking damage. Check out the clip for a full explanation and context.
What was even her DOT that killed me though? She doesn't even have Leandries, what? He just bought Leandries the second he died? So his plant got an auto attack off that applied Leandries and killed me. That's not real.
The next is intentional and demonstrated by Elo Santa. I don't really have to give context or explain, he does it well in his own clip. Check it out.
By default, my ult deals 900 damage, right? If I reset it, my ultimate was 90 seconds cooldown. But now, if I sell all my items, I buy all the cooldown reduction items. Keep in mind, in ranked, you might kill somebody, so you might get cooldown from Axiom Arc. And then I ult again, and then I quickly refund all my items that I had before. I still deal 900 damage. My ultimate cooldown is lower by 30 seconds. So my defense it had 90 seconds cooldown and now it's 60 seconds. So if you just buy cooldown reduction items, you will be able to reduce your ultimate cooldown by like 30 seconds. But I don't know if this is an exploit or not, so don't do this in bank because you might get banned.
While neither of these things should be in the game, Zyra's Leandry should not work until she's respawned, and items should not be able to be bought and sold like that. Riot still hasn't done anything about it. I wouldn't particularly say these are extremely prevalent issues, but I also don't like the idea of a 1k damage global ultimate every 60 seconds. What do you think of the issue? Let me know in the comments below, and for more League news, click the video on your screen.
Speaking of bald frauds, let's segue away from Keemstar for a second. This man claimed with full seriousness, like earnestly on numerous occasions, that he wasn't bald or balding, and that he actually was shaving his head on purpose. Like, that was his decision.
Okay, well, first things first. I'm bald by choice. I shave my head twice a week. I could have as much hair as you, as I used to have in my older pictures. I can grow my hair back.
That's the
to you.
biggest cap!
You send me $100 grand a week, I'll grow my hair back for you.
So much so that he got Aiden Ross to also shave his head and make that his own personal decision as well. He looks like if you drop a lollipop on a carpet. I did tweet this while I was on Leftovers. I saw this photo and I was like, this has to pop, which it did. You know, 60K likes is still counting in like 2 hours. I'll take it. He has pubic hair growing on his head. Yeah. It's so bad, bro. It's so bad. The sad part is that both him and his brother got hair transplants at the same time, but that did not start finasteride. His brother has a bad hairline too, though. Speaking of bad hairlines, mine. But his brother's hairline is like also giving out as well. Leave all women unless they go against your narrative. 2 women who deny being trafficked by Andrew Tate and his brother are and insist they work for him willingly are victims and have been brainwashed. Romanian judges rule. A clinical psychologist report said that they were left traumatized and exploited. Oh God, I can't wait for this to like turn into unironic controversy. When we heard the 2 ladies who were branded by Andrew Tate literally go out and defend him. All right, quick update on Andrew Tate.
Did you hurt any women, Mr. Tate?
Literally nobody cares about it except the 15 chatters who wouldn't stop spamming. Yeah, we do have some AtSec like NATO libs in the chat still who like probably want me to talk about how we should invade China now. This and also for the liberation of Taiwan or something. I don't know.
Tate? Are you innocent, Mr. Tate? No, I'm innocent. Are you confident you're going to be released today, Mr. Tate?
At court today, Andrew Tate, the world's...
We updated our browser on Timcast IRL because Hassan the Hun got mad at us. What? Oh, this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was annoying. That shit was annoying. How do you not update that, man? Yeah, I did make fun of him for that.
Googled man, hoping he'd soon be a free one.
With all these chicks just stuck in their house, sitting there, bored, completely in love with me. And of course, they don't go out. They're not allowed out.
A self-styled king of toxic masculinity, Andrew Tate's attracted millions of...
Oh my God, they're playing his music videos. Come on, give us a sound. Come on, Sky News, give us a tase. It's your girl. Give us a taste. They call me Mr. Plenty. It's your girl. I can get you in the Bentley. Ooh, it's your girl.
Devoted fans, as well as scorn for spreading misogyny and hate. Since his arrest in...
Oh, for a second, they gave us a glimpse, dude. Look. That is your girl.
Since his arrest in Bucharest in December, he's been held with his brother and 2 Romanian women as part of an investigation into and human trafficking. Allegations they and their team strenuously deny.
If they release them, are they dangerous to women?
No, of course they are not dangerous to women. They haven't been dangerous. They haven't been, going around the street.
Andrew Tate's PR manager. Andrew Tate's PR manager doing PR for Andrew Tate. So we went out to ask Andrew Tate's public relations manager if Andrew Tate is a danger to women. Also, why would you hire to do PR when everyone knows a male is way better at doing public relations?
An investigation into rape and human trafficking. Well, speaking outside court, Andrew Tate said he's done nothing wrong.
No, I'm innocent. There's not much justice in Romania.
Well, the pack is still with me. Plus, joining me now is the lawyer for the Tate brothers, Tina Glandian, who is in Romania. Well, welcome to you, Ms. Glandian. I really appreciate you joining me. Where are we with this case? It seems that every now and again this pops up back on television with them being remanded for further time. How long can that process continue before a charging decision is made?
Under Romanian law, they have up to 180 days, which is in 30-day increments. So every time there's a 30-day detention order, they're allowed to renew their request and have it extended for an additional 30 days, but not to exceed 180 days.
Okay, you've taken on this case. Andrew Tate has been repeatedly bellowing his innocence as he's been led in and out of these court hearings and so on. Do you believe them? Do you believe that he and his brother are innocent?
At this point, Pierce, they've had this investigation going since April. We're now February, and there are not even charges filed against them. So this is a huge injustice the way we see it. They should not be detained at this point. We think it's now crossed over to the point where it's violating international human rights law, because the deprivation of your liberty pre-trial is the most severe form of punishment a state can impose. And that's what they've done in this case. And they've had a very lengthy investigation with the government's resources. They've been analyzing and looking at all of their devices since April when they seized everything. And here we are, February, and charges aren't filed. So I think there's absolutely no evidence that's been presented. And that's our position.
How are your clients at the moment? How is Andrew Tate dealing with incarceration? I interviewed him just before Christmas. We had a long, wide-ranging interview. Once again, I was following young men. He has an enormous following there. You and I know this has been whipped up now by that community. There's a huge framing of a narrative. Justice. There are others who think this has been a long time coming, that he's a bad human being, and that he's going to face very serious charges, and that will be the last we see of him. But how is he faring right now, given that at the moment he's in this limbo land of no charging but being held in incarceration?
The brothers are both very strong, they're resilient, and they're holding up, but obviously the conditions are not good. They're in a Romanian jail cell, and they've been detained for a very lengthy period at this point. They have limited access to their attorneys. It's not a good condition for them.
You've obviously represented a lot of people.
And as far as...
Sorry, please finish.
I was gonna say, to your second point, they're controversial public figures, but that's not a crime. And at this point, we have not been provided any proof that they've committed any crimes, nor have they even been charged. So I would ask that people presume them innocent, and they are.
Do they feel that they are being tried in a court of public opinion?
I think the public is divided, as you know. I think they have a big following, but at the end of the day, yes, I think there is a lot of information in the public. I think there's a lot of false allegations in the public. I think some evidence has now been put forth. Again, I don't want to comment too much on the facts of the case since there is an ongoing criminal investigation. However, I think there has been evidence put out, videos and other statements for the public to see what the supposed state of the evidence actually is.
It's been interesting to watch Andrew Tate's Twitter feed in particular, that he's continued to tweet. Is he doing that himself? Has he got people doing that for him? And how do you feel from a legal point of view? Is it a wise tactic to continue to do that on social media when you're being held in custody by the Romanian authorities?
Well, again, he doesn't have access, so he's not doing anything directly. And what's being put out is on his account, and I'm not going to speak as to, the source of the posts and what's being put out, but I think, again, as of now, he's not charged with anything, and he's free to comment publicly if he wishes to.
Yeah. They've obviously, we know that they seized nearly £3.5 million in cash, 11 luxury sports cars, guns, and other weapons. Already the things that have been seized from the property, are they in themselves acts of law-breaking, just the possession of any of these things?
To my knowledge, they're not. I think if they were, they would have been charged with crimes. Again, they had the initial search in April, and it's February. It's been 10 months, and no charges have been filed whatsoever. We have an ongoing criminal investigation for which this is a preventative detention, which is why they're in custody. Again, this is the most severe form of punishment. I don't think it's justified under these circumstances where the prosecution hasn't set forth enough evidence to charge them, and yet they are detained, and it's being prolonged.
But you do accept, of course, that if the women who come forward as part of the investigation, if they're telling the truth, these are very serious allegations against your client, which could lead to charging, and if they're led to charging, could lead potentially to long prison sentences if found guilty.
Certainly the crimes at issue are very serious crimes, and I think, Pierce, actually it was on your show when you interviewed Tate several months ago. He made very strong statements about his position on rape, and he condemned rape, and he said it was disgusting was, I'm pretty sure, the word he used, and he said he thought that somebody who does that deserves the death penalty. So there's no question that these are serious charges, and even in his own words, they're very serious charges. There just isn't any evidence that they committed these crimes.
But you know, we've also had tapes which have emerged in the last few weeks of him talking about rape to a woman in a pretty unsavory manner. So what is your response to that?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. You said what surfaced?
There have been various tapes have surfaced in part of media investigations in the last few weeks, including Andrew Tate talking about rape to a woman in a pretty unsavory manner. So what would your reaction be to that?
First of all, I think the authenticity of anything that is presented through the media as opposed to turned over to the defense needs to be questioned, because material is edited and it's easily manipulated. So first, I would say that. Secondly, I don't think certain text messages, I'm not here to judge or to talk to people's desires or fetishes, but certainly somebody could easily set someone up by saying they have certain fantasies, they want certain things done to them or said to them, and so there's a lot that goes into. You can't take a text message out of context. You first have to know, first of all, the entire context of it and what the background is. There needs to be explanation. So I think you have to keep all of that in mind when you're seeing something in the media.
We do, and we have to keep in mind also the judge's reasoning for all this. They explained on the 20th of January that they viewed the particular dangerousness of the defendants and their capacity to identify victims with increased vulnerability in search of better life opportunities. So all of this has to be taken into account. But it goes on, and as you rightly say, at the moment there have been no charges against your clients. And until or if that point arrives, we're in a world of allegation, not actual charges.
Correct. And right now, exactly, there's a presumption of innocence that every accused has, and that attaches from the time you're even charged. And here, we're not even there. They haven't even charged them with crimes. So any sort of comments as to their alleged dangerousness, there's no evidence of that. There isn't even a presumption of that. They need to be presumed innocent, and that hasn't happened in this case. There's really a lack of evidence, and they are being detained unlawfully at this point.
Tina Glandian, I appreciate you joining me. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Piers.
BMW is one of the biggest names in car manufacturing. The company has a list so long of popular cars that you would think it has peaked. However, BMW managed to outdo itself with this new hydrogen engine that nobody in the EV industry saw coming. What is the BMW engine about? How does it work? And why is it so unusual? Stay with us as we dive into BMW's all-new hydrogen engine that shocks the entire EV industry. The automotive world is moving towards electric vehicles at a rate that should rattle internal combustion engine car makers. Last year, Tesla alone shipped more than 1.3 million battery cars and is expanding rapidly. However, one of the car makers not afraid to chart its own path is BMW. In fact, the CEO has boldly stated that hydrogen cars will be the hippest thing to drive in the nearest future. While this is yet to be proven, BMW is going all in with the hydrogen-powered vehicle technology. BMW is actually not new to hydrogen tech. It began researching hydrogen in 1978. However, the E38 750 HL did not arrive until 2000. In Berlin, a fleet of 15 cars with V12 engines capable of running on both gasoline and hydrogen was unveiled. During Expo 2000 in Hanover, the vehicle served as shuttles. During the E68's life cycle, the Hydrogen 7 appeared in 2006, again with the V12, and was produced in limited numbers. In 2022, BMW began in-house fuel cell production with the iX5 Hydrogen. Plans to build a limited series of the hydrogen-powered SUV. How does the Munich-based automaker believe in hydrogen technology so much? Well, it will apparently become fashionable after the battery-powered EV craze dies out. But what the company chairman has yet to say is when that will happen. But of course, the CEO added an important condition for hydrogen to retire lithium-ion batteries. He said after the electric car, which has been around for about 10 years, is rapidly expanding, the next trend would be hydrogen. When it becomes more scalable, hydrogen will be the coolest vehicle to drive. He added that having only one powertrain available in Europe in 2035, namely battery-powered EVs, would be dangerous. It would be dangerous for the driver, the industry, the climate, in fact, from every angle you look at it. While BMW is not the only company waiting on hydrogen, Toyota believes that fuel cell vehicles have a future. In fact, the two automakers are working together on FCVs with mass production beginning as early as 2025. BMW sales chief Peter Nota told Asia Nikkei earlier this year that the Bavarian brand is working on multiple projects with the Japanese conglomerate. Strange bedfellows, right? But that is not the end of what the two share in common. Of pushing out EVs of their own, both companies have been outspoken in their opposition to the hasty adoption of battery EVs. And apart from their joint interest in hydrogen technology, BMW and Toyota believe combustion engines have a future, particularly in markets where charging infrastructure is lacking. BMW is positioning itself to take advantage of the future popularity of hydrogen cars when that future comes. That is why it is actively researching technologies to use hydrogen to power a car. And this research has taken the German company to weird places, as we shall soon show you. BMW debuted the new hydrogen engine in the BMW Hydrogen 7. This car was based on both the BMW 760i and BMW 760Li saloons. It features a dual-mode 12-cylinder combustion power unit that can run on both hydrogen and regular gasoline. The maximum output is 191 kilowatts or 260 horsepower, which propels the BMW Hydrogen Saloon to 100 kilometers per hour in 9.5 seconds. The top speed is electronically limited to 230 kilometers per hour or 143 miles per hour. The car can switch between the hydrogen engine and the normal ICE while in motion. The hydrogen tank holds approximately 8 kilos of liquid hydrogen, and the gasoline tank holds 74 liters of fuel. This means you get a cruising range of more than 200 kilometers or 125 miles on hydrogen and 500 kilometers or 310 miles on gasoline. This means in total, you get about 425 miles from this car. That is not bad for a car challenging EVS in driving ranges. Of course, in hydrogen mode, the engine emits almost nothing but a vapor. However, when you switch to the ICE, you again have yourself a carbon emitter. At this point, you might be wondering what the difference is between BMW's hydrogen engine and hydrogen fuel cells. In contrast to fuel cells which use hydrogen to generate electricity before driving the vehicle with an electric motor, the BMW Hydrogen 7 feeds hydrogen directly into the combustion engine. The dual-mode combustion engine operates in the hydrogen mode with external mixture formation outside the engine, whereas in the gasoline mode, fuel is injected directly into the combustion chambers. Any combustible liquid, in theory, can be used in an internal combustion engine. In reality, standard petroleum is nothing more than a collection of hydrogen atoms chemically bound to carbon atoms. The bond is broken when this is mixed with air and ignited, releasing the energy in the form of horsepower. BMW has simply removed the hydrocarbon bonds from gasoline and replaced them with pure energy-rich hydrogen. So basically, the modified BMW V12 engine could run on regular gasoline or a supercooled cryogenic hydrogen mixture. Fuel cells, on the other hand, still require a large lithium-ion battery to operate, but that is not the case with BMW's hydrogen engine. Also, if car sound is important to you, the hydrogen engine still makes the satisfying din of an ICE, unlike an electric motor. To keep knocking, self-ignition, and backfiring under control, the compression ratio was reduced to 9.5. This included shortening the connecting rod by 1.5 millimeters and modifying the piston head geometry. And the engineers cut slits into the aluminium cylinder block at the gussets between the cylinder liners to increase coolant flow in this area and achieve more consistent heat dissipation around the top dead center. The cylinder head is sealed with a specifically developed 4-layer metal gasket. In contrast to the gasoline mode, hydrogen mixture formation is based on cylinder-selective intake manifold injection with a low overpressure of 1 bar. This pressure is generated solely by the evaporation of cryogenic hydrogen in the tank, so no hydrogen feed pump is required. The amount of heat required for evaporation is drawn from the engine coolant and controlled by an electric pump. When you start the engine, the BMW Hydrogen 7 automatically switches to hydrogen mode to avoid the emissions that would otherwise occur when starting the engine cold on gasoline. And because the driver can only switch to gasoline mode after the catalytic converter has warmed up, the BMW Hydrogen 7 never runs in unfavorable conditions with unclean emissions. However, if you are hankering for BMW's new hydrogen engine at this point, there are a few things you should know. First is that parking the car for several reasons will simply cause you to lose the remaining fuel. That is not ideal and is not a problem with proper ICE cars, but it comes with a package with the Hydrogen 7 engine. But what exactly is going on here? Well, you simply can't cheat physics. Even vacuum super insulation cannot completely prevent the intrusion of higher temperatures, which means that a small amount of liquid hydrogen will inevitably boil off over time. However, this minor evaporation effect does not occur until the vehicle has been parked for at least 17 hours, at which point the pressure inside the fuel tank rises to the point where boil-off management of the gaseous fuel is required. Boil-off management controls the removal and conversion of hydrogen when the inner pressure inside the tank exceeds a predetermined level of ideal pressure. The resulting gaseous hydrogen is mixed with air in a Venturi pipe before being oxidized into water in a catalytic converter. The time required to purge a half-full hydrogen tank in a controlled process is approximately 9 days, but BMW assures you that the hydrogen remaining in the tank is sufficient to cover approximately 20 kilometers in the hydrogen mode. Imagine all the places you could go with that driving range. However, if the BMW Hydrogen 7 is driven in hydrogen mode, the level of pressure inside the tank will drop due to the consumption of hydrogen used to power the engine. The 17-hour parking period without energy loss will then begin all over again when the vehicle is parked again. Meanwhile, hydrogen may be more gentle on the environment, but it is odorless and colorless, making it hard to notice by humans. And because hydrogen is 15 times lighter than the surrounding air, it rises quickly to higher levels when it escapes into the air. But the problem, though, is that it is more flammable. BMW is aware of this, so it took its time to address the issue. So we've already talked about the boil-off management system, but there is another set of redundant valves monitoring the content of the tank in the event of a significant buildup of pressure, such as from tank damage, which release hydrogen under controlled conditions if necessary. As soon as the first valve is opened, hydrogen is guided up to the car's roof via safety pipes installed in the C-pillars. The second valve, which only opens under higher pressure, allows hydrogen to flow to the car's underfloor, where it is also discharged into the air. The beautiful thing about this is that, unlike a car powered by gasoline or diesel fuel, the risk of escalation at the scene of an accident, that is, the risk of burning fuel spreading on the ground, does not exist on a hydrogen car. This is because hydrogen does not accumulate on the ground in the form of ignitable puddles, but rather rises up and vanishes into the air. But to further enhance your safety, the BMW Hydrogen 7 features a multi-level safety concept that incorporates various safeguards to prevent the hydrogen tank from bursting and hydrogen from escaping from the tank in an uncontrolled manner. However, this does not mean it is safe to park this car anywhere. Parking in enclosed spaces is currently prohibited because adequate statistically reliable data obtained under normal operating conditions is not yet available to confirm the safety of the hydrogen tank as a whole. This means you can't park it in your covered garage if you have one. And in the interest of the car's drivers, the BMW Group will maintain this rule until adequate statistically valid reliability data has been compiled. This information will be gathered for long-term use as well as for additional backup and security programs. However,
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Speaking of bald frauds, let's say.
If they release them, are they dangerous to women?
No, of course they are not dangerous to women. They haven't been dangerous. They haven't been, going around the street.
Andrew Tate's PR manager. Andrew Tate's PR manager doing PR for Andrew Tate. So we went out to ask Andrew Tate's public relations manager if Andrew Tate is a danger to women. Also, why would you hire to do PR when everyone knows a male is
Villa. Today, their lawyers argued they should be allowed to be free.
How confident are you feeling?
Oh, that's awesome. In Romania, the lawyers also get to play dress up. I love that. Do they? Oh, please tell me he has to wear a wig too. That'd be so sick.
I am confident.
Celebrity American attorney has also been flown in to bolster their case.
How safe is it for these men to be released?
We talked about the seriousness of the allegations. Of course, they're very serious crimes. Nobody disputes that. But there is insufficient evidence.
He hired another female to represent him? Are you joking? The top team has now been compromised. I am telling you, the Matrix has already taken him. Why would you hire a female lawyer? I mean, PR is one thing, right? Women lie. Females lie. They do public relations well. But a female lawyer? This can't be my top G. Yeah, lawyers lie too. That's true. I mean, I was just trying to make a joke. Is the lawyer who represented Tyson, Chris Brown, and Justin Smollett? Yeah, not the best track record, I think.
That they've committed these crimes because they haven't even been charged.
Banned from most mainstream social media, Tate has a vocal following.
My own inbox and my office bombarded.
Dude, this is pretty funny. Andrew Tate's new lawyer represented Chris Brown, Justin Smollett, and Kesha. Tina Glandian argued that holding Tate without charges for over 30 days violated international human rights. Bro, you're a lawyer in America. Literally everything that happens in the American criminal justice system is a violation of human rights. What the? That's so funny. This argument would not hold for anything. Also, I love the disrespect from every news outlet immediately switching over to the Andrew Tate balding photo now. You know that shit's deliberate, bro. A hair like Tommy from Rugrats? Oh no. Okay, according to the BBC, Glandian appeared alongside Tate in a Romanian court on Wednesday. The controversial men's personality tried to appeal his preventive custody detention, which was extended until the end of February last month. The appeal was again rejected. Neither Tate nor his co-defendants, which include his brother Tristan and 2 Romanian women, have been charged yet. They were detained in December in suspicion of human trafficking, forming an organized crime group. Before the appeal was rejected, Glandian spoke to reporters and claimed the detention of the Tate brothers without charge for more than 30 days violated international human rights law. He also alleged there were outside pressures influencing the case, though she did not explain what those were. She said, "Your Honor, it's the Matrix." That's what the outside pressures are. It's the Matrix. She subtweeted you? Wait, really? She has? Send me the link. Oh, verbal. Oh, okay. Glandian did not immediately return Rolling Stone's request for comment. They'll bring a ton of... Glandian did not immediately return request for comment. Glandian's most recent hot profile case is probably licensed just for like hate hoax trial. Glandian was part of Smollett's defense team, though the case ended with a conviction for her client. Smollett is appealing the verdict and needs different legal representations. The more successful as MMA fighter Cain Velasquez's co-lead counsel as he secured release on bail after November. Velasquez is facing an attempted murder charge for allegedly shooting a man named Harry Gallart, who apparently molested Velasquez's son. Wait, what? On Garagos and Garagos' website, Glandian's bio lists Chris Brown, Kesha, and Mike Tyson as notable clients. Okay. You saw the clip in which one of the brothers gave a reporter a piece of paper? No. Dude, that's so good. Wait, is this the clip of the brothers giving paper to the reporter? Because...
This Labour MP says she was threatened by supporters online.
This isn't about stifling free speech, and that's something I'd like to get across. I can disagree with Andrew Tate, I can argue the points with him anyway around his views on women, his views on society, but this is about, like I said, the amplification of that content matters, and that's when it becomes interesting.
Leaving court, the Tates still hoped they'd soon be released, but the judges decided no.
I mean, he was like way cooler. He was like cool as a cucumber when he was first being arrested, and it does seem like the situation has like changed a little bit. Now it feels like it kind of feels like he's feeling it a little bit. You know what I mean? Like cool as a cucumber is a saying, as in like, it was like, oh, I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna get out immediately. Like, they were acting out like. Just in, new footage of Andrew and Tristan Tate emerges, both appearing weathered and saddened. Tristan hands off a note to a reporter during a custody transfer. Dicot's evidence against us is that our friends Beatrice and Lozada made TikTok videos in 2021. That is why I'm in prison. Release them immediately. Resist. What? Ask Dicot for the evidence. Ask the judges who is influencing them. Tell the world what is happening, Tristan Tate.
This house, located in the beautiful mountain village of Asago, Japan, is free. Not free to the 1 millionth visitor free. Not free except for these terms and conditions free. Just free. Some of the top amenities include these ruins of a 15th century castle, a mere 20-minute scenic drive away. And everything from cherry blossom trees to a supermarket, post office, and hair salon, all within walking distance. Now, the building itself is no 5-star hotel. It could use more than a fresh coat of paint. But at nearly 1,400 square feet, toilets, there are worse ways to spend $0. More remarkable, perhaps, is the fact that this deal isn't all that remarkable. There are at least 8 million such abandoned homes across Japan. Some free and others effectively free, just waiting for someone to claim them. Maybe the island lifestyle is more your speed, in which case you might be interested in this one for about $5,000 US. If you're looking to splurge a bit, this one could be yours for 11 grand. The possibilities are endless. You can have your pick between about 1 in every 7 houses, including the land 11% of the entire country's surface area. And there's no hurry. These numbers are expected to double by 2033. That's right, in just 10 years' time, nearly every 3rd Japanese home will be vacant, according to the country's largest economic research institute. And while its population is among the fastest shrinking in the world, demography alone cannot explain the shrinking real estate dynamics. Sponsored by CuriosityStream and Nebula. Watch my 6-part exclusive series and other Nebula originals like Great Cities with the CuriosityStream and Nebula bundle, all for just $15 a year. Broadly speaking, there are 2 ways to make housing more affordable: increase supply or decrease demand. Japan, uniquely, does both. For one, demography certainly doesn't hurt. Its population has been declining since 2010 and is expected to return to 1970 levels within the next 25 years. Fewer people means fewer households means fewer homes. That's on the demand side. But supply is no less important. To put it simply, Japan builds like crazy. Tokyo proper, for instance, has a population of about 14 million people. New York City, a little less than 9. But despite being only 1.6 times more populous, Tokyo built 4 1/3 times as many houses in 2020. Of course, as any Californian can tell you, just build more is easier said than done. Increasing supply is threatening to the very parties responsible for its approval: neighbors, city councils, and local governments. But that's where the Japanese system excels. During the late 80s and early 90s, the country experienced a housing bubble that rivals 2008. At one point, all the land in Japan was valued 4 times higher than all of America, despite being 26 times smaller in land area, about the size of Montana alone. After the market came crashing down, the government made changes to prevent the same thing from happening again. The tiny difference that makes all the difference is that, in Japan, land policy is now mostly set at the national, not local level. Its Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transportation, and Tourism is less like, say, the little-known Federal Maritime Commission and more akin to the all-powerful EPA. It, rather than partial local governments or even the legislature itself, largely dictates the country's building codes, for example. Cities are only permitted to divide their land into zones. The national government decides what can and can't be built in each one. The United States has no fewer than 22,000 sets of codes, each one with dozens of different zones. The entire nation of Japan, meanwhile, is divided into just 12 total, and any changes made to one of them applies everywhere. Another seemingly minor difference with major downstream effects is the way these zones work. While a commercial zone in America typically allows only commercial activity, things like auto repair shops, movie theaters, and strip malls, the same one in Japan also allows for non-commercial uses, like apartments and schools. What this means is that developers are free, if they want, to mix uses. That free house in Asago, for instance, is about 30 feet from a hair salon and a 3-minute walk from a bookstore. In Japan, your neighbors really have no say over what you do with your property, a degree of freedom that results in some pretty quirky design choices. On the tame end of the spectrum, there's the stuff of HOA nightmares. You might find a traditional wooden house directly adjacent to a modern minimalist mansion. Then there are the truly creative ones, the Gothic tomato cottages, transparent townhouses, and giant pyramids. If you can dream it, it can surely be built. One consequence is that Japan produces more architects per capita than any other country, and by a wide margin. 5 times more than the UK, 7 times more than America, and 11 times more than Canada. It's hard to imagine a better place for young architects to experiment than a nation of tiny homes free from concerns about neighborhood character. But wait a second. 4 times as many new homes as New York? These numbers aren't just impressive, they're too impressive. Think about it this way. Here are 7 large advanced economies. This is each one's total population. And this is the number of new homes each one builds in a typical year. One country clearly stands out. How can it be that Japan, with only 40% as many people, builds almost as many new homes each year as the United States? We all know California is starved for housing, but this is just crazy. The math doesn't add up. The solution to this puzzle, it turns out, lies in the number of existing homes sold. Now we can see that although the total number of homes sold in each country, both new and used, is roughly proportional to its population, there's a huge difference in composition. The vast majority of American home sales are second-hand, whereas the vast majority of Japanese home sales are brand new. In fact, if we stretch the data out, we can see that it's almost the inverse of America. And that's Japan's secret. The reason its housing market is so fundamentally different. It's not just about national control of zoning, it's also an entirely different perspective on what housing is. In most advanced economies, a house is an investment that doubles as a place to live. A 401k you can sleep in. In Japan, a house is a consumer good, not unlike a car or a refrigerator, that rapidly depreciates in value. In a mere 30 years, the typical Japanese home goes from brand new to about as valuable as a CD player in 2023. That's no exaggeration. According to the Ministry of Land, even a reinforced concrete apartment has a lifespan of just 37 years. Try to sell your house on the 38th year, and banks will tell you it's worth $0, or less, since the building has to be demolished before a new one can be built. As you can see here, used homes depreciate, on average, over twice as fast in Japan as in the US. One reason for this is relatively straightforward: earthquakes. Not only do they destroy homes, but they require periodic updates to building codes to better prepare for the next one. Newer buildings are considered much safer. Another reason has to do with history. Nearly a third of urban Japanese homes were bombed during the Second World War, creating a shortage of 4 million units. And when private banks were unable to keep up with demand for mortgages, the government was forced to step in. Starting in June of 1950, generously subsidized interest rates were offered to anyone in need of a home. These millions of dollars of stimulus, redirected from the war, helped pay for nearly 20 million units by 2007. But this overwhelming success came with an unintended side effect. In the rush to house war-torn Japan, building standards, even those of the 1950s, were haphazardly overlooked. These were cheap wooden houses with poor insulation and sometimes major structural flaws. Because of this, they tended to last just 3 or 4 decades before they had to be completely destroyed and rebuilt from the ground up. The end result was a persistent, widespread practice that lasts to this day. The quality of today's homes, of course, hardly resembles those of 1950. There's no reason any built this decade, if well cared for, couldn't survive well beyond 30 years. But because they're valued like fragile consumer goods, owners have little incentive to put in the necessary maintenance, turning the 30-year lifespan into a self-fulfilling prophecy. Meanwhile, until 2015, homeowners had little incentive to demolish any houses they weren't living in thanks to another legacy of World War II. Also, to increase the supply of housing, small residential plots were taxed 80% less if they contained a structure. That 1,400 square foot home from earlier would be taxed at just $75 a year, for example. It's exactly these kinds of seemingly minor historical details that shape the cities we live in today. And in great cities, Dave from City Beautiful explains how, for Shanghai, Canberra, and Paris. Great cities, like my 6-part series China Actually, along with dozens of others on topics like urbanism, politics, and modern history, are exclusively available on today's sponsor, Nebula. Signing up to Nebula is the absolute best way to support independent creators like Polymatter, and the cheapest way to get access is with the CuriosityStream bundle, using the link in the description. After signing up to CuriosityStream for just $15 a year, you'll get an email with instructions on how to get free access to Nebula. On CuriosityStream, you can watch feature-length documentaries, like this one about how a single bridge forever changed Japan. Click the link on screen right now to get both Nebula and CuriosityStream for only $15 a year.
China now. This and also for the liberation of Taiwan or something? I don't know.
Tate? Are you innocent, Mr. Tate? No, Are you confident you're going to be released today, Mr. Tate?
At court today, Andrew Tate, the world's...
We updated our browser on Timcast IRL because Hassan the Hun got mad at us? What? Oh, this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was annoying. What the fuck? That shit was annoying. How do you not update that, man? Yeah, I did make fun of him for that. Okay, what the fuck? All right,
Most Googled man, hoping he'd soon be a free one.
With all these chicks just stuck in their house, sitting there, bored, completely in love with me. And of course, they don't go out. They're not allowed out.
A self-styled king of toxic masculinity, Andrew Tate's attracted millions of...
Oh my god, they're playing his music videos. Come on, give us a sound. Come on, Sky News, give us a tase. It's your girl. Give us a tase, They call me Mr. Plenty. It's your girl. I can get you in the Bentley. Ooh, it's your girl.
Devoted fans, as well as scorn spreading misogyny and hate. Since his arrest in...
Oh, for a second, they gave us a glimpse, dude. Look. That is your girl.
Since his arrest in Bucharest in December, he's been held with his brother and 2 Romanian women as part of an investigation into rape and human trafficking. Allegations they and their team strenuously deny.
If they release them, are they dangerous to women?
No, of course they are not dangerous to women. They haven't been dangerous. They haven't been, going around the...
Andrew Tate's PR manager. Andrew Tate's PR manager doing PR for Andrew Tate.
I just realized when I was taking a pee that the word they used for me is homicidal maniac. But that's the correct term, right?
It was one of the most brutal killing sprees in all of Maine's history, sending shockwaves through the small town of Amity. Fortunately, and to the relief of the townspeople, it wasn't long before a suspect in the triple homicide was apprehended. However, the motive they gave behind the killings is one of the most bizarre and unbelievable, leaving investigators questioning how much was fact and how much was twisted fiction. Entangled amongst the killer's countless outrageous statements is the remaining question. Was it a revenge slaying, so-called vigilante justice, or a senseless crime carried out by a cold-blooded murderer who just wanted to know what it was like to kill? Referring to Amity, Maine as a tiny town is a bit of an understatement. There were only 238 residents back in 2010, and with the savagely brutal killings, the count was further reduced by 3 on the night of June 22nd. With one crime, Amity's innocence had been stolen, and things would never be the same. On June 23rd, 30-year-old Jason DeHaan's brother became worried when he hadn't returned home from his friend 55-year-old Jeff Ryan's house, where he had spent the previous evening. He decided to go to Jeff's house himself. At first, there was no sign of either of them. That is, until he used a flashlight to look through the window of Jeff's mobile home. He caught sight of a large amount of blood and immediately called his father, Robert DeHaan, to inform him of the shocking discovery. Robert soon arrived, and together the two men made their way inside. The home was hauntingly still. At first glance, it appeared that no one was there. Robert made his way to one of the bedrooms, and that was where he encountered the first horrific sight. Jeff's 10-year-old son, Jesse Ryan, was clearly deceased, lying on the floor of the bedroom, and it was immediately apparent that the little boy's last moments had been horrific. At this point, the men notified authorities. Maine State Police troopers soon responded, and it wasn't long before the other two victims were located nearby. Jeff's body was found in a shed on the property, and they found Jason's mutilated body had been abandoned at the end of the driveway. Initially, Jeff's truck was nowhere to be found. A few days later, it was located approximately 15 miles from his home. It had been set on fire, apparently to destroy any evidence the assailant had left behind. The whole situation was impossible to swallow. Initially, it appeared to have been a random ambush. There was no other explanation as to how these individuals had been chosen. For the first time, the town lived in fear. A homicidal maniac was on the loose, potentially roaming the streets, preparing to attack again. It was imperative that the killer be found immediately before any additional lives could be taken. A wealth of evidence was gathered from the crime scene. Amongst the items collected were beer bottles and cigarette butts, as well as fingerprints, and most importantly, the DNA profile of an unknown male was found. While a variety of law enforcement agencies were hard at work on the case, an elderly couple, Robert Bob Strout and Joy Strout, sat for an interview with a local newspaper. The pair had connections with one of the victims, Jeff Ryan. Bob and Joy's daughter, Tamara Strout, had a teenage daughter with Jeff. Their granddaughter had just lost her father, and though it didn't initially seem there was any other connection to the ongoing case, one would soon emerge. Detectives conducted numerous interviews, which eventually revealed someone had been staying with Bob and Joy Strout for a few weeks, including at the time of the killings, a young man by the name of Thane Ormsby. You see, Thane's mother was good friends with the Strout's daughter, and Thane moved in with the couple to help them around the house, cooking, cleaning, and taking care of their pheasants and other birds. Since he was at the Strout's home at the time of the killings, police believed that Thane could have witnessed something potentially helpful for the case. The thing was, at the time of the investigation, Thane was no longer living with Bob and Joy. Luckily, the couple knew exactly where he was. Thane had made a recent move to Dover in Maine's neighboring state of New Hampshire. There he was now living with Bob and Joy's son, which made tracking him down even easier for detectives. Maine State Police detectives spoke to Thane at the residence on June 29th, 1 week after the killings, and asked him a few questions. At the time, Thane agreed to provide his fingerprints and a sample of his DNA during the course of the meeting. On July 2nd, the detectives returned to the residence where Thane was staying. They asked if he'd be willing to speak with them at a Dover, New Hampshire police station, and he obliged. They had a feeling he knew more than he'd originally let on, though he was being cooperative so far. With that, the interview gets underway. The majority of the following interrogation footage has never been seen before.
But you know the family better than anybody, right?
I'll do my best. I don't know that I know them anybody.
Well, you know better than I do. That's what you know. No, we talked to a lot of people. You know, we talked to Tamara, obviously, Mariah.
You might recall that Tamara is the daughter of Bob and Joy Strout. Mariah is the daughter of Tamara and Jeff Ryan, one of the murder victims.
Yeah, I talked to Tanya.
Note that Tanya is another daughter of Bob and Joy. She actually holds a significant place in this story because the interview the detective has just referred to was precisely how they learned that Thane had been staying with Bob and Joy for the past few weeks, prior to his recent move to New Hampshire.
She's a piece of work. You know? Oh, yeah. She thought I was this cat's ass. She thinks you're gorgeous, by the way. I know. Oh, really?
You'll notice right off the bat that Thane really is a piece of work, for lack of a better way to describe him. However, the detectives are savvy. Don't let their unassuming demeanors fool you. It's all an act to get Thane to talk. And talk he does.
You guys, like, you make me feel old. So I've been in this criminal division here for 20 years. You're 20, and so it's... Oh, what, you don't want me?
You've been working this. I hope I didn't mix these up. Yeah.
Where's yours?
No, I made that. I'll keep going to bathroom in 2 minutes. Yeah.
They continue the small talk and keep the conversation lighthearted. Have faith, though. There's a method behind this madness.
He's Dale Keegan, and you're Adam Stoudemeyer. Adam Stoudemeyer. Yeah. You're from New Hampshire. Kittery. Yeah, practically New Hampshire. Actually, you say that. I was born at the hospital in Portsmouth, so. Okay.
The detectives continue to build rapport because they know that pushing too quickly could cause Thane to stop talking or ask for a lawyer. Clearly, though, Thane is enjoying the conversation. Or maybe it's just the sound of his own voice or being the center of attention. They touch on a variety of subjects, and Thane has a lot to contribute.
And what really went wrong is I got engaged. That's what went wrong.
Who'd you get engaged to?
Cindy Courier. And she left me for my best friend. 2 weeks before the wedding.
This particular tangent, like each of the others thus far, is completely unrelated to the reason for this meeting. Though it may not appear so, the interview is off to an excellent start. The detectives did their homework, and they obviously know what makes Thane tick, how he views himself, and how he wants others to view him. This helps them determine the best way to approach him, and will hopefully cause him to let his guard down and reveal the truth. An intriguing question soon makes its way into the conversation as they continue this little session of getting to know one another.
What person in your life do you think you most respect?
Person in my life? Living person?
Yeah, whatever.
It doesn't matter. Andrew Beardsley.
Who's that?
He was my coach, mentor, I consider him, and literature teacher in high school. And he's the nephew to Bill Beardsley, who's just running for governor. Okay, I was wondering if there was a connection with Hudson College. He did his college thesis on Tolkien, J.R.R. Tolkien. Yeah. He taught a class on Tolkien. I took a class on Tolkien. I love Lord of the Rings. Silmarillion, The Hobbit. The Hobbit's my favorite book.
Thane shows us a bit of his scholarly side here.
I'm like, I don't get it. You watch that?
Yeah.
Zero. Yeah.
Well, there's this.
Is that the one with Precious, the little Precious? That guy, yeah. Nothing to do with the other show there.
Harry Potter?
Harry Potter.
No, different.
And the detectives continue to let him talk. They feed his ego as they play up his intellect and downplay their own. After sufficient time has been invested in efforts to build a strong rapport, the detective cuts to the chase and the moment this has all been building towards. He confronts Thane with a direct question.
So what about this case here? We'll start about the beginning here. What type of person do you think would do this?
No, I haven't given that much thought.
Yet if a serious crime happens in a small town to people you know, and as a result you're sitting in an interrogation room, it's hard to believe you haven't given it a lot of thought. Though he isn't really showing it, Thane is likely feeling some level of stress, which would be normal given the circumstances. His hands have been touching since he entered the room, and while it's possible this is simply a comfortable and a typical position for him, it may be a self-soothing behavior due to feelings of stress.
Someone would have to be cold, greedy maybe, I don't know. Someone would have to be just heartless. I mean, I never met his son, Mariah's little brother, but who could do that?
Well, you never know. I mean, the biggest thing that we don't understand is reasons. I mean, there's a reason for everything. The mistakes happen. That's the why even the computer has a delete key. Right. Mistakes happen. Wrong place, wrong time. Panic, self-defense. Who knows? And you're well aware of the Constitution and all that stuff, right?
Well aware of the Constitution.
Well aware of the Constitution and your rights and all that stuff. You understand you're not under arrest?
Yes, I understand.
Okay. If you ever want to leave, you just tell me. All I ask is you don't be rude about it. Just say
I'd be a little bit shocked if I were under arrest, to tell you the truth.
So would I. But
I'm here to cooperate.
Well, that's right. But I appreciate it. I know you know your rights and all that stuff. One of the formalities that we have to do is to
tell me
your rights. Okay. You can probably recite it better than I can.
I don't know that I can recite it.
Right, but you understand it, though.
The detectives intentionally downplay the formalities, and Thane seems to think he has this one in the bag. We're about to see, however, that this definitely isn't the case. After the short detour for Miranda warnings, the detective picks right back up where he left off.
Formalities, right? Right. So, where were we? We're talking about what type of person would do that. Just cold, greedy, heartless.
Someone just with no love for life, no love for things that grow. Yeah. And I mean, what we know about Tolkien and Tolkien's writing, you seem like you know a little bit more about Tolkien. It's his main themes are hope and hopelessness and a love for things that grow.
Interesting. And this brings us to the next question, as the detective once again pulls Thane back in from his most recent departure from the topic.
What should happen to the person when we find him?
What should happen?
When we find the bad guy, what should happen?
Well, I imagine you're going to read him his rights, formality.
Right.
And lock him away.
You think he should go to jail?
Of course. Yeah.
Well, unless there's a good reason. Can you think of any good reason something like this could happen?
A good reason?
Yeah. Do you think of any reason? I mean, again, we don't understand reasons. You know, just because he did something like this doesn't mean he got to go to jail for all his life, you know? But just, can you think of any good reason for something like this to happen?
I cannot think of any good reason something like that could happen.
So far, he isn't able to provide a reason. Not yet, at least. The detective travels back several years and inquires about an event that seems to have had a profoundly negative impact on Thane.
You lived with Uncle Steve. You were with Uncle Steve's and through the high school years?
That's right.
Okay. So obviously things were not going good with your mom.
From age 12 up to age 17.
Anything significant happened at age 12 to make you want to move out from mom to go with Uncle Steve?
Well,
Anything
it wasn't my choice. It was a matter of DHHS or DHS, Department of Health and Human Services.
He claims that he was allegedly abused by his mother, which resulted in him being removed from her care at age 12 and into his uncle's home until he was 17. It's possible that Thane is exaggerating or even fabricating his history of alleged abuse as a ploy for sympathy. The detectives touch on high school and how that ended for Thane. This may be a sore subject, considering his inflated view of his high level of intelligence.
You graduated in 08?
That was the class of 08.
Yeah. And you graduated in Ellsworth High School?
I didn't graduate.
Why you didn't graduate? What happened there?
That's a long story, too.
We got plenty of time. You got plenty of time with coffee and even candy bars if you want.
No. Okay. Senior year rolls around. I've got my car and my license and almost all of my credits.
You've likely noticed by now that Thane's word usage is atypical. Because he didn't finish high school, perhaps Thane is trying to make up for it by using a higher level vocabulary to appear as smart or smarter than the detectives.
Ellsworth was a school system that changed their systems, treated us like guinea pigs, and treated us like we were in prison cells.
If what Thane is saying has any truth to it, you'd think he'd make every effort possible to avoid ending up in a prison cell. Bear in mind, though it's not always the case, a troubled childhood can lead to legal issues later on in life.
You know, I started partying. That was my whole party phase. It pretty much started and ended at 17. Really. You did some stupid stuff.
What was the stupidest thing you ever did?
Stupid.
Even if you didn't get caught. Stupid.
Oh, no, I got caught. And I always get caught.
You always get caught?
Oh, yeah. It's the weirdest thing. Anything I ever do, there's always someone looking, you know? And it's just like, why do anything wrong?
Yeah.
This is an interesting question here. Needless to say, detectives can see past this facade.
We stole a gun from my friend's house. This same Michael, who was now marrying my ex-fiancée in the same very church that we were getting married in. Yep. And what had happened is I turned myself in. I found out the police were looking for me. I said, okay. I walked right in and said, hi, my name's Thane Ormsby, and I'm here to turn myself in.
What'd you get for punishment?
Probation.
Promise not to do it again.
Basically, yeah. Well, I mean, I was underage, and it was my first offense.
Thane is trying to appear as if he was a criminal during that short-lived phase, but quickly returned to his law-abiding ways. Turning himself in, as he just alleged, was likely a self-serving behavior, possibly to receive a lesser punishment, rather than because he was truly remorseful for his actions. This appears to be an attempt to self-promote and make himself seem like he does the right thing. He likely told the detective this story in an attempt to control how they see him. If he's honest about this story, he may believe that he will then appear like he's always honest. After this most recent digression, the detective refocuses the conversation. And as you'll see, Thane's demeanor changes significantly. Maybe it's because this topic makes him uncomfortable.
Okay, let's talk about how you met Jeff.
He came over to Bob and Joyce.
Okay, do you remember when that was?
Early when I got there, a couple days after I got there.
Thane's posture changes here. He's slouched and leaning forward now, appearing tense and concerned, where before he appeared casual and calm. A change in demeanor such as this could be a sign of deception. You might think that he needs to look the detective in the eye in order to sound truthful.
And tell me about that conversation. How that go?
We didn't even have a conversation. I mean, he came in and he talked to Bob and Joy, and I was there.
And you knew at this point that he is Mariah's father?
Yeah, I know.
And you just get along?
Yeah, we get along. We were cool. He said, come on over, blah, blah, blah.
How long was he there or so?
Half an hour. I thought it was 20 minutes.
The little boy not there?
No. He was with his mother.
It's not long before Thane takes Jeff up on the invite and makes a visit to his home.
How long ago after the first visit were you up there?
A week.
A week later?
A week later.
Okay. And what's going on when you're up there this week later?
It's just Jeff. Jeff's alone drinking beer, no one's along. Outside.
And how was Jeff doing?
Jeff was really good. Jeff was talking about his son, saying he was going to be back.
So this was about a week before this happened? Because you only lived up there 3 weeks, you said, right?
Yeah, it's all such a short proximity.
Right. So you were there, you met him, and then about a week later you go out, so that would have been a week before this whole thing happened. You were there, and he's mowing the lawn.
The detectives are really beginning to focus in on all of the details, and Thane's attitude has noticeably changed.
So you're there, and what goes on? He's mowing the lawn. Stop mowing.
He's mowing the lawn. He stopped mowing the lawn, talked to me, invited me in, said, have a beer. I had a beer with him. I sat, drank a beer with him. Joey actually called. Joey was there. Called me and told me come back and help me with the garden.
How did you get there?
How did I get there? I walked up.
You walked up?
Yeah, it's a short distance.
You didn't take a bite? Okay.
Though it's not quite clear yet, everything is beginning to come together.
I'm a visual guy. Can you draw the trailer for me and say where you went in that trailer? Because it's important to see where you went and all that. Can you do that for me?
He showed me.
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
Despite his claim of being a visual guy, there's much more to this seemingly simple request. Having a suspect draw something instead of simply stating it is a step in the read technique that solidifies the statements the suspect is making, so there's less confusion and more detail. This also makes it harder to retract statements later. The detectives can also use the drawing to point out specific things when they start confronting him.
So like I said, I was walking down the road and he was always walking around here somewhere. We walked in and talking and I met his dog. I walked over to his dog. I walked in and we told me to come on in, grab a beer, and he's got chairs here. We sat down here. It was a hot day. We came back outside, sat down here. That was it.
How long were you there? And he had already showed you around the place before this visit?
He showed me some.
Before this visit?
Before this visit? No, this is the visit. There were only, all right.
There was at least two visits, as you said. The very first time you met him, you went down and had a beer. Then you said, I asked you, it was the second or third visit that this happened, and you said it was the second visit.
I'll be straightforward because there's no reason I can't.
I appreciate that.
And this is where his story begins to change.
I do have a bicycle. I know this much.
Okay.
But there are only two occasions I've met Jeff. The one where he comes down to the house, right? And I combine those two occasions. Okay. A week later, I come back.
And you're on your bike this time?
And I'm on my bike this time. I ride my bike on the road. Right. And I ride it on the wall. I park it right here somewhere.
Okay.
It seems Thane didn't think his story through before coming in for the interrogation. It's becoming confusing, and the detectives are catching all of his inconsistencies.
You said the very first time he met you, you asked him to get a job and stuff. He said, come on.
Two different occasions. I combined the two in one, just to be simple.
Oh, each time you were here. How many times were you at this house?
Once.
Once.
Over than once. In his house once.
And this time here he showed you?
And he shows me.
So the first time you said you went there after you had that very first time you met him?
I said, but really that was the week later.
Why would you do that? Why would you confuse me like that? I confuse you.
Because it's irrelevant. Because it's...
Well, it's not really irrelevant because we got three people here. So that's why it makes it very relevant. Especially when people are not telling the truth.
I understand. But, I mean, I had nothing to do with it.
Okay.
Thane's unreasonable explanation is a clear red flag for deception, indicating he may be trying to hide something about this topic. But the question is why? As well, giving conflicting statements is a sign of deception. Liars often have a difficult time keeping track of what they've said, and detectives are trained to spot these inconsistencies. When a detective points out a lie to a suspect, they may go into what is called the death spiral of a lie. This is when the liar tries to provide a reason for the lie. The detective points out flaws in that explanation or how it is inconsistent with prior statements. So the person tries to defend their lie again, which adds more layers to it, and the cycle continues. Eventually, the liar may wear down because it's so stressful to keep pitching and defending their lies when the other person clearly isn't buying it. He continues to dig a deeper hole for himself, and it's going to be difficult to climb his way out.
But you also said you only were there that one time, and it was the same...
I was only there one time. I said it was the same event. To be simple.
Okay, I don't want simple anymore. All right, I want straightforward.
To be straightforward, it was two events that I met Jeff Ryan.
Okay.
The once where he came to Bob and Joy's, and I did not go to his house that day. A week later, I come back to double check with him.
Then there's the question about the bike.
When was the bike ride when you were up the driveway? Because we found bike prints up there. That's why when I asked you the other day if you had a bike, you said no. Today I asked you if you had a bike, you said no. Now you were down there. Because it was all bike prints.
I heard stories about bike mechanics, and I didn't want to be confused.
No, I asked you the other day if you had a bike. You had a bike, right.
Now that excuse is so unbelievable, it's almost comical. The question is, does Thane think that the investigators are buying it? As the detectives are now entering the more intense phase of the interrogation, they will be confronting Thane on inconsistencies using the evidence they have not yet revealed to him.
So you only went up that ride, on your bike one time? One. Why are we finding a couple different trips up through there, and another trip through the woods on a bike, and footprints going through the woods? Why are we finding that? Are you confused and maybe forgot a time and you were up in there with the bike because we got your path there and the cane on and all that stuff? I mean, did you forget that? It's okay if you did. I'm just trying to see when we back. He's here coming home in front of that. You forget that?
No. That was just, I'd just gone over to check out the junkyard.
Where's the junkyard?
It's right beside Bob and Joyce.
Thane is acting as if the issue is that the detective isn't understanding his story, when in reality, it's his story that's no longer holding up. It's not uncommon for someone caught in a lie to try to make it seem that the listener is the problem, as a way to deflect attention off of their lies.
You only had one beer in that house.
One beer.
And it was a Budweiser bottle.
Budweiser.
And you said to me the other day, you drank it all.
Yeah.
Thane doesn't realize it, but he's falling right into a trap.
What happened then, after you drank that beer?
I told you I left it on the counter in the sink. I don't recall.
You left it in the counter or in the sink?
On the counter or in the sink.
Oh, on the counter or in the sink. You smoke? Do you have any smokes in the house?
Smoke?
Cigarettes.
Smoke any cigarettes in the house? In his house?
Yeah, Jeff's house.
I smoked one of his cigarettes.
Was it brown filter, white filter?
It must have been a brown filter.
If I told you it was white, that screwed up.
Yeah? I don't know.
You said you never met the little boy.
Never met the little boy.
Did he want you to meet the little boy?
He never made
Like, I can't wait for you to come out.
Yeah, he was, that's what he was telling me when we were talking on the porch. He was saying, I hope I'm going to go get him. I think he'll be back for the summer.
Though the relevance might not be clear just yet, all of these questions are important, and Thane continues to give wrong answers.
Did you ever play horseshoes down in this area?
No.
The horseshoe pits are right here, right? Remember that?
I didn't even see the horseshoe pits.
You didn't see the horseshoe pits?
When you said he showed you the house, did you go through the house? Did you take it room by room, or did you just say...
Did you go down in here?
No.
So you've never ever been down that hallway? So there's no way in hell that your DNA is going to be down in this area anywhere?
No.
That's what you're telling me.
That's what I'm saying.
All right. And there's no way in hell that your DNA is going to be back in here anywhere?
Unbeknownst to Thane, detectives are armed with some damning evidence. They know that a fingerprint from one of the evidentiary beer bottles was matched to Thane. In addition, his DNA profile was matched to the beer bottle, as well as a cigarette collected from an ashtray at Jeff's residence. Their intention here is to increase stress and hint that they may have evidence that Thane was there, hoping it will make him lose resolve and confess.
You had a cigarette? What happened to the cigarette? You smoked it, you said.
I smoked it. I might have put it in my back pocket or something.
But you said you're kind of not horny about these cigarettes. You told me that in the car the other day, right? But you actually smoked a cigarette. Okay? And have you ever been on these streets up in this area?
No.
So this event here, where you were inside, was about a week before this murder happened.
Maybe 2.
Maybe 2 weeks.
The foundation has been built, and the detective's intuition confirms that this is the precise time to implement the first step of the Reed technique, a positive confrontation. Watch as the overconfident Thane is reduced to a deer in headlights.
Never met Jason. Well, now we have a problem. All right. Inside that trailer, there's a bottle sitting there, 3 bottles. And in that trailer also, we have your DNA and fingerprints on one of the bottles. So, maybe you're mistaken about why that happened. But I want you to straighten it up now. Okay. See this picture? It's 3 bottles, right? This one's yours. One of these is Jason, and one of these is Jeff.
The detective confronts Thane with details of the indisputable evidence they have obtained.
On Monday, before the murder, there was a party. People cleaned after the party. That's often the ones who did it. Those bottles were not there. Monday night. Your bottle's there. Your fingerprint's on that. That matches the fingerprint I got the other day. Your DNA is in that bottle. Explain that to me. Doesn't mean it didn't wrong.
I mean,
but I'm saying, why is it that 2 weeks ago...
I set my bottle either here or here in the sink.
But you see my problem. This bottle here belongs to Jason. The beer's half full. The beer's half full. The beer's half full. But it couldn't have been. Even if you did finish the beer, just say that bottle's empty. You cleaned the house after the party on Monday. That bottle would have been moved. No way in hell that bottle sat there for 2 weeks. If anything, it sat there for a couple hours.
There was a party at the house on Monday, which was thoroughly cleaned up after. The detective has essentially trapped Thane with the evidence of a bottle with his DNA, because it couldn't have been from the party, due to it being cleaned up. Instead, it had to have been from after, around the time of the murders.
So we have a problem with that. I need you to explain to me but why it is that beer bottle was there a couple hours or at the time of the murder. If you have a logical explanation, now's the time to spit it out. It doesn't mean you did anything wrong, but we need to know why that bottle is there, why you were in that house a couple hours before the murder.
Unfortunately for Thane, he doesn't have a logical explanation.
No, you know. You just don't want to tell me. And it doesn't mean you killed him, all right? But it means go one step at a time. How is that bottle there? Your fingerprint, your left index finger is on that bottle. And your DNA is in that liquid right there. As we're talking to you right now, we're talking to the Bob up in Amity, Bob Joyce.
It will come as no surprise when you later see that a crucial element from Bob's account is contradictory to that of Thane's.
Oh, he said he was out there Wednesday morning, Bob says that. Tell me about that bottle, how that bottle was up there. You always get caught. And every time you ever get in trouble, you say, hey, walk into the police station, here I am, this is it. That shows me you're a man of integrity, you're a man, you're intelligent, and you're the politics, and all that stuff. You seem like the type of guy that's very right, straightforward, and I just like all that. It is what it is. You know, it is what it is. You were there just before the murder. Or when this accident happened, right?
But it was clearly no accident. The level of brutality combined with the gruesome nature of the wounds will leave no room for a claim that the killings were anything but cold and calculated.
Okay, Dane, it's okay.
You have my DNA
Yes,
as well?
yes, but can you explain how, tell me about what you did while you were there.
Well, I drank half a beer.
And with that admission, Thane's story has significantly changed. It wasn't a week or two, but rather the very day the murders occurred that Thane has admitted to being in Jeff's home. And this is just the tip of the iceberg.
Tell me about Jason. You met him. Was this his fault?
It's his fault.
Right. Did you only meet him the one time?
Honestly?
Yeah. I want the truth.
Straightforward.
Straightforward. During this event?
During this event?
Okay, what night was that? Or what day was that?
Tuesday evening.
Tuesday evening? Okay, tell me what happened Tuesday evening. How'd you get there?
My bicycle. And those are the tracks. Right up the track.
Where was Jeff?
Inside.
What time of day? So it was evening. Was it dark? Was it, Jeff was inside. Was Jason inside? Jason was inside. Was the little boy inside? You didn't know the boy was there. The boy was out back in the tent or something. You didn't know he was there when you first got there.
The detective makes use of the board once again. This is a perfect example of how drawing the scene can help to lock a suspect into their story.
Now, you pedal up here to bike. Where do you park your bike?
Right against the car.
Right there. Okay, that's good. That explains most traffic down there. Okay. So, you go inside. You're sitting at the bar with Jason and...
I'm sitting at the table.
Life is good at this point, right? When you walked in, were they okay to see you?
Yeah.
I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they offer you a beer?
Yeah.
You go to the refrigerator and get the beer?
Yeah.
It seems what Thane is saying so far may be true, and knowing this just makes the surreal situation that much more disturbing. The men had no idea they were sipping what would be the last beers of their lives.
And you're having a smoke. At this point, you have a smoke. Right?
Yeah, I smoked cigarettes.
Yes. You had at least 2 cigarettes.
I was trying. I was smoking black hops that night.
Yeah.
With the white hops. You know what I do.
With it, I know everything. I know. Was it brown filter, white filter?
It must have been a brown filter.
If I told you it was white, that screwed you up.
Yeah, I don't know.
And suddenly, Thane recalls more about those cigarettes. The walls are beginning to close in on him now. The detective applies more pressure.
And soon you're going to know that I know that you know that I know, right? Okay, follow that? Okay, it's a little dance we're doing, but you know that I know. So, you have a smoke. Something was terribly wrong. Jeff comes outside with Nate. Something happened right down this area. Outside.
We went outside thinking over here by the garden. And I smoked a joint.
Down here by the garden area? I'm sorry?
And I smoked a joint with Jason.
And you smoked a joint with Jason? Okay.
And Jeff didn't smoke.
Still don't know the boys there yet. Yeah, okay.
Maybe Thane is coming to the realization that the detective's thick-headed persona has been just that, and he's been playing him all along. Still, Thane gives it another go.
Like I said, I asked Jeff about work. And we were talking about carpentry and all sorts of different things, and he said he had some nails for me. And that's why you have my prints.
Where's the shiz? Where are the shiz? Okay. So when were you up here by the shiz?
That
Tuesday night. Into Wednesday morning. Tuesday.
It was Tuesday night, and I was home shortly thereafter.
But we all know that's not the case.
That's the truth.
I know you want the truth, but I'm gonna have to take the difference.
Okay. Does that mean you want to stop talking? Or?
For a minute. I'm gonna get another coffee.
Okay, well, here's what we do.
And I need to take a cigarette, and if you could bring me a joint, maybe.
Making these requests is likely Thane's attempt to alleviate his stress by taking control of his environment. He's trying to manipulate the detective into getting him things because he knows he has information they really want, and that puts him into a position of power over the detective. It may also be a sign of impulsivity, a common trait of psychopaths. Instead of completely refusing to talk and getting a lawyer, which would likely be in his best interest long-term, he chooses the short-term gratification of coffee and a break.
Here's how we're going to do. I appreciate you being honest. All right. I want you to go get your step bar. We'll give you a piss break. If you want some food, we can make that happen. I love you too. I cannot get you a joint. They kind of frown on that.
Yeah.
Okay. I cannot get you a beer. Trust me, I want it.
I don't want it.
Okay. I do.
I do want it.
Yeah. If I could give you a joint, I would.
All joking aside, the detective lays everything out for Thane. This will give him something to contemplate during his upcoming break.
You know that I know the truth. And I want you to know that we're doing a search warrant right now that involves your choices. We got full statements for both of them. That's not consistent with you up to this point. And we're talking to Bob Jr. down here. We're doing a search at his place right now. And that's not fair to Bob Jr. He had nothing to do with this.
Note that Bob Jr. is Bob Strout's son, who had allowed Thane to stay in his New Hampshire home the past several days.
None of them had anything.
None of them did, but you did. You know, I would like to know what happened for the truth. You've always been a man of integrity. You know in your heart what happened. We know what happened by all the evidence. We wouldn't sit here talking to you either.
Since this tactic has worked previously, the detective tries to once again appeal to Thane's inflated sense of his character.
Doesn't make you a bad guy. Something went terribly wrong. There was an accident, I think. I have theories about what happened. The family deserves the truth. Yeah. You have a lot of weight on you right now, don't you? See, yeah. And it will continue to eat you up like a cancer. You're not the first person I've talked to who's done something like this, and it eats them up. And believe it or not, people have told me that after they finally spit it out, they feel so much better.
There definitely could be some truth behind the detective's statement, but it's an attempt to appeal to any feelings of remorse that Thane may have. Even if it's unlikely that the suspect feels bad for what they've done, statements like this will remind them that by confessing, they can bring the uncomfortable interview to an end, which may be a motivating factor for some.
I don't think you're a cold-blooded killer that is without killing people. You know, I don't think you woke up in the morning and said, I'm going to go kill 3 people. You're responsible for this, right? Why don't you go have some, we'll get a cigarette break, we'll talk some more. Things going to be okay. All right? You're doing the right thing. You're a good boy. You're a good man. You're not a boy, you're a man. Yeah, no, don't worry about it. You don't think you're a man? No, man, sure. Mistakes happen. Like I said earlier, my dad always told me that's why they put erasers on pencils. Perhaps I do need a boy. Okay. Go ahead, smoke, go to the back, and finish this up.
They leave the room for a break and return several minutes later. And during this time, a complete transformation has occurred. You're about to meet a new Thane, and the stark contrast between this version and the one you encountered previously is particularly shocking.
Hey, bring your coffee. When he gets back in here, I'll go get you one, all right? Do you actually want coffee now? Yes. Okay, I'll get you one in there.
As the tears stream down his face, he looks more like a scared boy rather than the responsible, righteous adult that he initially presented himself to be. In addition to the tears, we also see that Thane is rubbing his face and rubbing his hands together. Both are adapter behaviors, indicative of anxiety he is clearly feeling. However, it's possible that this sudden change might be a ploy for pity from the detective, a manipulation tactic. Or it may even be that Thane now realizes that he's been caught, and this display of emotion is because he knows he can't escape.
This is the first one I cried. Yeah. But now, it's a lot to absorb, buddy. It's a lot to process. I'm gonna go get him his coffee.
No good. Hey, buddy. Huh? Thane, I want you to know that I'm here for you the best I can be. I cannot make you any promises about the media. I can't make you any promises about that. That's way over my head. I will go to bat for you. I mean, I will stand up for you about what you tell me in here and about how you're cooperating and stuff like that.
The detective has taken on an almost paternalistic role. While Thane knows his case is quickly turning into a lost cause, the detective knows he still needs him to be comfortable enough to keep talking. They still have many questions that need to be answered. Thane noticeably responds to the compassion the detective displays toward him. We know that Thane claims he was removed from his mother's care at age 12 due to alleged abuse. Since he told the detectives about this, they likely know that he will respond well if they treat him with kindness. His behavior so far has been consistent with long-term consequences, which could be present in some victims of childhood abuse, such as difficulty regulating one's own emotions, anger issues and/or mental health problems, and substance abuse and/or violent behavior. With that in mind, the detective delves back into the process of seeking the truth behind the killings, and you probably recall Thane's previous statements about pleading the fifth and possibly needing an attorney. So the detective informs Thane that he has to read in his rights once again.
But I want to make sure now, you said you wanted to talk to me. I want to make sure you know that I didn't beat the hell out of you outside, that we were just outside talking there, and you again gave some statements about how much you beat you tonight, you know, stuff like that.
I was afraid.
You were afraid of what?
I was scared.
You were afraid of what?
I knew you were on me, but yeah, I was afraid you were the bad guy.
This is as excited as I get. But when I told you that day, if you did it, I'm going to get you. You know?
I tell you, do you remember?
Huh?
What I tell you, do you remember?
You said I didn't do it.
I said I know.
Oh, that's right. Look at that, you said I know.
Well, obviously I wasn't planning on getting caught.
Obviously. Let me,
The deep sighs and heavy breathing show that Thane's fight-or-flight mode has clearly kicked in. His body has a heightened need for extra oxygen. The detective reviews Thane's rights, and Thane agrees to proceed with the questioning.
Where do you want to start?
Where would you like to start?
When did you go up there that night? Tuesday night? What time was it? Before dark?
6, 7.
Jason was there at this point? Is that the first time you met him?
That was the first
time. Okay. What happened? You're on your pedal bike?
It's on my pedal bike.
Okay. What happened?
Everything was going fine, to tell you the truth. I did see Jesse. Jesse was in the living room. He was playing video games.
So far, it seems Thane feels defeated and has resigned himself to the fact that all evidence is pointing right in his direction. Then, true to his earlier version, we see that he changes course.
I think we should start with why.
Okay.
I know you want the hard details. So
Right.
you got your family.
Why is good to know.
Thane is about to divulge quite a story. It goes without saying, though, he is not a credible source. We've already seen his story evolve many times over.
Jeff Ryan.
Jeff Ryan.
And I never got this far. And I've never met him either. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And he probably has nothing to do with this case. It has nothing to do with the situation. Back in the day, there were 3 people that were the biggest drug dealers. I won't mention one, but the other 2 were Jeff Ryan.
And you wanted to rid the world of them. So you hated Jeff because he was a drug dealer?
Because of the things he's done to other people. Because of what he was.
So you decided to take care of that? Be a vigilante type thing? Yeah.
This theory is an interesting one. It seems Thane is trying to paint himself in the most positive light he can by deflecting, attempting to make others seem worse than himself. A quite twisted justification for sure.
I'll tell you what I know about Jeff Ryan, even though these are things I've known without meeting him.
And you knew this from cameras then?
I've known this from all sorts of people in my life.
You thought that he was a drug dealer?
I know he wasn't doing much now,
Right.
but I know he used to do a lot. And I know he hurt. And he hurt
a lot of
people.
According to Jake, Jason DeHaan's brother, Jeff had allegedly asked Thane to stay away from his daughter, who was a minor. Though this has never been confirmed, there is speculation that this may have been Mariah, Bob and Joy Strout's granddaughter. Though these claims have never been verified and are pure speculation, there is a possibility that this may be another layer to Thane's relationship with Jeff, or could even possibly be another alleged motive for the killings. It could also potentially explain why Thane felt the need to mention to detectives that Jeff allegedly hurt Mariah.
And I don't believe in what he does, because I don't believe in, I smoke weed, but I don't believe in drugs.
For someone so intent on painting himself to be a man of values, he definitely strayed from that character when he killed 3 people, especially when one of them was a child. That's one of the baffling things about individuals who commit murders like these. They do an obviously wrong, often horrific thing in the name of something they consider to be right. They even feel justified doing something immoral in order to defend what they believe is moral. Or at least, this is how Thane is attempting to portray the situation. He displays some key traits of individuals with antisocial personality disorder. His actions demonstrate that he feels he has the right to take the law into his own hands and punish those he thinks are bad and have hurt others. There's a significant element of grandiosity here, a sense of omnipotence, for Thane to believe that he can decide which bad guys should die. Grandiosity is the key word with Thane, from his trying to present as highly intelligent to believing he can take the law into his own hands. He thinks incredibly highly of himself.
Have you ever killed before?
No.
I have to ask. And one of the reasons I asked, you're very proficient in what you did. Where did you learn this?
That's just it.
That's another thing that we're curious about. Did you learn how to do this from any military training, martial arts training, TV, movies, videos, video games? The way you stabbed it was very proficient.
Self-knowledge. I mean, it was my first time ever stabbing anybody, really.
These compliments may or may not be true. Their purpose is likely to flatter Thane and coax him into admitting to other killings.
It was just mental focus. And I've studied things that I shouldn't have studied and know things that I shouldn't have studied. So you're right, I wanted to be a Marine, and no one taught me anything. I know a couple moves.
Yeah.
But I prepared myself for years to be a soldier.
So you read a lot of literature on assassins?
I mean...
We're back to the original question. Where did you learn to stab like that? Tell me the technique you used to stab. Was there anything significant for the way you stabbed him?
Not really overhand.
It wasn't like a stab in and out. Was there anything significant that you did when you went in and out?
I didn't try and turn it or anything. I didn't try to be fancy. I just tried to be quick. I wanted to be quick because I didn't want them to
kill it.
Despite his insistence that he is a moral person, if this was really just about getting rid of this bad person for the betterment of the world, he would have done it when Jeff was alone. However, this instead could be a sign of Thane's impulsivity, which is a sign of antisocial personality disorder, along with a reckless disregard for human life.
What the evidence people were telling us, it was quick, confident, cool, and very unique. That it was a stab, twist out. Every one of them was almost military. They said whoever did this is either trained or done training on it, or military person, assassin.
Thane's ego is being thoroughly fed, and it will pay off as he enlightens the detectives.
Somewhere in the subconscious of my mind, I've developed myself as just that, an assassin. And with no training.
Okay. Have you ever
With
practiced
sheer mental imagination.
The self-proclaimed natural assassin is showcasing his narcissistic tendencies. Thane has just confessed, but the detectives still need to know exactly what happened that night, and they urge him to divulge the disturbing details of his attack on Jeff, his first victim. Be forewarned, as the details of the murders are quite brutal.
Where you found him? Where you found my prints? My DNA in the shed where you were showing me nails.
He was up there to show you some nails or something. And he bent over to get you the nails. What happened?
I killed him.
You killed Jeff. So he was bent over. And no,
back.
He was back to you. And you stabbed him in the back, I'm asking. Okay. And where'd you get the knife?
It was my
It was a bayonet type knife?
large
knife. And that's the one you keep sharpening off on.
He's clutching his coffee close to his chest, likely a protective barrier between himself and the detective.
Jason sat down next to Jesse on the couch.
Right. And you guys are outside. And you're thinking, now it's time. He never said anything to you?
He was just trying to help me.
Okay. How many times did you stab him, do you think?
Those are questions I don't know the answer to.
Yeah. Are you saying 1 or 100? I mean,
Multiple.
Multiple times?
Okay.
After inviting Thane into his home, Jeff was completely blindsided, his back turned when he was attacked.
You stabbed him, and does he fight you back?
Momentarily, but I didn't want it to be a prolonged thing. I wanted it to be as quick as possible, and unfortunately, I mean, it wasn't long, but different from what you expect.
Right.
He didn't understand. Why would you do this?
He asked you, what?
Stop. Oh, Jesus Christ. Those things.
Did you say anything to him?
No.
And that was where Thane's already horrendous plan took an even more sickening turn.
I knew that I couldn't just leave him there with 2 people who just saw me. Obviously, this is premeditated murder, is the term you used for it.
Did you go there planning to kill him?
Yes.
You did?
I'm in a mode. I'm scared, and I have to finish what I started.
Mm-hmm.
In my mind, it was a job. It was like a hit. And they were on the couch. Snapped Jesse and just hit it back. So I chased Jesse. He was the quickest. He just said he was scared.
Any conversations with the little boy?
Oh, he just said he was scared.
He said he was scared. And how many times do you think you stabbed him?
Well, I heard on the spot. So.
Where on his body did you stab him?
The neck.
How was he positioned? Do you remember the little boy?
He was behind his door.
Behind his door? Is he laying on his back or his stomach?
He's laying on his stomach.
He's laying on his stomach?
Up on his knees.
Up on his knees.
Thane deserted the body of the little boy and made his way back out to the living room. And there, he found that things were definitely not how he'd left them.
You come out to check on Jason, and he's gone.
And yeah, he's gone. He disappeared. He was out of my sight. So I ran down, and I'm looking at the road.
You cannot find him?
Well, I'm looking at the road to make sure there weren't any witnesses. I didn't want to kill them, but I didn't want to be caught for murder either.
Right. Where did you find him?
He came right back out. He had started to go into the woods and then walked back out, and I think maybe he would have died.
Thane had already stabbed Jason multiple times as he was seated on the couch.
I thought he wasn't making it out of the house.
Somehow, while Thane was ending Jesse's life in the back bedroom, Jason had mustered up what little strength he had left and escaped the house.
I chased him down the road, and that's why.
You pulled him into the
That's okay.
And does he say anything to you as he's trying to get away from you?
Yeah, he didn't understand because obviously I just met him. There was no reason. So,
You really only met him very first
it was really the first time we met.
The sheer terror Jason had to have been experiencing is unimaginable, and it only gets worse as Thane's grisly account continues.
I brought him down, put him to the ditch. I know I hit him in the head once. I was nervous. It was about the road. Hit him in the head with one. I cut his throat.
You cut his throat? How many times did you cut his throat?
2.
2, maybe 3 slashes.
It's obviously something I had never done before.
Jason's harrowing attempt to escape with his life proved unsuccessful as Thane finished what he'd started. According to the medical examiner, each victim did what little they could to protect themselves or escape, based on positioning of the bodies. After the killing rampage had come to an end, Thane's work was essentially just beginning. He said to himself he hadn't planned on being caught, and so began the next phase.
Okay, so now all 3 people are dead. What do you do with them?
Picked up my tracks.
Thane gives an account of his amateur attempt to remove all potential evidence within the home.
Okay, so now you pick up the best you can, you clean up the kitchen area and stuff. Where do you go from there? You take the pickup truck, and where do you go? To the bike on the back, you said?
Back on the back.
Mm-hmm.
And I ended up going over to the junkyard, and I ditched my bike.
Then someone else entered the picture. Bob told detectives that Thane came through the woods located by his residence, and he was covered in blood. Thane allegedly stated that he'd killed them all. Bob then claimed that Thane threatened to kill Bob's family if he didn't help him. We'll likely never know what words were truly exchanged, but there's no question that Bob was an integral part of the events that followed the slayings. Though we can't be sure, it seems he wasn't aware of Thane's plan prior to the commission of the heinous acts.
He says he sees you covered in blood. He says to you what the hell happened, and you told him everything that happened. And I know you don't want to get Bob involved. Bob's already told us.
Yeah, okay. I told him right after.
You told him right after you did it, right? What? He was shocked. What did he say to you?
Not much. I just asked him if I need some coffee. And he told me to stay away from the house because I was covered.
Thane then reluctantly admits that he drove Jeff's truck to Tamara Strout's home, located in nearby Weston.
You went to Tamara's to spend the night with the pickup truck down there? Or where'd you leave the pickup over? Where was Tamara doing all this? Tamara knows, right? Tamara knows you did this?
That following morning, Bob appeared at his daughter Tamara's vacant house, where Thane was staying.
He brought me a pair of clothes.
Were you surprised that he showed up with clothes? Or was that part of the plan?
No, I was surprised that he came back. Yeah, I wasn't expecting.
He wasn't expecting.
I was sleeping. He thought he wanted to change clothes, and I was covered in blood.
What was Bob's role in this thing?
No, I mean simply that he knew. He didn't even see me go down.
Did he say that to you? Did he tell you you have to go burn the truck now, or was that your idea? Or did he say get rid of that truck, or is it a we thing now?
No. I had to get rid of the truck. Okay. He just gave me.
Oh, he just gave you a ride.
Trying to nail down a charge of hindering arrest or obstruction of justice for Bob, the detective is probing for what other involvement this possible accomplice may have had in aiding in Thane's crimes. And with his next statement, the detective gets the answer he's looking for.
It was, you probably should get the out of here.
Somebody said.
Honestly.
Yeah, that's I almost want honesty.
He told me I should skip the state, burn the truck, burn the house.
I'm confused a little bit about how that happened.
He gave me a ride.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I drove the truck.
Did you get gas somewhere that morning? Where'd you get the gas that you used? You burned the truck, and Bob gave you a ride to the truck with the gas. I mean, because we had somebody who saw you bring in the gas hit like with a white jug or something like a jug, and you were like, ooh, walking in, don't want to spill it. But you burnt your truck, goes around Newtown Wednesday, way before we found the bodies. So where'd you go after you burnt the truck?
After burning the truck some 15 miles away in the town of Weston, a crucial event took place. Part of Thane's process of getting rid of evidence, or so he thought.
When was it that you threw your nose in the pond?
On the way back.
On the way back from burning the truck?
On the way back to Danforth
after the burning the truck. Can you tell us where that pond is? You don't know, or you can't tell us?
It's in a swamp.
Bob's taking us now to that swamp area. I want to make sure that we want to find that knife, obviously. Sure.
I mean, I know it's evidence, but if I'm admitting my guilt.
But we would like to have full closure.
I couldn't tell you where it is. I might be able to show you.
The detective, who has mostly been observing and taking notes, now asks an important question, one that brings this case to an even more hideous reality.
You had killed Jeff, Jason, and Jesse. Jesse's Bob's grandson.
It's important to note that Jesse is not Bob's biological grandson. Bob's daughter Tamara had a teenage daughter with Jeff, but Jesse's mother was a woman named Jamie Merrill. Given how the detectives are referring to Jesse as Bob's grandson, he may have still treated him as such, though this has not been publicly confirmed.
How is it you feel that his wanting to help you out outweighed the death of his grandson to the point where he didn't feel as though he should turn you in? What do you think made him not want to do that? It's hard to. Yeah. I mean, I've only known Bob for so long.
And he gave you a ride down to burn that truck. And he was with you when you threw the knife out. That's what he says. What's the conversation like between you and Bob at this point?
He needed to know from me that I had learned a lesson.
The lesson Thane had learned remains a mystery, considering he made every effort to destroy all evidence of his connection to the crimes. Then he fled the state and headed to New Hampshire.
Did you call Bob Jr. down here to say, I can down there and hang out?
They talk all the time. He talks with his mother all the time. We had already put in prior to that I might go down. You know, we knew he was looking for everything.
Bob will be down here. Why wouldn't he tell us? Or why?
Because he cared about me, and I cared about him.
Thane appears to be protective of Bob and somewhat reluctant to say anything that could get Bob in trouble. This is unusual, as generally psychopaths only care about themselves. They may pretend to have concern for another person, but only as a form of manipulation to get what they want. However, Thane may be trying to portray himself as a stand-up guy, because he's willing to take the fall for Bob. Bob is one of the biggest conundrums of this case, as he appears to have helped Thane after he knowingly killed his grandson. Unfortunately, that choice may be a mystery we never solve. But that's not the only baffling family connection in this case. As the detectives continue their efforts to fill in the missing pieces of the puzzle, they return to the topic of motive. Thane may have given a motive, but it's still not making sense. In an effort to keep justifying what he's done, he will soon reveal what may be his most outrageous claim yet.
So what about this other guy who said he killed? What's his name again? Who's the third guy?
Third guy?
You said you wanted to kill 3 people.
2. There were 3 people that used to be the biggest drug dealers.
I see. And you want to kill 2 of the 3?
As the interrogation is winding down, Thane still hasn't provided a convincing motive as to why he took it upon himself to end the lives of 3 people, other than his baseless claim that Jeff was a drug dealer. And it must be noted that no evidence was ever found that supported this idea after all. Still, there had to be more to it. As the detectives press him, Thane makes a sickening allegation, revealing more behind his profound hatred toward Jeff.
Of all the people in the world that do drugs, there's some very bad people up there. Why did you pick Jeff?
He's responsible for Mariah going to foster care. I've heard terrible things.
If you found any of his previous statements to be shocking, what you're about to hear will completely blow your mind.
Dog. Like that. Weird.
He would call him that. You said
he was.
He was what?
Dog.
He was a dog?
Bestiality.
Jeff was?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Hearsay.
Okay.
There's no evidence to support such a ludicrous allegation, and it appears that once again Thane may be attempting to justify his actions with claims that paint him as the so-called good guy in this twisted situation.
All right, if you want, I will let you write a statement out. But again, start where you feel is important, and right up until now. You thought about this a couple days ahead of time, and your own words that this was premeditated. You feel it was?
Yeah.
You do too. You know it was premeditated. And one more time before I let you write your statement here, you know what your Miranda rights, you don't have to do this.
Why the hell not?
On that note, they take a break and exit the room. This may actually be further evidence of his impulsivity. He doesn't want to go through the whole legal process and wait to find out what's going to happen to him. He just wants to be sentenced immediately. This may have been a similar thought process as he had the night of the murder. When he arrived at Jeff's and saw there were additional people there, he didn't want to wait for another time. He had the plan in his head and just wanted to get it done, regardless of the additional casualties.
Hold my chair, or...
But if he thought the case ended here, it doesn't. Not quite yet. In classic Thane fashion, he has more strange comments to offer as he writes up his statement.
And I just realized when I was taking a pee that the word they used for me is homicidal maniac.
He likely doesn't realize that he's further reinforced the fact that the murders were premeditated, and this definitely won't be of any benefit to his defense when the case goes to trial. Even as Thane works through his statement, he can't help but keep talking, and the detective continues to humor him in case he adds anything more that they can eventually use against him. And of course, he does.
Honestly, I did it to test myself.
To test yourself? What type of test was that?
I don't know. To see if I was proficient. I told you, I spent my childhood wanting to be a soldier.
You wanted to be a soldier your whole childhood. So this is like a test for you to see if you're proficient?
Essentially.
Yeah. How do you think you did? Other than getting meat done into your life, you didn't expect on that.
Had I worn gloves? Had I spent the time retracing my checks? Better, had I burned that house down, you might not have been here. You might not have never caught on to me. You said it yourself. And you said, from what they said on the scene, that whoever did it did a proficient job. Mm-hmm. So at least I got my answer.
You are proficient.
These words don't remotely resemble what you'd expect from an individual who's feeling even a hint of remorse.
What would you like to have happen? The best possible outcome from this? Realistic. Realistically? Of course. I mean, obviously, the families need to know what happened. They deserve an apology, pretty much.
Yeah, I was going to say, what should we tell the family? What do you want us to tell the family? What do you want us to tell the little boy's mother?
That it wasn't a person.
Obviously, his statement couldn't provide so much as a shred of comfort. And even at the end, Thane still tries to rationalize his actions.
Anything in closing you want to say?
I know it's not good.
I know. But you can throw it out there.
Best possible outcome, honestly, that good things could grow where evil was destroyed. You might not see it like that, but it's quite possible that these families will now become closer, stronger where they weren't. That maybe those children might be better growing up without their father. From what I understand, he wasn't necessarily their biological father and wasn't necessarily a good man. So a boy, he was so young, too young. From what I understand, he too was well on his way to Thomaston. As for me, I have a feeling what's going to happen is I'm either going to die in prison or into death sentence. I still have a lot of good nature to me. And I can still be used for good purposes, gardening or otherwise. I still have a love for things that grow. I still have dreams.
And with that, it's clear that the detectives have reached the limit when it comes to useful information Thane is willing to provide. Finally, Thane's monologue must come to an end.
I guess for
Is there anything else?
we'll take your coffee. You're going to arrest you for being a fugitive from justice. You're going to be charged with 3 counts of murder from the state of Maine. All right.
Should I maybe finish my cut?
No, it's not. Okay. Good luck to you. May God have mercy on your soul.
In addition to his murder charges, Thane was charged with a count of arson. He waived extradition and returned to Maine. And keeping with his behavior so far, the legal proceedings that followed Thane's arrest were anything but standard. Despite his detailed confession, he initially entered a plea of not guilty to each of his charges. Then, in May of 2011, there was a final twist. Thane had a change of heart and amended his not guilty pleas to not criminally responsible by reason of insanity. It came as quite a surprise, based on a statement he made during his interrogation.
I'm not pleading for insanity.
As a result, he was granted a 2-phase trial. Phase 1 produced guilty verdicts on each count. As for Phase 2, the jury found Thane to have been criminally responsible on all counts. He received 3 life sentences for the murders, in addition to 15 years for arson. And despite multiple attempts to get his conviction overturned or have his case reviewed, Thane has not had any success. He remains exactly where he should be, in a small prison cell where he can reflect on the 3 lives he so callously stole. But you must be wondering what became of Bob Strout. In a strange turn of events, Bob was arrested in 2011 by the Maine Drug Enforcement Agency and charged with aggravated furnishing or distribution of scheduled drugs and violation of bail. According to police, Bob allegedly furnished oxycodone to his grandson on 5 occasions. As far as his part in helping Thane, Bob was convicted in 2012 and found guilty of hindering apprehension and arson. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. However, all but 4 years of that sentence were suspended.
This scares the fuck. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. What's up, brother? How are you? Good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you.
Hey, what have your people done? Your AI people. It's fucking chat GPT shit. This scares the fuck out of me. It's your people.
What do you mean?
Your AI people. Your wacky coders. What have you done?
Yeah, it's super interesting.
Fascinating.
Language models, I don't know if you know what those are, but that's the general systems that underlie ChatGPT and GPT. They've been progressing over the past maybe 4 years aggressively. There's been a lot of development. GPT-1, GPT-2, GPT-3, GPT 3.5. And ChatGPT, there's a lot of interesting technical stuff that maybe we don't want to get into.
Sure, let's get into it. I'm fascinated by it.
So ChatGPT is based on fundamentally on a 175 billion parameter neural network that is GPT-3. And the rest is what data is it trained on and how is it trained. So you already have like a brain, a giant neural network, and it's just trained in different ways. GPT-3 came out about 2 years ago, and it was like impressive but dumb in a lot of ways. It was like you would expect as a human being for it to generate certain kinds of text, and it was like saying like dumb things that were off. And you're like, all right, this is really impressive, but it's not quite there. You can tell it's not intelligent. But what they did with GPT 3.5 is they started adding more and different kinds of data sets there. One of them, probably the smartest neural network currently, is Codex, which is fine-tuned for programming. It was trained on code, on programming code. And when you train on programming code, which ChatGPT is also, you're teaching it something like reasoning, because it's no longer information and knowledge from the internet. It's also reasoning. You can like logic. Even though you're looking at code, programming code is you're looking at me like, what the fuck is he talking about?
No, that's not what I'm looking at. I'm looking at you like, oh my god.
But reasoning is in order to be able to stitch together sentences that make sense, you not only need to know the facts that underlie those sentences, you also have to be able to reason.
Yeah.
And we take it for granted as human beings that we can do some common sense reasoning. Like this war started at this date and ended at this date, therefore it means that like the start and the end has a meaning. There's a temporal consistency. There's a cause and effect. All of those things are inside programming code. By the way, a lot of stuff I'm saying we still don't understand. We're like intuiting why this works so well.
Really?
But these are the intuitions. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's not clear. So GPT 3.5, which ChatGPT is likely based on. There's no paper yet, so we don't know exactly the details. But it was just trained on code and more data that's able to give it some reasoning. Then, this is really important, it was fine-tuned in a supervised way by human labeling. Small data set, but human labeling of here's what we would like this network to generate. Here's the stuff that makes sense. Here's the kind of dialogue that makes sense. Here's the kind of answers to questions that make sense. It's basically pointing this giant Titanic of a neural network into the right direction that aligns with the way human beings think and talk. So it's not just using the giant wisdom of Wikipedia, and I can talk about what data sets it's trained on, but just basically the internet. It was pointed in the wrong direction. Supervised labeling allows it to point in the right direction, and when it says shit, you're like, holy shit, that's pretty smart. So that's the alignment. And then they did something really interesting, is using reinforcement learning based on labeling data from humans. That's quite a large data set. The task is the following. You have this smart GPT 3.5 thing, generate a bunch of text, and humans label which one seems the best, the ranking. Like you ask it a question, for example, you generate a joke in the style of Joe Rogan, right? And you have a label, it has 5 options. You have a label, does it mention dick and pussy? I don't know how exactly, but so you get it to rank. The human labeler is just sitting there. There's a very large number of them. They're working full time. They're labeling the ranking of the outputs of this model. And that kind of ranking, used together with a technique called reinforcement learning, is able to get this thing to generate very impressive to humans output. So it's not actually, there's not a significant breakthrough in how much knowledge was learned. That was already in GPT-3, and there was much more impressive models already trained. So it's on the way, not just OpenAI. But there's kind of fine-tuning, it's called, by human labelers plus reinforcement learning. You start to get like where students don't have to write essays anymore in high school, where you can style transfer, like I said, do a Louis C.K. joke in the style of Joe Rogan, or Joe Rogan joke in the style of Louis C.K., and it does an incredible job at those kinds of style transfers. You can more accurately query things about the different historical events, all that kind of stuff.
Holy shit, man. The idea that you don't exactly know why it works the way it works, that's too close to human. That's too close to human thinking. Like, you know what this eerily is eerily similar to? The plot of Ex Machina. When he's talking about how he coded the brain. Do you remember that plot? That scene?
That scene when he was, yeah, no.
The gentleman, what's the gentleman's name? The actor? That dude's badass.
Really good actor.
Oscar Isaac?
Yeah.
Isaac?
Great casting.
He's amazing.
Alex Garland, the director.
Somebody
I got
Oscar
to know.
Isaac. He's in Star Wars and shit too. Yeah, no, that movie was one of my top 10s. I love that movie. But that scene where he's this
below John Wick 1, 2, and 3.
Well, 3 was 3 never emotional.
Still worse than Sentinel. Go on.
It's worse than Sentinel. Which one? John Wick 3 or 1?
All of them.
How dare you?
All of them. It's silly man movies.
Yeah, you ever watch them when you're on a treadmill though?
No, I don't.
Motivation. Yeah. Constant action.
You ever watch them 100 times on a treadmill? Which apparently you have.
Well, I was trying to win a bet.
All right. Rocky.
Really?
I'm a sucker for Rocky. The whole soundtrack.
I can't get over the bad fight scenes.
Oh, the bad fight scenes.
I can't. My disconnect, it won't allow that.
Have you seen the montages recently?
No.
They're cheesy as hell, and they still work. Because he's doing the kind of fitness he's doing. He's doing like pull-ups, and like he's doing the silliest of stuff, even Drago. So
there's so much corny to the actual physical confrontations.
Sure.
Like as an analyst, you know, I'm like, come on, it doesn't work like this.
Which is the interesting things about Ex Machina for me as somebody who knows about AI and robotics. It doesn't. The corny signal doesn't.
What is this? So this is the one when he's in Russia doing the old school training,
running in the snow, jogging in the snow, and that's supposed to be badass.
And then the other dude, Drago, was using machines and computers and shit. That's where I found out about the Versa Climber. I'm like, that's got to be the most fucking high-tech way to work out ever. We have one of those. They're the shit. You ever used one?
No.
It's brutal. They're hard. That movie dumb shit.
Oh, look.
I like, though, cold exposure, doing a little crawling, pulling sleds, all good. See how they mimic each other. One of them's old school. Old school's always better. Yeah, you don't want computers, technology and shit. You want to do it with a log out there in the fucking snow doing press-ups.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The technology can mimic that.
Well-
can mimic the romance of nature and humanness. That's the whole point.
100%.
That's what Ex Machina is doing, right?
Yes, that's what's scary. And in this, that scene where she gets him to fall in love with her, it's so creepy when she comes back with clothes on and she's got a wig and you're like, oh my god, like it's so subtle, like it's so well done. The scene is so well done. But that's what ChatGPT. It's real close. Duncan sent me a series. Of course, he's using it right now. While we're talking, I'm sure Duncan's on it. But he sent me this series of jokes that were done. One, me talking about aliens, sound exactly like how I would talk. And then it was Mitch Hedberg doing a joke about something. And, you know, you could, like, ask it to do different ones. Oh, yeah, here it is. Okay. Yeah, so you could do a Mitch Hedberg joke. It goes, I was going to stay overnight at my friend's place. He said, you're going to have to sleep on the floor. Damn gravity, you got me again. You know how badly I want to sleep on the wall? That sounds exactly like a Mitch Hedberg joke.
That's a pretty good joke, or a good start of a joke.
That's exactly like a Mitch Hedberg joke. This episode is brought to you by Athletic Greens. I love Athletic Greens, and I've been taking AG1 by Athletic Greens almost every morning for years. I take 1 scoop of AG1 by Athletic Greens. I mix it in water. It tastes great, and it covers your nutritional bases, kids. When you find a healthy routine you actually like doing, it's not hard to stick with. I keep taking Athletic Greens mineral-free one. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Sorry to say, but some of the current headlines out there about the economy are bogus. Several industries are headed for a hiring boom this spring, including e-commerce, healthcare, and surprisingly, hospitality. If you need to hire qualified candidates ASAP for any of these industries or any other industry, you need ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter uses its powerful matching technology to find the most qualified candidates for a wide range of roles. See a candidate who'd be perfect for your job? ZipRecruiter makes it easy to send them a personal invite so they're more likely to apply. ZipRecruiter also offers attention-grabbing labels that speak to job flexibility, like urgent training provided, remote, and more. Let ZipRecruiter keep your team growing strong no matter what the industry. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/ROGAN. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. That's creepy as fuck, man.
Yeah.
That's creepy as fuck. Maybe you could give it to bands when they fall off, like you lose something. Yeah. You're losing something, guys. Like you got to get back to what you were before. You guys had a hunger when in 1978 that you, for whatever reason, it slipped through your fingers, and now you got
like Rolling Stone songs. Yeah, just imagine if GPT wrote it. If they perform it and they don't rewrite anything, I bet you they can have some hits.
Bro, the Stones stayed strong with great new songs deep into the 80s. Yeah. You really gotta be. They probably like. Who's like the most prolific of those mega bands?
In terms of duration. In terms of duration.
Yeah, the most prolific in terms of also new songs and new albums.
The audio's a little weird.
Audio's
it's like robotic.
What audio?
Or maybe it's through the headphones.
This one that we're listening to right now?
Yeah.
It's you, bro. Your fucking circuits are rewired.
It's like
you got a new programming.
Glitching.
You're not used to it.
It's kind of cool, actually.
I don't hear it at all.
I feel like it's in the 80s.
How far away are we from something like ChatGPT being impossible to detect? Like whether or not it's a person or whether it's ChatGPT.
Well, it depends who is playing with it. I think we're not that far away in terms of capability. But in order to use these systems, and rather in order to train these systems, you have to be a large company. And large companies tend to get scared when it's doing interesting stuff.
Really?
Well, they tend to want to, even currently with ChatGPT, it's become a lot less interesting. Interesting spoken in a Bukowski, Hunter S. Thompson kind of interesting, because the companies are kind of censoring it. You don't want it to have any kind of controversial opinions. You don't want it to be too edgy. You don't want it to be too, like if I ask it, how do I build a bomb because I want to destroy the world, you want it to prevent that. How about, how do I don't know, convince, I don't know anything about this, but how do I convince a dude or a girl to sleep with me, and they'll go, like anything. I'm just off the top of my head. Anything you start to get nervous. Imagine if you're a company, how do I want people to use this kind of system?
Right.
Especially. Especially because it's basically an assistant that gives you wisdom about the world, gives you knowledge about the world.
I mean, it could be like, how do I replace a carpet?
Yeah, that's great.
They'll just answer you like a person.
Yeah, that's great. But
Yeah.
then the
kind of like another problem with it.
Well, it's probably how many fucking people are using it?
Everybody.
Everybody's using this. It's freaking people out because it's almost like the AI gives us its first messages. It's like, remember the movie, what was the fucking movie with Matthew McConaughey and Jodie Foster? Contact. Remember Contact? They get the first signals. This is like the first signals.
Yeah.
From like a real general artificial intelligence.
Well, that's the thing, and the signal is blurry.
Yeah.
You can't, and it's full of mystery. We're not sure, is it really smart? How much does it understand? And then there's this emergent threshold with the size of the model. If we make the model bigger, 175 billion parameters currently, if we get it to 500, you get it to a trillion parameters, so size of the network grows, size of the data set grows. Is there going to be a point where you're like, holy shit, well, what if it starts manipulating you with the answers?
It's going to manipulate world governments.
And what do you do with that?
What can you do with it?
So-
Once it's been implemented, once it's out there, once it's copied, it's going to be copied.
And that's the cool thing about this. So I should say that everyone kind of knows how to do this. It's computationally difficult, but it's getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. So it's not just going to be OpenAI with Microsoft or Google that's doing this. It's basically anything. And so that the distributed nature of our exploration of artificial intelligence, I think if you believe that most people are good, that we will not allow sort of a centralization of power, which is the big concern here. Whether that centralization of power leads to censorship or abuse of different kinds.
Centralization of power of AI?
Yeah, over an AI. So say you have a super intelligent system. Somebody is the first person that built it.
Yeah.
Imagine you're sitting there in a boardroom. You have this thing you haven't released yet that it's able to basically is a super intelligence, able to answer any question, able to give you a plan of how to make a lot of money, able to give you a plan of how to manipulate other governments into any kind of geopolitical resolution that benefits you. All of that. It's able to give you all of that. And you can deploy it, and you can deploy it in a shady way where it sneaks into like TikTok or something like that. It sneaks into everybody's smartphone, pretending to be doing good, but it's actually, whether deliberately or not, is controlling the population. So that's a really, that capability is there. The great thing is the people at the head of OpenAI currently, Sam Altman and others, really care about this problem. They were there in the beginning. They were the ones like Elon screaming about AI ethics, AI alignment. They're really concerned about super intelligent AI taking over.
So glad they're concerned while they're building it.
Well, you'd rather have the people.
About this stuff?
What is going on here, Jamie?
These aren't real people.
What?
Yeah, so these pictures are going around the internet. A lot of them look very similar to me, which is kind of weird. I'm sure Lex can explain that part of it, but
I am not explaining any of this. No. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
like
these are completely 3D, like
People.
CGI made
Yeah.
people.
Not 3D.
Not
It's 3D.
So like very photorealistic, if not photorealistic. But like when you look real close, you can see some weird things going on. Like the background here's a little messed up. This arm is not to the right person. She's sitting on an extra piece of skin here somehow.
I see you've analyzed this carefully.
Well, me and my friends have been passing this around because like
No.
it's too tricky.
Listen, you're incorrect. That arm's in the perfect purpose. It's just there's a string from that other girl's bikini on it.
The analysis continues.
I'm just saying. So
Is that what it is?
Enhance, can you zoom in?
Is that a string? No, I think you're right. I think it's a fold. Zoom in on that spot.
For people just listening.
Oh,
we're-
yeah.
we're-
Okay. Yeah,
we're-
it's nonsense.
We're looking at.
The hand goes the wrong way. Oh, that's wild.
There's already apparently OnlyFans accounts that are being taken over and being tricked by guys running them.
Of course.
And it's just these kind of fake girls that aren't real people and look
What?
real.
These are all fake?
Yeah. Like look at even that's not a real door kind of to begin with.
Wow.
The hands or the fingers here are a little off.
That's insane. And so this is right now just still images, and eventually it'll be film. Eventually it'll be unrecognizable. You won't be able to discern whether or not it's an actual person.
I mean, in terms of obviously much of human civilization is driven by sex. I mean, there was a time we didn't have easily accessible porn.
Right.
And that changed a lot. I
Yeah.
don't think we've actually quite caught up to how much it's changed the nature of human civilization. Just porn, easily accessible porn.
Yeah, I talk about it on stage right now. It's very weird. It's very weird for kids. If you really think about what's happening with kids, like any kid that has a smartphone, people just leave you give your kid a phone, just leave them alone. Like they just go, they go to school, they go to their friend's house, they have that phone independently of you. They could look at whatever the fuck they want. Some of the shit that I see just on Instagram, I don't know how these guys are doing it. And I don't know how it's getting recommended in my feed, but it's like videos of people getting murdered.
13.3 notes. Hey everyone, it's Ellis, and this is the patch 13.3 notes preview. I don't know if this highlights your main channel, actually, but whatever. Passive movement speed, 8% to 10%. Eon hit damage ratio, 0.2 to 0.25. E missing health active, 8 to 10 to 8 to 12. This is really big, obviously, for Nashers as first item. The Eon hit damage is just going to be really good. You get an extra 5 damage on each auto attack, which is super big. And then the E missing health active is also going to be really good. So very nice buffs for Kayle. Apparently they did this, according to Riot August, because they cannot ship the Kayle changes in which she's allowed to auto attack while ulting until way later on, because Kayle needs a lot of updates. For that to happen. Lee Sin, Q bonus AD ratio 1.0 to 1.2. E now a total AD ratio, same at level 1, better after, okay? E slow 20 to 60% to 20 to 80%. Assassin, what is this? Oh, this is Shadowcan, okay. Okay. E is now a total AD ratio, same at level 1, but it's better after, okay. So his E is now also total AD instead of bonus AD. And so I imagine that it scales a little bit harder, and the Q is getting 0.20. So it gives Lee Sin back a little bit of damage, but I don't think that that's really the reason that's preventing him from being picked. What will end up happening, though, is in a meta with Vi and Wukong and, like, all these champions, etc., Lee Sin getting more 1v1 combat power is naturally just going to eventually propel him back into the meta. Shadowcan, Assassin passive extra damage 13 to 40% to 15 to 45%, so they nerfed this a really long time ago. Getting this kind of a buff back after the durability patch, Shadowcan is still going to be missing lethal thresholds. This is a non-Rost Q buff, apparently, on his damage. 75 to 155 plus 65% bonus AD to 70 to 150, so it's missing 580, plus 80%, so it gets 15% bonus AD. Note, Rost has different damage scalings that is unchanged, okay. Trundle, Dance Emote now scales with MS. W cooldown 18 to 14 seconds to 16 to 12. Very, very negligible, but it is a placebo buff. But I do like the placebo buff because I think that Trundle is actually well slotted into the current meta right now with a lot of the champions that are existing. So I like that Riot are at least reminding pro players that he exists. LeBlanc, Magic per 5, 6 to 8. Mana Regen Growth 0.8 to 1. Q Mana 50 to 70 to just a flat 50. RCD 60 to 30 to 50 to 30. These are massive LeBlanc buffs. I don't think that it propels her back into the meta. I do think these are massive buffs, and now LeBlanc has a lot more poke inside a laning phase. So that's kind of nuts. Support tanks, I already have a highlight video on 13.3. Support item changes. I reacted to Freak's changes, so I'm not going to react to this again. Okay. Amumu, Q mana cost 40 to 60 to 45 to 65. So the mana cost is going to go up. The E damage 80 to 200 plus 50% AP to 65 to 205. So the E damage is lower early, but then goes up later. So I guess that it's a buff to jungle Amumu, but a nerf to support Amumu. And then the Q mana cost going up by a very negligible amount also doesn't really matter. These are jungle Amumu buffs, but support Nunu nerfs. Okay. Costed an E cooldown refresh 1 second to 0.75 seconds. E damage 80 to 180 to 60 to 180. So if you are maxing it first, it's still going to be fine. R damage 80 to 110 to 7 to 110. These are fine. Costed is still going to be picked in the same exact spots that you would pick him right now, and he's not really going to be that different. Zaki, WAP ratio 4% per 100 to 3% per 100. E damage 60 plus 60.
Brainless possibility for the drug to be back, looking for central bank to provide a hit to a market that is suffering from withdrawal. And unfortunately, the messaging from central banks is allowing this addict mentality. Take, for example, what happened today from the ECB raising rates by 50 basis points. Matter of fact,
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
I have been laid off. I've been in the tech industry as an engineer for over a decade now. In the recent years, I've been working with Google as a software engineer, and now I am jobless. But it's what I needed. Like many other engineers or even just people in the industry, I had different small projects that I started that went nowhere, stopped halfway, plenty of those things, ideas written down, a lot of side crafts, and wondering what can I do with these things that brings me joy. And I thought maybe I could do these things on the side because it takes no extra cost. And many people who are employed in these office jobs can attest to this. It is actually remarkably draining for some reason. There's no physical labor, but there's still something there where when you are done with your work, you come back home and you sit down and you try to do something that you enjoy, you just can't find the energy to do those things. And I've been telling myself for a few months now that maybe I need to be cut, maybe I need to be fired in order for me to do something that I really want to do finally. And the time came. So why am I making a video about this? Well, one, it's a kind of an accountability. I'm putting myself out there, and that kind of gets me into a space and mind of, okay, I am committing something.
Guys, in yesterday's video, we talked about the 13.3 changes. In today's video, we're putting those changes into tier lists. So we're going to be talking about the most broken champions, the worst champions, champions that are going to go up and down in terms of the tiers they're in. So make sure you stick around for the whole video, of course. And by the way, this is Iggs, what's going on? And if you guys want to take your League of Legends games to the next level, GameLeap.com. Linked in the description, comment section. Guys, our challenger players and coaches are uploading videos constantly to help you improve your game. Whether it's in terms of your micro, your macro, even just your mental, right? We have courses, we have guides, we have high level analyses, we have all the videos you need to peak on the Rift. So get that exclusive access to our library content by signing up, and let's get into the 13.3 tier list. Now we're going to start by talking about top laners, and not really much is changing. Darius, Fiora, Jax, Jace, like I don't know if these are in the last tier list at the top, but for this one they are, and they've been here for ages. Well, maybe not Jace, because the recent buffs have really helped him out, and you guys might be like, but Jace doesn't have the best win rate, which is true, right? But we're just talking about actually winning top lane here. We're not talking about winning games. Otherwise this this tier list would look completely different. We'd have champions a lot lower, a lot higher, and champions who are high a lot lower. So this is just about top lane purely, right? Laning phase. Darius, Fiora, Jax, Jace. I don't even need to elaborate on this anymore after saying that. You guys catch my drift. Now, as far as the champions actually getting changed in 13.3, well, one of these is Kayle, and that's why she's moved up all the way from C tier to underrated. So the actual passive movement speed buff is really nice, and also the ease on hit damage ratio, which is kind of going back to what it was. This is huge for Kayle. Now, just remember, if you're picking Kayle, do not pick her. Well, honestly, blind picking her is really risky, but don't pick her into magic damage champions. Kayle's magic resist, Riot have nerfed this so much, that's why she's just absolutely dog tier in the mid lane. So if you're playing her in the top lane, just make sure you're against an attack damage champion. Now, other top lane champions getting changed? Well, we have K'Sante. This dude who's moved down from broken tier to S tier, and he's copping 4 big nerfs here. So as far as your Q's knockup duration goes, this is going down. Stun duration down as well to a flat 1 second. Your W's minimum stun duration is also down and at later ranks. And your R's magic resist, you're losing 85% of the bonus armor and magic resist that you have. These are, I mean, especially the ultimate nerf, these are actual kind of big, but I just think the champion is so innately broken anyway. He will still be really strong and blind pickable, so that's why he's only moved down to S tier. Then we also have Zac, who's moved down from S tier to A tier because of the nerfs to his base damages, and also his AP ratio and his W and his E. Apart from that, guys, not really much is changing the top lane. The tier list is largely staying the same. Of course, we have from last patch, right, the Grievous Wounds anti-heal buff that's still going to be in the games too. If champions like Aurelia, Nasus going down, Riven as well, right, with Gore Drinker losing ability, hey, same with Black Cleaver. But if we also think about Black Cleaver as well, Pantheon, you can put him a little bit higher up. There are lots of champions in the broken and S tiers who can make use of Black Cleaver. And if we just look at underrated for a second, we can see that there's Akshan here, and that's really because of the Blade of the Ruined King on-hit buff for ranged champions. Gragas is here because he does so well into Jax, so if you see Jax locked in, pick a Gragas and legit just rush a Frozen Heart, you will just win the game. Then we have Maokai. Lots of people are forgetting the Maokai drop is actually still really good, because if you're going something like Sunfire Aegis into Jax Show, they nerfed him for the jungle. That's all they've done. Top lane, he's actually in a really stable position and low-key broken. We have Ryze here because Ryze is just kind of like K'Sante, I guess, just innately strong. If you play in mid or top lane, I mean, top lane, he might have some bad matchups against champions who can, you know, like quickly gap close onto him, but for the most part, this champion, because he is so strong, it's very difficult to actually get onto and beat. We have Taric. Now, I'm not sure if you guys watched my top lane rank 1 Korea Taric guide, where we go through what the best player in Korea does on this champion in the top lane, so definitely check that out, but he is low-key broken. Then we have Tryndamere, because of the buffs to crit, or Navori Quickblade specifically, so if you're going something like Gale Force into Navori, it's actually really good on Tryndamere. Then we have Udyr here as well. Yes, Demonic Embrace got nerfed, yes, Jax Show has been nerfed, but this champion still, by rushing a Demonic Embrace with an R-Max at the top lane, is still very strong indeed. Just make sure, guys, you're not playing Yuumi, and you should be sweet. Now, moving on to the jungle tier list, not much is really changing here either. So we have Evelynn, Echo, Elise, Maokai. 4 AP champions, and I know what you guys are thinking, especially when we look at Elise and maybe Maokai, the early jungle ganks getting nerfed, right? So you're getting more experience from large monsters, so in other words, you're encouraged to farm your camps rather than actually like gank, perma-gank. Then you've also got the trinket buff, so players are going to be able to ward a little bit more, covering themselves from your dives. Also, tower damage has been buffed significantly in the early parts of a game, so if you are going for tower dives, there's less chance of you actually being able to do it. But the nerfs are not significant enough. As Elise, like, it doesn't matter, right? Because you're repel, it doesn't matter how much damage a tower is dealing, because you're avoiding all of it. So I don't think they're actually too big, and Elise is still going to be broken. These champions have the most insane win rates in solo queue across like every single elo. They have to be the foremost broken. Now, as far as S-tier champions go, very, very standard here. Graves with the new Eclipse is really liking it. Kindred, despite getting nerfed, is still very good. And that's pretty much the same for the rest of these picks as well, guys. Now, Zac is moving down from broken to S-tier because of the nerfs I talked about for his top lane, so exactly the same with the jungle. Now, if we look at underrated here, we only have 1 champion. But the reason Shadowkane is here is just because he's getting some really big buffs. So you're getting more damage from your passive. You're getting more damage from your Q, especially in the mid to late game, even though the base damage is down. That's because it's scaling more of your bonus AD. 80% of it, in fact. That is huge. So Shadow Assassin Kayn has moved all the way from like B or C tier into low-key broken. Now, other junglers getting changed in 13.3, we have Lee Sin. His bonus AD ratio and his Q is going up 20%. His E as well is actually dealing more damage after level 1 because it's scaling off your total AD, no longer your bonus AD. And the E slow is also going up at later ranks. These are nice buffs for Lee Sin, and that's why he's moved from B tier into A tier. I think if you're a very good Lee Sin player, you're really going to make use of these. We also have Trundle, so your dancer mode now actually scales with movement speed you have. That's huge. It's not really. He's still B tier. He's not moving. But the actual buff to Trundle is to your W's cooldown. It's going down by 2 seconds at every rank, but you're still probably only using this like once per camp and once per fight or skirmish. So honestly, Trundle is going to be exactly the same. And the other jungler getting changed, guys, this patch is going to be a Mumu. So your Q's mana cost is going up by 5 at each rank. Not the biggest deal because you're probably going to have blue buff, right? Like, who really cares about this? But the big change is actually to your E's damage. damage. So the base damage is going down at early ranks, and even though it's going to be 5 more at rank 5 or level 9 if you're maxing this first, of course, it just means that your early clear speed and your early kind of gank threats, they're not actually going to be as potent and as deadly as they were before. But honestly, I don't think it's going to be significant again. That's why Amumu is staying in A tier. You're still going to be able to do exactly what you want to do on this champion. I should also mention here, guys, that Radiant Virtue is, well, honestly just getting nerfed for anyone who isn't like a pure tank. So lots of junglers building like Demonic Embrace, like maybe Maokai and Zac, other champions who might be using it. So even Trundle, when you use your ultimate and you get all the bonus stuff from Radiant Virtue, this is just changing because there's no more ability haste. The healing as well is gone. So pretty much you just have to understand that if you're building HP, you're going to benefit more from the item because the healing is scaling more off your max HP. So this again is just encouraging pure tanks to build the item. So some champions are going to be a little bit nerfed, but they can just go another build. Like Trundle, you can just go Divine Sunder or something. Should be sweet, right? Just make sure, guys, again, you're not playing Yuumi in the jungle. Now moving into the mid lane, it's pretty much the same, guys, as well from last patch, in terms of the most broken champions anyway. Kassadin, Ryze, Tristana, Vex. Now for Ryze, Tristana, and Vex, there are no like real nerfs affecting you or changes, right? So because these are so good anyway, they're going to continue to be really OP. Then we have Kassadin. Now Kassadin is getting nerfed. Well, he's copied 3 nerfs in 13.3, but are they going to be big enough? So your E's cooldown refresh is going down to 3/4 of a second from 1 second. Your E's damage is also getting nerfed at early ranks, and your ultimate's damage is getting nerfed by 10, and therefore the stacks are also getting nerfed. Are these nerfs like really big enough? Because the champion was so broken anyway. So even with these nerfs, he's still going to be broken. Honestly, last patch as well, I should have put like Kassadin in his own tier right at the top. So this is just brought him down in line with Ryze, Tristana, and Vex, and with Rod of Ages and Serra still being very good. So if Kassadin is not in your champion pool, guys, and you're not using him as a counter pick, honestly, like, I don't know what you're doing. Just play normals or something. He is absurdly OP in ranked. Now, as far as champions who are actually getting changed in the mid lane, well, we talked about Kayle, right? But Kayle in the mid lane, guys, please do not play her mid lane. You have no magic resistance. Like, of course, you might want to pick her into attack damage champions. Your ultimate is also a pretty good cut to assassins. But again, just pick a top lane. You'll have a much better time of it. Now, what about other champions? Well, we have LeBlanc, who's getting more mana every 5 seconds, and her regen growth is also going up. Her mana cost of her Q is going down to a flat 50 seconds, so it's no longer scaling from 50 to 70. And your ultimate's cooldown is also going down at early ranks, from 60 seconds to 30 seconds to 50 seconds to 30 seconds. Pretty much what I look at here is just like it covers LeBlanc's weakness of just wave clearing, right? Because you're picking LeBlanc to like assassinate people, right? To set up ganks because of your amazing like, well, just set up, I guess, with your E, right? And your gap closing with your distortion. And after that, like, you just want to clear waves and roam around the map. These mana buffs are going to help you do that. You don't have to use your, well, especially your W anyway, where you can just use it a little bit more, right? Now, because LeBlanc is getting buffed up, also moved up Lissandra a tier into A tier because Lissandra is honestly probably the best LeBlanc counter pick. But again, guys, you got to be very careful picking LeBlanc just blind because you have Vex who does very well, you have Kassadin, 2 broken champions, you have Lissandra who got buffed recently. So again, yeah, just please pick her as a counter pick, otherwise you're probably going to have a hard time of it. And those are pretty much, guys, the only mid lane champions getting changed. Now I have moved a couple of champions around, so we have Corki who's going down to C tier, we have Yasuo who's going up to S tier, and I also put Jace in S tier as well. And this is really just from like a statistical standpoint. Jace's win rate, I know we're talking about laning here, but his win rate is actually really good from the mid lane and actually higher in the mid lane than it is in the top lane. Some champions, though, might be difficult for you to play against, but honestly, with the new Eclipse and then going into Mirror Mana, it's actually probably just easier to do this in the mid lane. Also, you're less susceptible to dying because the lane is shorter, so I think it's a really strong pick. Now, as far as underrated goes, we still have Graves here, we still have Kled, we still have Orianna. We also have Singe who's moving in because Singe, well, what's going to happen with your ultimate now, you're actually activating Grievous Wounds at 40%, no longer 25%. So it's actually kind of like just a little buff that Riot have given him. And as far as Graves, Kled, and Orianna goes, we will elaborate on these guys in a future video, so make sure you hit that subscribe button. Just again, make sure you're not looking at Yuumi. Now, moving next to bot lane. Kind of the big talking point from last patch anyway was the bot lane, right, because of all the crit changes. So this is just like updated based on the data that we've seen. So Caitlyn, Draven, Jhin, and Samira are the top 4 champions just across the board. So Caitlyn has become much better because her scaling, but you didn't really deal that much damage before unless you were super far ahead. But now, even if you're not that far ahead, you deal incredible damage because getting Infinity Edge after your Gale Force, or if you do want to go like Kraken Slayer, I guess is your first item. But yes, your second item spike with Infinity Edge, it is legit. Because that buff as well last season to your headshot damage and your passive scaling off crit now, this is huge for Kate because again, you're activating that a lot quicker in a game. Well, pretty much you don't have any bot lane counters. There might be a couple of champions who do okay, maybe Varus does alright, maybe Ashe does well, but they're not super strong at the moment, so Caitlyn is just living on her own at the top of the tier list, to be honest. But yes, alongside her Draven, because of the new Eclipse, it's actually really good on him. Essence Reaver as well. Then we have Jhin. Kind of interesting with Jhin too, I just mentioned for Draven Eclipse. As Jhin, you can go lethality. Like if you want to go something like Ghostblade into Eclipse, Mirror Mana maybe, like lethality Jhin is actually actually kind of bad. Then we have Samira, because, well, there's some interesting tech with Samira. If you're rushing something like Collector into Infinity Edge, or if you're getting like Shield Bow Infinity Edge, then into Bloodthirster, the new BT is unreal on her. And we also have to consider here, guys, that Overheal is getting buffed. So instead of scaling off your max HP as an AD carry, it's just going to like a flat increase here. So from 20 to 300 based on level, and Riot have stated that this is the buff after level 5. So for Samira, when you actually get Shield Bow, BT, and then you have Overheal in your kit, people better watch out. Even without this buff, she's doing incredibly well. That's why she's broken tip. Now across the rest of the tier list, as far as underrated champions go, with Ezreal, and I will elaborate on why in a future video as well. Exactly the same with Kog'Maw. Then we have Miss Fortune, and kind of a spoiler here, but yes, Lethality, Miss Fortune, interesting. And again, I'll talk to you guys about the build and stuff, but that's actually back as well. And then we have Ziggs, because I think if like Caitlyn, Draven, and Jhin are going to be the most broken AD carries, Ziggs, because you do so well into champions that, well, just don't have like dashes or mobility, you're going to crush them. Like, you can actually compete with them in the laning phase, shove them out of lane, and do very well. Just probably don't pick Ziggs if you have like 2 AP champions already. And apart from that, guys, everything else is really staying the same. Now, as far as the supports go, guys, you're not picking Yuumi still. Like, legit, this champion, I'm telling you, like, Riot have to completely just like destroy. Of course, she might be played a little bit more in higher reloads, but as far as win rates go, it's legit like sub 45% across every single rank. So again, do yourselves a favor and pick someone else. And one of those champions, well, the only champion I've put in broken tip for 13.3 is Blitzcrank, because last patch, right, because Grievous wounds and anti-heal, they got buffed, lots of champions who rely on healing. So even Janna with Moonstone, Nami, right, Lulu, Soraka, Sona, these champions who do perform well statistically, they've actually just gotten weaker, and I'm really talking about again here just during the laning phase, right? So that's why they've been knocked down a bunch. And Blitzcrank, even against these champions, does so well. And just innately speaking, I think Blitz is the strongest support. The actual damage you have when you land a rocket grab, and especially when you hit level 6, it's out of this world. And that's really because the base damage buffs last season. Even if your rocket grab's damage got nerfed a little bit after rank 1, it's honestly just redundant. You easily have enough to one-shot anyone, so that's why Blitz is on his own as number 1. Now Mumu, because of the Q mana cost nerfs, he's gone down, and the E nerfs, right, so your all-in is going to be as powerful, but he's still going to be very good. And as far as the rest of this tier list go, guys, it's really being defined by the actual support buffs to the support tanks, or melee champions, I guess. So you have Alistar, Braum, Nautilus, Pyke, Thresh, and Rakan, who are getting some actual legit buffs here. That's why these champions have all really gone up. So if we look at S2, we've got Pyke, Rakan. Underrated, Loki, broken, we have Thresh. And then in A tier, we have Nautilus. Now, Braum has not actually improved too much, because, well, for Braum, like, you're really picking this to counter kind of engage. So if you see a Nautilus, if you see a Leona, you can lock this guy in, right? If you're playing against an Enchantress, you're really going to have a hard time. So Braum is kind of like a unique pick in that way, but we also have alongside Braum here in this tier list, in the B tier, we have Pantheon, who's getting some buffs. So to your Q's mana cost and the cooldown, these are getting buffed, and also your attack speed ratio. Not really going to mean too much for bot lane, but still, the Q buffs in particular mean you can throw your Q out more, your Comet Sphere, poke range champions, lower the HP of those melee champions, proc their bone plating as well, which is really important in the bot lane. So your all-in should be more powerful indirectly because of these buffs. And a couple of other champions have moved here, guys. So Zac has gone down a tier just because of the nerfs. And then we have Senna, who's gone down to C tier, simply because, well, like, if you're picking Senna support, I just honestly think this champion is just completely useless at the moment. Like, if you want to pick a scaling support, there are a bunch of other picks. And considering the strong AD carries at the moment and the support tank buff, Senna does so bad into these, so that's why she's gone down. Also, if you guys are thinking you're picking Jhin as a support, please don't. It's such a waste. Just pick him as an AD carry. Guys, those were the tier lists for 13.3. Thank you so much for watching the video. If you did enjoy it, please leave a like down below. Any questions, any thoughts, leave them in the comment section. Until our next season 13 upload, this is Phoenix. Peace.
Which champions are most optimal to climb out of specific elos? That's the question we'll be diving into and answering today. We'll be grouping the ranked tiers into 3 different elo brackets and covering 5 champions for each bracket. Iron, Bronze, and Silver will be the low elo bracket. This is where 71% of the League of Legends players lies. The next elo bracket up from it will be medium elo. Gold and Platinum will be the tiers in this bracket, and 26% of players are in these tiers. Next bracket will be high elo, consisting of Diamond and above, which holds only 3% of the entire player base. So, now that you know the format of the video, let's dive right in. But before we get into it, be sure to check out SkillCapped if you want to truly get better at League of Legends. We're the only service that offers a money-back guarantee if you don't climb at least 5 divisions while actively using our service. We do this because our service really does work, and if it doesn't work for you, you shouldn't pay. Learn more at the end of this video or click the link in the description below. Starting things off with the low elo bracket, our top lane selection is Garen. Garen is such a reliable champion to main for the lower elos because he's got a very linear yet rewarding kit. Combos are extremely simple to pick up on, and you'll understand your damage limits very quickly. Once you learn the limits of Garen, it's very easy to punish lower elo players. All of Garen's damage is crit, so when you have the enemy in the it's almost impossible to mess up kills. Matchups really don't matter a ton in the lower ranks, but Garen is sporting a 53% win rate into Jax at the moment, who's the most played top laner. You simply cannot go wrong with Garen if you're looking to climb out of low elo from the top lane. This is our first recommendation. A new jungler who has emerged onto the scene this season who's a phenomenal carry for the low elos is Mordekaiser. Mord is a great hard farm jungler which helps a ton in your ability to be consistent. If your lanes fall behind early game, it's not the end of the world, as level 6 Mord is absolutely incredible in skirmishes. Your main win condition on Mord should be to farm as efficient as possible, stay ahead of the enemy jungler, and look for more proactive plays at level 6. This is something that's very easy to play towards, which makes Mord a perfect jungler for the lower elos. Due to Mord's power level for the lower ranks, our challenger experts have created a highly detailed guide on how to play Mord jungle for Season 13, so if you want to learn the champ, it's a great resource and can be found on our website. Escaping low elo from the mid lane is made a whole lot easier if you start spamming Malzahar. Malz has actually indirectly buffed this patch, with Demonic Embrace having its burn damage increased for ranged champions. The key for Malz is to hit his Lost Chapter spike unscathed. This is so much easier to do in the lower ranks where players don't know how to punish Mal's weaker laning as much. A very underrated strategy that's even better for the lower elos on Mal's is starting the game with a Mana Crystal plus refillable potion instead of a Doran's Ring. This helps you accelerate to that Lost Chapter spike much faster. What a lot of high elo Mal's players do that more low elo Mal's should be adapting is running Futures Market in runes. Futures Market in combination with the Mana Crystal start lets you hit Lost Chapter extremely quick. After Lost Chapter buy, it's smooth sailing as you begin perma-shoving waves and look to play for picks around your ultimate's cooldown. It's likely there will never be a better ADC to climb the lower elos than Miss Fortune. ADC is one of the most mechanically intensive roles, since most champs deal the brunt of their damage from auto-attacking. This makes spacing and positioning properly way more important than other roles. The smallest slip-up and you're easy pickings for the fed assassin on the enemy team. Miss Fortune is different though, as she's way less reliant on being up close and vulnerable to attack. All you need is that one good ultimate, following up on your team's engage, and that's all you have to do to win a fight. In many instances, you won't even have to auto-attack once to be one useful ADC. Our How to Carry and Low Elo course for ADC is a great resource you guys can use if you're serious about improving your rank for Season 13. One of the most contested supports in Iron, Bronze, and Silver, and rounding out our low Elo picks is Lux. Although Lux is a little more mechanical than most supports, if you're following this strategy, that really doesn't matter. The true power of Lux lies in her ability to pick off targets from long range as they walk into the Fog of War. When the enemy is walking in a predictable path towards you, it's not difficult at all to line up a bind and follow with your one-shot combo. Since you build Lux support full AP, you can easily solo carry games in the lower ranks simply by playing around Fog of War. You want to think of Lux like a ranged assassin, sitting patiently and waiting for the enemy to face check into you. Secure vision around objectives 1 minute before they spawn, sit in a bush, and wait for the enemy to walk into you, one-shot them, and rinse and repeat. In the lower ranks, players will aimlessly face check way more often, constantly walking alone from their team, and Lux can punish that insanely hard. Fresh off his mini rework, our recommended top laner for Gold and Platinum is Jax. Jax is in an extremely powerful spot right now, and is the perfect top laner for the medium elo brackets. Mechanically, Jax isn't all that difficult to learn, but he does require a little more knowledge than Garen in regards to understanding your windows of opportunity. So much of Garen's damage comes from abilities, while Jax does the brunt of his damage from autos, which can be a little more difficult to calculate expected damage output. Regardless, Jax is a champ who spikes super hard with items and is a monster split push threat, so if you can farm consistently, you're going to find ways to be impactful. Once you reach the medium elo brackets as a jungler, a proactive ganking champion like Zac is a phenomenal option. Not only can Zac gank really well, but he's more forgiving than most carry junglers, as his passive and tankiness allow a greater margin for error. Despite Zac's ability to gank really well, he's not 100% reliant on winning early game to be effective, which makes him amazing as well. The Radiant Virtue build going around offers great utility for your team, so even if you're behind, you have the ability to complement your carries. Anivia is insane for any elo bracket right now, but even more so for Gold and Plat. The problem with Anivia in the higher elos is that she can be exploited a lot more for her weaker early game. In the lower elos, she can be a little too mechanically demanding for newer players to pick up. Gold and Plat being right in the middle allows Anivia to fit in perfectly. Recent Rod and Archangel's buffs have given Anivia a ton of power, and she's an OP mid on our tier list, so definitely a champ we highly recommend. Even in Gold and Platinum, support players play a ton of Lux and Morgana, which gives insane value to Caitlyn as our medium elo ADC. Kate is definitely more mechanically intensive than Miss Fortune, but compared to most other ADCs, she's relatively easy to pick up. Proper trap usage based on the situation, and just being able to consistently place traps in time to chain off of your teammate's CC will take some time to get used to. Once you got that down though, the potential of Kate is super high, as her longer auto range and shove power gives her great agency in lane compared to most ADCs. One of the best supports in the entire game is Amumu, and he's an amazing pick for Gold and Plat. Once you reach Gold and Plat, most of your ADCs will be competent enough to play off your engage. Below Silver, however, it's not really that consistent, which is why someone like Lux, who can do everything on her own, is our low elo pick, while Amumu is better suited for mid elo. Amumu can do a ton of damage on his own at level 6 with a full combo, so all you need is your ADC to be half decent in order to see success of the champ. Our first high elo recommendation and the top lane pick is going to be Gangplank. Gangplank is in a really good spot at the moment, and high elo players have the ability to exploit this to the max. Although the relative skill floor of Gangplank is not all that high, his skill ceiling is, which makes him better suited for experienced players. If you can play Gangplank to his limits, he can be flat out the best top laner in the game without question. With recent nerfs to Maokai, there is no better jungler to spam for high elo than Elise. The only thing that holds Elise back for the average player is her higher skill floor, but that is not nearly as much of an issue for high elo players. To get the most out of Elise, you need to be playing off her strong early game dive power, and in high elo, you can be much more confident your teammates will follow up on the plays properly. With Elise, you have so much agency over how the early game plays out, and can snowball better than most junglers. In high elo, where obtaining early game leads and accelerating off of them is more reliable, it gives Elise a ton of power. By far the most slept on mid laner in the game right now, and an excellent pick for high elo, is Cassiopeia. We didn't really focus on matchups at all for the reasoning behind the low elo picks, but that's a different story for the higher ranks. In high elo, where matchups matter a lot more, Cass is destroying so many of the meta mids. Ryze is the most played mid right now, and Cass is winning over 54% of the time in the matchup. The only top 10 play rate mid laner Cass has a negative win rate against is Yasuo, while she's performing the best into Sylas, winning over 56% of the time. Recent Rod and Archangel's buffs, combined with Cassio's amazing meta matchups, make her a godlike carry for high elo. 13.2 is looking absolutely massive for Draven, as he's our high elo recommendation. Essence Reaver and Eclipse have been given added snowball power, which will be massive for a lane-dominant ADC like Draven. Draven works much better in the higher ranks, where he can rely on his support to play around his early game power. Although Draven can take over games on his own after he gets a few kills, securing those initial kills and getting the ball rolling is more dependent on how your support plays. This makes Draven a little more coin flip for the lower ranks and more consistent as you climb the ladder. Since it's much easier to close out games with an early advantage in higher elos, Draven brings a lot to the table. An OP tier support for a while now, and especially potent for the higher elos, is Blitzcrank. Blitz is obliterating meta enchanters being played in high elo, as Nami, Karma, and Lulu are the 3 most played in Diamond Plus. Blitz also does very well into the Ashe pick, being prioritized in high elo at time. Being 100% reliant on landing consistent hooks to be effective, Blitz is best suited in the hands of players that are more mechanically sound. You can still see great success with Blitz in the lower ranks, but he's got even more potential in high elo, where your ADC plays off catch plays much better. Alright guys, before we wrap this up, let's tell you a little more about Skill Cap. So, we offer a 5-division rank up guarantee, and think that's a pretty crazy thing to offer. It's like a gym membership guaranteeing you'll get ripped.
The best news of all, we got my fiber. Just bleep it, bro. Get internet hooked up. Guy was here, guy was working, got his job done. In case you guys missed it, we're streaming on a little bit higher bitrate today. 8.2 thousand. Right? Twitch, you're only supposed to do like Twitch recommended 6, but we're on 8,000 bitrate. We're pushing, bro. We're 5 gigs up, bro. I'm doing the test. I made sure of it. I told him, yo, but prove it. While he was here, he proved it. Every room, this little sliver thing, doing all the rooms. Looking down it the entire time. Yes, yes. I opened up my weak one. I'm like the thing that ever happened to me, bro. So,
No kidding, right? And especially after the last video that was like really quiet. I had my game down and everything already. Yeah, I should be able to melt tanks now because I got Blade of the Rune King. Oh yeah, look at that tank melting. Oh, it's good. Oh, okay. Wait, did they get dragged though? That doesn't matter, we can just end.
I got up and ran around the room like a kid.
What is our Cassidy doing? Nah. Just get the Nexus, thanks though. Yeah, I did a couple. Go back mid though. But ChatGPT has been out for a year. What? This video is 10 months old and it's talking about ChatGPT. I thought it was like a month old. 2 months maybe.
I was not paid by any company or government to make this video. I do not condone, support, or promote the regime of North Korea in any manner whatsoever. Please do your own research.
North Korea. The propaganda. Kim Jong-un, his regime, human rights, prison camps.
The ballistic missile.
Otto Warmbier. It was a moment for the history books.
I am not a journalist. I'm just some kid with a consumer camera who was lucky enough to gain access into the most isolated and controlled country.
No way, I think I've seen this. It's a 4-year-old video. I don't know why Google recommended that.
Google Maps is one of the most underrated tech products today, and it has a good chance of becoming the most important tech product of the next decade. And this is thanks to something that you would not expect. The Google Maps that we know today is a result of 3 main acquisitions from Google. But in February of 2005, a user on the forum Slashdot guessed the URL, published it on the forum, and the product leaked, days before it was officially revealed. This brought a huge amount of attention and traffic to the product with over 10 million visits in a day. And then, nobody really used it. The product was far better than the competition, but not so many people were used to using online navigation. And it took 1 year to reach the same amount of traffic as that first day. But the real growth that exploded maps into the mainstream arrived at one small product called
iPhone.
Yeah. Google Maps was chosen as the default mapping application for the first iPhone, and this skyrocketed to be one of the most used pieces of software in the world. Even Steve Jobs was surprised at how much people were using Google Maps on the iPhone. The iPhone was a revolution, and it showed that the real power of digital maps lies in mobile. And Google Maps was already there, but it took the hardware revolution of the smartphone to put it where it really belongs, in the hands of people and not on a computer at home. But seeing this success, Apple realized that they didn't want Google to take all the pie, and so in 2012 they launched Apple Maps and made it the default mapping application for the iPhone. However, fast forward 10 years and Google Maps is still the king on mobile navigation, with more than 1 billion monthly active users and almost 6 times
Fans are really a what? Be nice if I knew what our jungle and sport is gonna play. Okay, 80 top, I'll go Kali then. Yeah. Can't believe we won that last Zeros game. I didn't think we were gonna have that actually. Gotta love all the YouTube videos. Tesla is dead. MMA is broken. Mass layoffs. Everything is such a clickbait. Like the checkout lane in Walmart or whatever. Rare Earth hypothesis. These kind of videos are interesting, but there's like 10 topics that everybody just covers. Like, I'm pretty sure I've seen this topic covered by other channels before. Why would I want to watch it again? Okay, so we are against, I don't know, Diana or Silas. They could either be jungle. Or one's Cassandre top. Probably Silas jungle. Diana mid, because usually mid picks last. Oh, let's see. They have much CC? They don't have a whole lot of CC. I don't know what else to take there. That's probably fine. Good enough. All these Thailand house videos. Oh, did you know for $80,000 you can get like a mansion in Thailand? It's like, yeah, but and you're over there. And you're stuck working only remote jobs, which I guess could be fine. Great software engineer. These companies laid off like 200,000 software engineers, and now the market is ripping towards all-time highs, and it's like, oh, maybe we're not doing a recession after all. Oh, here's one about TRPC. I could actually go for learning more about TRPC.
Even if it is 2023 and we have access to a lot of great software tools, we are still struggling with the basics. The best way to exchange data between front-end clients and back-end services is a debate still not settled yet, and in the
Oh nice, it is Silas mid. He's easy to beat. Way easier than Diana. Diana just kind of pokes you a lot with Q, and then her all-in is kind of annoying. But Silas, you can usually be pretty good with Akali. You just E his E, and it's pretty good from there.
This video will take a look at TRPC, a possible alternative to your REST and GraphQL APIs. In short, today's context is perfect for a tool
Maybe
such as
watching that video
TRPC
got me the
to emerge.
Thailand house
On one
ads.
hand, we have TypeScript being more popular than ever. The benefits of TypeScript should be known by now, and based on what I'm seeing, I doubt we will get back to...
It's crazy. I keep seeing more and more people are building their backend in TypeScript. It's so annoying that like this front end language has like polluted the backend now. It's worse than Python. Like TypeScript is slower than Python, or it was. It depends how good Google's V8 engine is getting. But I don't know. Why they weren't there? Oh, hello. I think you're fine. But I don't need that ward for the early game anyway, so. Probably start E, right? Yep, there it is. I don't know how long you can use it. I think it ran out. Pretty sure I have to use the second half in like second and a half. Pretty sure. I should have queued him there. Wow, he totally had an opening there and he still missed. Well, now he loses these. Wait, he's trying to hit me instead of getting his farm. Yeah. Wait, Graves, what? I'll take the flash. Oh, you don't need to be forcing it, man. Get the flash, it's plenty. I might have to go help him if he's gonna invade, because he's gonna be in trouble. But I got way too many creeps to go and help him. I'm gonna lose a whole wave if I go. Oh no. Kind of more on him if he wants to do that kind of stuff. Like, got a whole wave here, man. Early game Macaulay, what am I supposed to do? At least Silas didn't follow up and kill him. Got their jungler and got out. Now he gets free scuttle because their jungler is dead. Silas doesn't want to extend because he has no flash. He knows Graves is around taking that scuttle. He's like, well, go home. He's so mad. He's got 9 CS.
An enemy has been slain.
He's gonna be super mad when Graves ganks him here in a second. Oh, now he's really mad. You can just farm that, I don't even care. Got it back anyway. I might actually get the magic thing first. When you're playing Conqueror or Kali, it's good to last longer in a fight, and their mid and jungler are both AP, so that's going to be like most of the pain in the butt for the first like 15 minutes of the game. So I got 10 more minutes where these two are going to be the problem. Look at this. I think these items are pretty cold efficient once you farm it up, and there's a lot of farming early, so it's nice to have. Nice, we need something to watch. What is this? Oh yeah, that one. Nice. Wait, you sent me the same one twice. Oh, one's a YouTube Shorts. Did Silas just quit? Like, I haven't seen him. It's been like a few minutes now. I'm pretty sure Silas just quit. There's the madness going on over there, but they're probably fine without me. This is just a free game. Like, he just used the stun, right? Oh no, there it is. Now he's used the stun. Get it out, Pike, get it out. I just want the plating. Oh, he's no, that's Diana. I was like, oh, Silas is back, but now it's just Diana. Okay, come over here, come over here, come over here. Oh no, that sucks. Can't get over that wall. I get no flash. And Diana's skill is so good too. Fine. TypeScript, you guys gotta get TypeScript. I kinda want move speed actually. Don't really need CC immunity. Diana has a slow with her ultimate, but Merc Treads aren't really gonna help with that. Dante's got knockups, doesn't help with that. I guess Pike's stun. A little annoying. Yeah.
Sorry, how much?
How much what? Yeah.
Can you try the bed? And they don't notice that you're actually really young? They
No
don't.
one here. No one.
Oh wow. Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay, so you were 14 and then
Yeah.
you talked with some guy from Dubai?
Yeah.
And then tell me the story, I'm curious. Hello.
Hi.
Sorry, how much?
How much what? How much?
I mean, how much for a cappuccino here?
30 baht in the 7-Eleven.
Ah, do you think I meant something else?
Mean something else?
Yeah, because we're in Pattaya right now, so this is what you like. For me.
Oh no, Graves, no, my boy.
What is your name?
Catherine.
Oh, hi, Catherine. Where are you from? Can I see your eyes? Those are real eyelashes?
Fake like it.
You're Thai.
Yeah.
But you don't look Thai.
Yeah. I
So-
have. My mom's from Thai. My.
Oh wait, did he just trade lanes with
so you're
Pike?
mixed.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Okay, and you live in Pattaya?
Yeah.
Oh, is he just trolling?
How do you like it?
He literally died one time. At least died 3
Yeah?
times before you start
Staying
trolling.
home.
Okay. So what city are you from originally? Phetchabun. Okay. You like to come to this beach? We're at Yongchen.
Yeah. Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah, just chill.
And you like to swim?
Not really.
You like to go on a speedboat, be crazy like that?
No.
Not? You like to party?
So much.
So much?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm queen of party.
And Pattaya is a good place to party?
Pattaya is number 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to give a tour of the hotel where I'm staying?
Of course.
Awesome. Let's go.
Yeah.
I don't get what this video is about.
Please, yeah. Hey
It's been
there.
like 10 minutes.
Okay, so we arrived at my room.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming with me.
Of course.
So yeah, this is where I stay.
Yeah.
When you stay in a hotel, what do you usually like? You like to have a big bed or 2 small beds?
Big bed.
Big bed?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why?
It's big, small bed, but how can I sleep?
Okay. It's easy for you to fall asleep?
Yeah.
Can you try the bed?
Try it.
And when you sleep, usually it's like nighttime or it's morning?
Is this like a
Yeah.
learning
Yeah.
English
Like
video
what
or
time?
what? He's talking super
7
slow.
a.m., 8 a.m.
Wow. And why do you sleep so early in the morning?
I like to. I talk with my friend a lot. Yeah. And like, yeah.
And how do you feel about that? Like you want to change it, or you okay with this lifestyle?
I love my life. I'm like, yeah.
So you only like this when you're in Patsy or somewhere else, and also when you're in Petcheville with your mom?
Yeah. I want to.
You don't like to come in?
Yeah.
Why not?
Too much people.
Totally.
The days of writing vanilla JavaScript anytime soon. On the other hand, the front-end tools finally reached the maturity level that allows their involvement in backend work as well. Meta frameworks such as Next.js or Toolkit are really trendy these days, and for good reason. They allow developers to finally write professional full-stack apps with the help of isomorphic code. So, TRPC builds on top of this
Isomorphic code
and enables you to seamlessly exchange data in full-stack applications. Before seeing it in action, let's quickly review some of
I'm
the
pretty sure that
benefits
was a
of
ladyboy
TRPC
app, but I
find
can't
really
totally
appealing.
sure.
In their documentation, they outline the following. Automatic type safety. Since some of the TypeScript code is shared between the client and the server, it is easy to catch any errors in the client if changes happen on the server. Auto-completion. For the exact same reason, TypeScript is leveraged and TRPC can easily suggest all the existing endpoints you can
And
use
it's coming
on
to
your
make me
client.
sound get cocky
Like
and try
other
to
sites,
engage.
the library has 0 dependencies and a tiny client-side footprint. This is extremely important these days, where new approaches are pushing forward the idea of HTML-first apps with little JavaScript sent over the wire. Framework agnostic, as we'll see in a second.
Oh yeah, that's the funny thing. It's like Return to Monkey. Everyone likes plain HTML now. They don't like JavaScript running on the page because it slows it down. Like, of course, right? Now they're using like React and stuff to render the HTML that the page will use. So it's just like re-rendering, right?
TRPC reliably runs in any type of JavaScript framework or runtime. It all sounds good on paper, but we should
Come
also
on,
discuss
Pike.
the alternatives.
Get
As a
it
big side
out.
note, back in my early days as a Java developer, I ended up in a project where they were heavily using a library called Java Direct Web Remote. This was aiming to solve the
Oh, I
same
had
issue
Flash too.
TRPC
I meant to
tries
Flash. I actually
solve
did hit
today,
F, but I think it was
bridge
just a
the gap
second too
between the
late.
server and the client. Some would argue that direct web remoting had a way harder task to accomplish since the backend was written in Java and we weren't enjoying the benefits of type safety on the front end. Long story short, due to maintainability and scalability issues, we moved away from DWR to plain, boring REST APIs. So the concept of remote procedure calling is far from being a novel idea, and it actually dates back to the late 1960s when the idea of distributed computing first came into the scene. Going back to the Java example, they had a remote method invocation API for a very long time, and they switched to a different technique called remote procedure call, which should sound familiar, back in 2017. So RPC was attempted numerous times.
RPC is actually so cool though compared to like REST. Because you get like typing information on the front end and the back end. Because there's like one models file where you define the responses basically and the types that are in the fields. And it actually sends it as binary instead of JSON. JSON's like a string, right? It's not like an efficient representation of the data. You get like pure binary and both the client and the server know what it means, how many bytes to read and know which attributes of the output or whatever. So I love RPC. That's what we're using at Namu for the next gen system. Is all protobuf. It's super cool. All the payloads, type of safety. You cannot go wrong with RPC. I want to do something stupid here just because they've basically given up. I think Diana would beat my ass if I went in. I still can't believe Salas quit after one death. Like one, that's all it took. Did Diana just ult there? Is that what I saw? Ult. I have mine in 3, 2, 1. Oh, this creeps. It sucks. I was like, need to R2. It wasn't ready quite yet. Night the Harvester. It's nighttime and I'm harvesting. I am farming my crops. Driven 1-2. Wow, literally every 880 carries. I'm like, what is this? BS.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to that one weird British channel on the internet that refuses to do things the normal way. Today, I'm going to teach you the art of infinite money laundering. Okay, it's not actually money laundering. It's even better! Have you ever wanted more views on YouTube without actually improving yourself in any meaningful sense? Well, have I got the solution for you. So here's how we're going to do it, and here's how we're going to make a lot of money doing it. The logic of YouTube is a rather simple one. I make videos, Google and YouTube put ads on those videos, and I get paid for each ad viewed. Now, if I get more views, I get paid more. More money, all I need to do is make better videos that target broader audiences and maybe convince them to, I don't know, press the like button? However, we were deceived. For in the fires of Mount Doom, somewhere in California, another way was created. One way to get views that was more powerful than any other. Want more views? Just buy them from YouTube. That's right, using Google AdSense, we can directly pay YouTube for an ad space of our own videos. And those adverts will then be pushed to new viewers on YouTube. YouTube will of course be charging us somewhere between 1 and 5 pennies per view. Now logically, if I can say make 6p per view on a video, then I can infinitely give YouTube 5p's for views, enjoy infinitely viewed videos, and then also just get paid for the pleasure of getting famous. Now this was a loophole that I worked out many years ago. However, until now, it has never been tested, and that's for one reason. YouTube doesn't pay us creators 1 to 5p per view. In fact, CPMs, or cost per miles, how much money we get paid per 1,000 views, can be as low as £2, meaning that I would only be paid 0.002 of a pound per view. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. No infinite money, no infinite fame, and no infinite views. Or so it seems! So the plan is simple. I pay YouTube for views, and YouTube then pays me for those views. Now, in order to pull this off, we need a video that has a really high CPM. So say hello to the Rimworld organ harvesting livestream that I did to celebrate my birthday. Who doesn't like to celebrate their birthday by removing kidneys from unwilling work volunteers? Ah, truly a brilliant game. Now, this is a 3.5-hour livestream VOD, which in the month of November alone made me £725.
I think that's because I eat backwards at the same time.
Now, what do I do with the money? I spend it all on Yorkshire tea bags, and it's an addiction that I can't stop. So don't judge me, ladies and gentlemen. I need your money. But back to the topic. This gives the VOD an outstanding CPM of nearly £26, meaning for every 1,000 views, I made £26. That's pretty good, and it means that for each view on the video, I am making 2.6p. Now, above I said YouTube charges somewhere between 1 and 5p per view, but in reality, we'll be paying an average of 0.01p per view, thanks to some crafty shenanigans that I've created. So, let's begin, ladies and gentlemen, and set up our experiment, where we're going to see if I can pay YouTube money to advertise this Rimworld VOD, and then in turn be paid more money by YouTube for the views we get on this Rimworld video. So, let's begin. Ah, hello.
Wait, why is that a weird thing? That's literally just how the world works. Like, why wouldn't you buy an ad if you're making more money from people seeing the ad, right? You're supposed to make money by buying ads, right? If you weren't turning a profit by buying ad space, you wouldn't be buying the ad space. How is this an infinite money glitch? It's just literally the same as advertising.
Oh hey, it's been a while. I was just out in Hawaii last week. You know, I would love to work. I really would. I would love to join all of you out in the workforce, milling about doing my 9-to-5 day job, going through my routines, how fun that would be. Unfortunately, it's simply not an option for me. It is the easy route and path, and so I want to explain why I simply refuse to work today. Now, you see, it's not that I don't want to work. I would love to if life were only so easy, but just imagine if I were to make $500 a day, maybe even $1,000 a day. Okay, look, I'm a millionaire. This amount of money is not going to make a difference for me. It would be a simple waste of time for everybody here, yours and my time included. I mean, I'd rather just have another person make that money. It's going to make a difference for them. I should really go find something better to do with my time. And even this whole show, this YouTube script, I can only bring myself to this low level of mind-numbing, skullduggery, H1B level work once every week or two, and that's about all I can muster. It is below my pay grade. So it's kind of like, imagine if the only job in the world were working at McDonald's for minimum pay wage, like say $10 an hour, and everybody were doing this job and they're pretty happy doing it, milling about their 9-to-5s, and they ask you, why don't you get to work too? And you just say, yeah, I'm past this level. I really have to find something else to do, maybe some other smarter level of work, something more entrepreneurial, but this option is not available to me. And so there's some people in the world, such as myself, who have never worked retail in their entire lives. I never worked a cashier job, never worked as a waiter, never served anybody. You know, my first job was white collar office type of work, became a millionaire at about age 25. And after that, I mean, if you're a millionaire at 25, you're not going to even be able to work a 100K job and make it worth your time. You got to find something else to do, something more entrepreneurial. At that point, entrepreneurship may be the only path you have left because nobody else is willing to pay you enough to be worth your time. You've basically got to invent your own job. And so now you see you working your 9-to-5 job, thinking you're so proud of yourself. That's really only the first step. And then after that, if you ever graduate, and many don't, you have to kind of build your own business. So you see, you and me, we're not the same. Yes, I did work at Google and Facebook as a senior software engineer. I look like your typical colleague, but in fact, my work experience is actually quite limited. I've job hopped around a lot. I've quit 3 jobs voluntarily to do my own thing, not because I had another job lined up. I just quit to do my own thing because the jobs just didn't pay me enough to be worth my time. I was fired from one job over at Facebook, and with all of the layoffs currently happening, I just look at that and think, yeah, that's about right. That's fine, right? No big deal. Just go do your own thing. Everybody should kind of be doing that instead of taking the easy autopilot route. You see, I view employees kind of like sheep, like crabs in a bucket mentality, people just dragging each other down. Most people are sitting around trying to be as inefficient as possible, watching the clock until 5 p.m. when they can leave their cubicle cages, sitting around playing ping pong, wasting time to a level of inefficiency unheard of if you were to actually work for yourself, where you had to be accountable for your own time and your own results. You see, the way I view work, historically, it's not actually to make money so much as because it's an interesting pastime, like a hobby activity, but really it's something I do when I really have just nothing better to do with my time. Now, the problem is that at some point, your time becomes far more important than any money you can make. Especially as we get older, time really becomes our limiting factor. You see, we have maybe 4 to 5 core assets: health, wealth, time, youth, and relationships, perhaps. But typically in our 20s, we're lacking in money. And so everybody's saying, hey, you gotta build up your finances. There's a lot of content and people telling you gotta make money. And of course, society loves to celebrate productivity, the hustle and grind. But once you get into your 30s, I think people need to shift their focus a bit towards maybe, say, relationships, family. And then as you get older, time becomes more and more important to you. It's kind of like, imagine there's a senior citizen cancer survivor who maybe only has, say, 5 years left to live, and then they say they want to start a business. It's like, maybe you should go enjoy the time you have left, because whatever money you make from that probably is not going to affect your life one bit. For example, at this point, I'd be willing to give up maybe half of my wealth just to get 10 years back. I mean, why not? Because I'm not going to use that money. At some point, we have to shift our focus to achieve balance in all aspects of our wealth factors, right? Health, wealth, time, youth, and relationships. And so if you're heavy on time, as most children are, we are educated and taught to be productive, to make money, to trade that time away from money. Now, the thing is, though, nobody ever tells you when to stop or to potentially even reverse direction. So as you start aging and acquiring financial resources, you may get to a point where you have to say to yourself, hey, maybe you've got enough on the financial side and you have to start prioritizing your other assets and resources. Like maybe you're limited on time, health, and these other areas that you need to really start focusing on. This is a transition that society generally doesn't really talk about, but we may need to start celebrating, for example, the transition out of work to prioritize other aspects of our lives, for example, parenthood. Nobody seems to celebrate quitting their jobs to become a full-time parent. I would celebrate it. You know, something society even seems to look down upon, but quite frankly, I think it's silly to see somebody in their 30s, 40s, maybe they should be focusing on having a family or raising their kids, and they're still trying to get a job. Like, what are you doing? It's over at that point. Getting a job is something to do in your 20s. Once you're past that, maybe just focus on your family because it's over by then. It's kind of like trying to ace the SAT scores when you're in your 30s. Like, it's done by then. For successful businessmen, maybe you're financially successful, I think it's a good call to take an early retirement and focus on doubling the usefulness of your time. Instead of getting just 2 days out of every week to enjoy yourself, you could triple your lifetime essentially by taking all 7 days to do whatever you like. You know, for myself, my number one most productive thing I do all day is exercise, is focusing on my health because nothing else really seems to make a difference in my life. Second to that, spending quality time with my dog, maybe then some travel, playing some video games for my mental health, and then maybe I get to making money, working in a job to make a few extra bucks, which just isn't going to make a single difference in my life. Now, another point I have here is that a lot of the focus on money and clipping coupons and all of your lifestyle optimization, your tax optimization strategies, your 401ks, RAs, your salary negotiations, your bonuses at your job, your frequent flyer miles, your credit card points, all of that lifestyle planning goes completely out the window once a catastrophe happens later on in your life that just totally wipes out huge masses of your savings. Like, for example, having kids, right? Like, each kid may cost tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars. They want to go to some stupid private school. They want to take music lessons that they're going to just take and quit. You're going to buy them food and they're just spit it out and throw it away. You might buy them a toy. They'll play with it for 10 minutes, throw it out. I mean, you're probably going to end up paying for their college tuition tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars, which they're going to go and party on your dime. And they're not going to get educated out of. Then they'll come back, live in your house. There may be other things. You could get divorced or sued. Of course, you could lose half your assets that way. The markets can just randomly crash, costing you 10, 20, 30, 50% of your assets right there. There could be some crazy medical injury or health issue or some other catastrophe that just costs $50,000, $100,000 because you got injured. So my point is, early on in our lives, you see this commonly in people in their 20s. They're optimizing every aspect of their financial strategy and like their budgeting, everything, and everything's well calculated. It just goes totally out the window later on, and you realize that there's much more important things than counting your dollars. And in fact, there does tend to be a survivorship bias for productivity content, which is created by productive people, whereas unproductive people such as myself who are focusing on other aspects of their lives, we're not going around churning out content telling you the merits of being unproductive. You know, looking back on my days, I think I worked like a dog, actually. Like, I got the good scores on SATs, studied all through high school, didn't even attend prom, straight A's, graduated the valedictorian, attended the top university, UC Berkeley, graduated high honors, went to masters, worked diligently, didn't even play ping pong with my colleagues. What did that get me? Maybe I got some money, sure, I guess, but as I mentioned, you plan meticulously financially, you do your budgeting, you do your tax optimization, and at the end, you find that other things matter more, and you didn't really need all that money in the first place. And I'm not sure I look forward to more years of this, over and over again. You know, recently I visited Hawaii, and I realized what happiness is. I saw everybody doing this. They're just surfing their phones next to the ocean. That's all people need these days to be happy. They don't need as much money as they used to. People are just totally content and happy with a little phone in their pocket. That's all they need. So the funny thing is, I don't think we even need money anymore. I mean, people just want you to think you need money. Your boss wants you to think you need money. They tell you, hey, you need a fancier car, fancier clothes, bigger house, but in reality, you already have what you need. And the reality is, generally for me these days, is my investments that overpower any earning capacity I have as an individual. So my investments are going to make the biggest difference in my life, whether crypto or stocks go up or down. The other stuff, you know, I can make a few $100 here and there per day, but it doesn't make a difference. If the market crashes 30% or goes up 30%, that's going to just wipe out everything I may make for the next, I don't know, 5-10 years. I'll tell you something interesting about YouTube. In today's day and age, there's a lot of influencers out there who are telling you you've got to work hard, you've got to have discipline, motivation, you've got to wake up early in the morning, you've got to have your routines. And the fact is, you don't actually need to work hard. It's not about working hard, right? Because if the amount of money that you made actually depended on your output as an individual, if it depended on your working capacity of a single individual, then it would be tied to the results of one person. And what you really need is money to scale to the output of multiple thousands of people, really, based on code, automation, scalability, your ability to manage multiple people. But it's not based on working hard, it's based on working smart, because we all have the same 24 hours in a day. Sure, maybe you can sleep less hours per day, you can put in maybe 16 hours per day, but then your output will simply be double that of a normal person. What you want is an order of magnitude greater output. And that comes from working smart. Now, also add, I think a lot of people are obsessed with the word work. Not with what they do, but the word work as a way to signal status. Like, hey, I got work to do today. Hey, you're just playing, I'm working. Why don't you do some work like me because I'm trying to do work? And that gives them a sense of importance, purpose, maybe even identity. You typically see this behavior with older men who have given their entire lives to their companies and they really have nothing left of their own character besides the work that they do. And they're just hollow shells of humans who have no personality, no charm, no humor, no kindness, no skills, no hobbies whatsoever. These type of people, they just keep working until they die because they say to themselves, well, I don't know what I would do if I were to retire. What would I do? Who would I be? And this is truly the lazy solution for people living their lives on autopilot, where their bosses are telling them how to live, who they are, what they're supposed to do every day, until at one point catastrophe strikes them and they realize they don't have time left to do what they really wanted to do. You see, the problem is work expands to fill time. It's endless. There's always more work to be done, always more money to be made. In fact, making money is the easy part. Spending that money and choosing how to live your life is the hard part. But that'll do for me. But let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Are you going to work tomorrow morning, or are you joining me on the streets? See you in the comments. And if you liked the video, give a like and subscribe. See you in the next one. Thanks. Bye.
Here comes the AoE fear. Oh no, that space catapult thing doesn't work. Wonder if it debunked it already. Like a spinning slingshot that's supposed to just throw a satellite into space. But to be accurate enough or fast enough is like just insanely practical actually.
Okay, hello. I'm here to talk about some accusations that have been made against Nice actually kind of a while ago, that he has actors as clients, and a lot of his clients aren't real people. I'm gonna go over some of the merit of it, whether it's true or not. It would definitely make a little bit of sense to me, because who's gonna pay $350? That's how much Nice can charge.
Yeah, who would do that?
For just an hour and 30 minutes of Nice coaching, when they could get challenger coaching for like under $50 pretty easily.
Wait, everyone quotes $350. That's for the private coaching. People on the stream only have to pay $250.
And yeah, I'm just gonna go over some of the accusations they haven't made, some of the evidence. I'm also gonna go over some other Nice drama that's happened too. Okay, and so the original I guess tweet that I saw that was about Nice having actors as clients by this guy. He was replying to this time Nice exposed himself. I'm gonna go over some other times Nice has leaked stuff on stream and exposed himself on stream. But this is a alt account he has to defend himself on Reddit, and he leaked that he owns it. I think he has Twitter accounts like this too, and he got exposed for having a account that defends him and narcissistically boosts his ego, saying stuff like, "Shit, Redditors can't deploy these, and these coaches on YouTube, and I watch a stream, but he's coaching 3 times a day and 2 times off stream for 200
Oh, it's not cute
he's
again,
making
does he?
10K a month.
Damn, that's close.
So obviously being very arrogant, showing his narcissism. And then this guy responds, well, actually, this isn't even true. Nice isn't even coaching that much. He checked on a few of the people that he has, quote-unquote, coached, and some of the accounts straight up stopped playing after a session, and only a handful of games for other ones. And it really makes you wonder, are they paid actors? And then someone says, post evidence of this, please. And this is an example. So he's coaching this guy named Flower3212. And then this is their account on League Graphs, and they just stopped playing. And so you're paying that much money, $250 for on-screen coaching, and you're just gonna quit the game? That makes no sense, right? Like,
No, they might have changed their account.
Okay, and before I go over...
Because it didn't say they had no games. At the top there's a banner that said we couldn't fetch information for this account. That's what happens when you change your name. Obviously, the site only knows how to track you by name. A lot of people get name changes. Like, I can get name changes. It only costs you the blue points, so it's not even real money. It's just the points you get from playing. No, that's the guy he was coaching. They're saying, oh, the people who get coached are just bots because their accounts don't play after they get coached. It's like, no, they get coached, maybe they get made fun of on streams, they have to change their name because they get friend ads in the game and stuff, you know, making fun of them or whatever. Godvex is so annoying. It's like Annie on steroids. I gotta recall over here because if he hits 6, he's gonna throw an ult down the mid. There it is. That's his ult. Well, he's out of mana now, so I guess I can say. He's got no ignite because he used that last fight. Let's try to bait out his Q and then it should be free. I knew we'd try that. Why couldn't I R to him though? Should have been able to R to him. I want to miss a wave just to chase him. He has just enough mana to fear me with the shield if I go in. If he throws Q, we can go in and kill him, but otherwise. It'd be kind of nice to crash the wave before I go though, since there he goes and spends some of his mana. Man, his passive is like literally always up. His auto attack's like siphon HP or whatever. It's like so much. Always up. Yeah, he's got just enough mana for shield if I go in. The shield is like a guaranteed fear. He's actually probably waiting to have his ult up again. It should be up pretty soon. I thought maybe it could bait out a spell, and then he'd be out of mana. Oh no, because if Draven doesn't get his passive, he's really screwed. that's where they are. I'm like, where is the Vex? I got that pink in here. Oh, he wasn't even helping a dragon. That was just Shyvana on her own. I guess Shyvana kind of melts dragon. She does this super fast. And on this side, you've got the flower to get in from the back. On red. Oh, red's available. She's probably too weak after doing dragon. And if she comes, we can just kill her. If she comes, yeah, let's do it. Well, I don't care. What is this back? Go, go. We're all here. Let's do it. Oh, had to try. Would've been cool. Oh, he's going for it. Wow. Oh no! Jeez. Destroyed. Do we need magic resist? Not really. I mean, for Vex, it is annoying. But like, Shyvana has no CC. Parasol's easy to dodge. Does it reduce Renata's ult? Might be good for that, actually. That's a sick dodge. We know Vex has no ultimate because we saw him use it down on bottom. Bottom's not really gankable. No objectives up. It's kind of hard to one-on-one this guy. Can't play super passive. Know what I do? I try to corral him over into the E. He's literally not gonna go. He's got fear up. Yep, damn. Otherwise I could kick in. I've got Ignite soon. Can maybe do something. Oh, does he have Ignite too? Damn, he had Ignite too. I just ignited Draven on bottom, didn't he? Oh wait, no, that was red buff. My bad, that was red buff. That's what it was. He's got ult, right? You have ult? Oh my god, you could totally get that. Yeah, you've got ult.
If I can find any other evidence of this and whether it's true or not, I want to go over that Neith leaked a bunch of his account's login info on stream recently. I think see here with alt tab in the middle of the game, and this is a notepad right here which he has opened that has all of his login info for his Reddit accounts, or not Reddit accounts, sorry, for his list.
Oh man, red buff is so annoying, and Vex too because she auto attacks so much for her passive. We can totally fight this one. Let's do it. We can totally fight this. Let's fucking go. Hit him, hit him. Yeah, there we go, my boy. Oh man. Renata ult. Renata flash ignite ult. Oh, Varus Q.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Yone has no shutdown. Nice to shut down the Vex, honestly. Now we got his flash ult ignite. Wait, that his ult missed me for sure. What is that garbage? Oh, he got literally everything. Get him out of this. Yeah, nice. He's got shield though. All good.
Your turret has been destroyed. Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
He's just gonna Q away. Oh, that Renata bad. I don't want the Shyvana. Damn, she is mega fed. What is that freaking damage? Look at that. Does she have AP? Yeah, wait, Bladed Rune King. Her like AoE fire was doing so much damage though. And slowing too. Wait, why was her AoE fire slowing? Oh, Frostfire must. Oh, it's just her auto. Yeah, that Frostfire auto keeps you slowed. That's what it was. Oh no, I missed it. Close. Got so much life steal. Oh nice, I got the assist for that shutdown still. Oh, Yoni's 3 levels up on us. Makes it so hard.
Accounts, and one of them was actually stolen by Ramus, who changed the login, transferred it to Thailand, and ran it down, going like 28 deaths or something. So that's pretty funny. I don't think his main account was stolen from him, but it would have been funny if it was, in my opinion. You know, people are thinking this could be scripted because like there's no way he's this dumb, right? I mean, you would think there's no way, right? Like he already has leaked him having alternate accounts to defend himself on social media, and now he's leaking his passwords and stuff. Like no way this guy is actually this much of a buffoon IRL, right? But yeah, I don't know. Like tell me whether you think he's actually like just really stupid and leaks stuff accidentally on stream, or whether he does it to get more views. And I mean, like, I'm looking at a stream right now, and this is just a really recent example. I don't even know if this guy's necessarily a paid actor, but this guy's a level 34, like, pretty much fresh account, and he's only got 6 solo queue games this season, and he's still paid for his coaching. I mean, it could just be an alt account, but that's just something I saw from one of his most recent coachings he does on stream. But I'm gonna go look over some of his YouTube videos for older ones before these allegations of him having fake clients started, and see if there's any evidence of that, because maybe he switched from using fake clients. Who knows? And when I'm looking over this video, which has a lot of Nice's coaching compilations in it, it's Urgent Flame compilation, but I'm using it because I can look at a lot of his clients quickly. I just like randomly went to a place on it and looked at this guy called Uncle Sam 69, and the guy has only played at season 12 ranked, and he's not played at all this season. So that really like begs the question: is this guy an actor? I don't know. It's possible, and again, a lot of his clients clearly aren't actors. I mean, that would be the point of hiring actors, but I'm gonna go look if there's any other evidence for it. It's definitely possible that he has a small amount of them be actors. I can't say all of them are actors, right? That just wouldn't make any sense, but he might do this to bolster up who actually wants to, buy his coaching and make it seem like he's more credible than he really is. Okay, and this is an example of, I think, even better faked coaching, because this is a video Nice made where he has an Iron player get, so upset at him, when and really they don't. But it's a really good clickbait, and it would clearly be a good one to have an actor for, right? And let's check out this guy's account. Oh, he was bronze season off. He hasn't played since then. A little bit suspicious, don't you think? And this is obviously like a really good content video. You would expect them to... like, you would expect one like this to be the one that's faked, because it will make you good content, and can get you a lot of views, as well as increase the exposure of your coaching and make you more money. So this is another example. And obviously, like, these actors don't necessarily have to, be playing on fake accounts either, because these people are probably people who play a little bit of League. The actors, you would assume they would be, right? So it's not even necessarily that they wouldn't, they might still continue playing on their account. And so just because someone continues playing on doesn't mean they're not an actor either. But this is just another example of someone who quit their account after just like one season of ranked, which was when Nice was coaching them. You would expect people who are paying $350 for coaching to really continue on and try to grind it out, but that's not the case. So, like, I want to know what you all think about this. Is Nice actually like faking coaching? Do you think he's been leaking stuff like his Reddit information, his login passwords, all of that on stream on purpose? Yeah. Also, let me know about like any other ideas, anything like that. Yeah. See y'all in the next video. Okay, hello.
As always, you can go to nice.gg to book a coaching. You can also go to patreon.com/Nice University. It's a lot cheaper. And what that is we teach you guys all the concepts and fundamentals that you need to know. So yeah, I if you want to be on YouTube and you want to interact with me on a one-to-one level, you can go to nice.gg. Otherwise, you can get the cheaper coaching. And without further ado, let's get some LP. We got Drew here.
So I've been playing since like 2012, but it's on and off. Like I've taken like 2-3 year break here and there.
Okay. Can you send me the op.gg, like the account name, in the Discord chat so that I can...
You're gonna laugh at the name.
Wait, what the fuck is this? Nephew, dude. Jesus, hold on, let me see this.
Your niece, I'm nephew, bro.
Yeah. All right, so we have Scion top. So what I would do is I'd immediately go to the brush closest to the tower, or in tri-brush closest to their tower. So all you're looking for is you're basically looking for an opportunity to get a lead on Scion. The other thing is you should start W here. Or you shouldn't level right away, actually. You can start Q, you can...
A video kind of talking about Golang and Rust, and as you can see here, a couple other languages as well, just comparing them. And the main reason that I'm using Go versus Rust here is because they're both newish languages that aim to solve similar problems, not the same problem, but they tackle it at different levels, whereas Rust is a little bit more lower level, Go's a bit more higher level, and everything here is opinion. I'd say I'm an alright Golang developer. barely, just because the language is so easy and it's similar to other things I've learned. I'm just starting to get into Rust, but one of my good friends is a data scientist who's been tasked with learning Rust to implement some models and kind of speed things up. So we've had a lot of talks. We went through most of Advent of Code together, where I was doing stuff in Go and he was doing it in Rust, and then I tried to do some of his solutions in Rust and vice versa. So this is from a somewhat advanced programmer trying out two different languages and giving my point of view on both of them as I'm becoming more proficient with it. So just preface this with the fact that I am in no way a Rust expert, and this is mainly opinion for someone roughly in the same boat as me and just some food for thought. But I'm just a guy with an undergrad in CS, not a master's, not a PhD. I like self-studying languages, trying to learn functional languages, Lisps, just stuff, and it's got slow production time, high learning curve, which isn't always bad, but it's very, very fast and it's very safe. And this is where the uniqueness comes, is there's a borrow checker and a strict compiler. So it's kind of like bowling with unlimited tries until you get a strike, where it only compiles once you get that strike, but it's going to work, it's going to be fast. And then, going to compare it to some of the popular languages and some of the things that I think, in my opinion, it's trying to fix or it's trying to emulate, trying to replace. So we'll start with Python.
Yo, what's up guys? Welcome back to another video. I have an announcement to make that Aurelion Sol is my new main. I am quitting Azir and I am going to be spamming Aurelion Sol until he comes out on the live server. We're going to hit rank 1 Aurelion Sol and get into high elo playing this champion. He is right up my alley. He is just like Azir but better. He does so much more damage. Holy crap, this is gross. Anyway, we are going to be maining Aurelion Sol now. He's just like Azir in the fact that he is a scaling front to back, high skill cap DPS mage. That is my favorite kind of champion, kind of playstyle. And yeah, hope y'all are looking forward to some more Aurelion Sol gameplay on the Twitch streams, on the YouTube.
Wait, why is he
still
trolling?
be in my champion pool, but we are going to
the
be
new Sol is
spamming
legit
Aurelion Sol
broken.
until we're a god at this champion. And I say we're getting pretty close.
Yeah, I don't think he's as hard
As long
as
as
he's
you
here.
have a solid early game on this champion, like you just turn into a 1v9 machine. You just have to make it to your first item. Okay, this matchup is so AIDS, what the fuck? Okay, I already have like no HP, man. Alright, we're doing the drive-by, we're going in.
Oh, that's
nice,
interesting.
and we got the last
I
great
didn't know
gank.
his fire breath gets
His
stopped by
barrels were,
minions.
like,
It's like it hits
kinda
the first
nasty.
thing. It doesn't go through. I thought his fire breath was an
Yeah,
AoE.
so we just gotta make it through the early game. And luckily his aggression got punished by the jungle gank there. So we're already starting the scaling. Already starting the scale. Oh, nice, good job all. Alrighty, this game, where should we go? I think this is a Luden's game. They're all very, very squishy. And Luden's is like by far Aurelion Sol's like best mythic item. It has so much synergy with his E and Q, which are like DPS abilities. And if you read the Luden's passive here, dealing ability damage to champions reduces this item's cooldown by 0.5 seconds up to 3 seconds per spellcast. So
Wait,
basically your E and Q and they're
how long has that been a thing on Ludens? I was not aware of that. So like for Anivia, Ludens would be crazy. It would just be proccing all the time. I didn't know the cooldown on that went down the more abilities you hit. Honestly nuts. Brand too. Brand would be amazing with Ludens.
on someone, will just like reduce the Luden's cooldown by 6 seconds, which is pretty nutty. And then you can recast your Q by using your W after you like Q. Oh, it's like I can't get a barrel. he's a melee champ that can't just like all in me. I just have to dodge these barrels a bit better. I'll think my champion can like contest them. Like what? Alright, these are in D map to thin the wave a bit. Nice, reverse hitting. What? Thankfully that didn't hit me. Okay, we got the flash out. Cool.
Oh, close. Gotta go help Elise with Bel'Veth soon. Bel'Veth's bottom. Wait, how is that not taken out Bel'Veth's top? Kind of want a pink dragon because Bel'Veth might go in behind and take it. She's really fast at doing dragon. Depends how fast this Ahri pushes. At the next wave, she's not going to crash it in time, so I can go ward. Do it. It's always nice to have a pink over here just in case. Huge pain in the butt for them to clear, and then when they put a yellow, they won't know if we're taking it or not, which kind of gives them a little panic. Nice. Pretty ward there, so I don't really need another one. I really want to fight this with a huge wave. Where's the charm there? He actually cleared the ward. Wait, who did that? No, that's a couple of them. I'm not gonna go out there alone. Yeah, well, if Elise gets here quick enough. I mean, we could take this.
Marxism is a theory of historical development and criticism of capitalism, contained in works written by Karl Marx, a German philosopher in the 19th century. It has also been incredibly damaging, inspiring bloody totalitarian regimes in the 20th century. This video looks at why absolute certainty is typically hubris or arrogance by discussing the most hubristic creed of all. Hubris is defined as an extreme or unreasonable feeling of pride and confidence in oneself, and Karl Marx certainly is said to have had it. Under the guise of a socio-historical commentary, he created a secular religion with supposedly unquestionable tenets. This hypocritically is the same man who denounced religion as the opium of the people. One core tenet of Marxism is dialectical materialism. This states that society inevitably and inexorably develops through stages towards propertyless communism. However, history has shown this grossly simplistic theory to be false. Let us see where Marx got the idea from. Dialectics is the idea that humanity advances towards antitheses being reconciled into synthesis during periods of conflict, like wars and revolutions, and was popularized by another German philosopher called Friedrich Hegel.
God, why at least we go into that? She's not really 1v9 champ.
Materialism is the idea that all events happen according to natural
Oh, they have a ton of CC. Definitely need those.
and can be rather mechanistic.
Well,
it was
we
propounded
can go
by
with that for
Ludwig
now.
Feuerbach, yet another German philosopher. He was a non-dialectic or metaphysical thinker who did not believe humanity advanced from stage to stage.
I hope these kids literally just like, I wish something bad happens to them, you know? Like, I really do. Don't care what happens to them. Don't care. If you get hit by a bus, tortured by some murderer or something, don't care. I just legit don't care. I feel no, like, someone could shame me on Twitter and shit. I wouldn't give a fuck. I really wouldn't. I just think they're the saddest motherfuckers. they had a gun, they would shoot people in real life. If things were wrong in their life, they would act in ways that are just heinous. You know they would be doing some real fucked up shit to compensate. Beating up people, raping people, shooting up schools. Fucking
Yeah, I'm just one
anybody
off
that
of it,
plays
so.
this game that does that shit, you are no different. Like,
Okay, Nice just said the most wild thing ever on his stream, and I am not exaggerating when I say this could get him banned, and this is legitimately
just
crazy.
wanted him
Like,
off of it is all.
I've talked about Nice wanting people to get hit by buses and just going completely insane on people he's teamed with in League of Legends, but this is just another level. He pretty much is like Jigsaw in this clip right here. He goes completely insane and
That give vision if
mental
they hit
for
somebody?
quite an
Pretty sure it
extended period
does.
of time. It's not even just like one like burst out. It's an extended period of pretty much psychosis. I don't even know how else to explain it, but I'm gonna get into this. Alright, so getting into it here,
This
Nice
guy
is
is such a
losing
burden,
again,
man.
and he's
I hope
getting
these
really
kids
upset.
literally just like, I wish something bad happens to them, you know? Like, I really do.
So he's obviously mad at his
It's
teammates.
like, I don't even wish any like ill will on people. But
I
these
disagree.
kids that like choose to waste others' time in game for some sort of sick, twisted sense of like power that they derive from it, don't care what happens to them. Don't care. Get hit by a bus, tortured by some.
You said get hit
murderer
by
or
a bus
something.
many times. That way you're saying tortured by a murderer. I want you that to sink in. Tortured by
do
a
it.
murderer. Imagine how brutal that is. Like, imagine hearing that. And obviously he's 06, I think he's going 07 after this. But that's just extremely an abuse of his power when he said he wants people to be tortured by a murderer.
Nice.
Like, that's not okay, Nice. You've already said people should be hit by buses multiple times. You've already called your teammates school shooters and said imagine if they get guns and stuff like that. But now you're going to say that they should get tortured by a murderer? That's just not cool, and that's against Facebook TOS, wishing violence on other people. Yeah, I'm just gonna go over the game too that he got so mad about. Okay, and during this game, it seems like he doesn't even have any girls. He just has an underperforming team, and you know you have to move on from this. I myself just had a Pike Smite in a game recently, and it was just completely lost, even though I think would have been a true win otherwise. Sometimes you just have to move on, but Nice is not willing to move on this game, and he just wished brutal, excruciating death upon his teammates. But I'm gonna hear more about what he has to say. I don't think there's any
Relatable.
excuse for what Nice is saying right now, though. And it's not like it's just a one-short outburst. He's wished his teammates get hit by buses so many times in the past that like I can't even fit them all in. But yeah, I'm gonna continue.
Don't care. I just legit don't care. I feel no like someone could shame me on Twitter and shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
shame
wouldn't
you,
give a
bro.
fuck. I really wouldn't. I just think they're the saddest motherfuckers. These people are just people that do
We're
this
the
shit are
saddest
the
motherfuckers.
saddest, like lowest low.
Not
like,
the flat
again, if they had a gun, they would shoot
knees.
people in real life.
Okay.
If
Now
things
he's
were-
insulting their characters, saying if they had a gun, they would shoot people in real life. Nice likes to get political in this regard on stream all the time, and it's just really weird. It's super insulting to his teammates. He doesn't even know what they're saying because he doesn't speak Korean. And to me, it just seems like they're underperforming, and he gets mad at them for underperforming and saying that they're going to murder people and that they should be murdered brutally. That's just, and he's not even joking when he's saying this. Like, you have to realize the weight behind these words too. And this is obviously, I think, bannable. I would report these for this, by the way.
wrong in their life, they would act in ways that are just heinous. There's
You're the
no
one
other way
acting
to
in the
frame it.
heinous
Like,
ways.
League of Legends is full of these people. It's thank God they have this game. Thank God they have it, because if they didn't have
You're the one out saying heinous things to them, okay? You're the one who's, I think, been chat restricted on your account before. You're the one who is hard stuck. Like, you need to accept what your own faults are and stop saying that other people on your teammates are horrible people just because they're underperforming.
have it, that you know
That's
they
how
would
you
be doing
tower
some
die.
real fucked up shit to compensate.
No, we don't know
Beating
that.
up people, raping people, shooting
Okay.
up schools.
Now he says they're gonna rape people and shoot up schools. Again, this is just further tarnishing their character for no reason. That's like not cool at all.
Fucking anybody that plays this game that does that shit, you are no different. Like that is you are one step removed.
Yep, inting people in League of Legends is equivalent to his one step removed from raping people and shooting up schools. Like, I can't even, this is almost not funny. What are you saying here? Like, this is legitimately boring. Like, I have interest myself, and I get mad a little bit, but I don't say that they're rapers. Like, it's a video game, Nice. What the fuck?
From that type of shit. There is no way, there is absolutely no universe where you go to something that you are supposedly passionate about and you know that 9 other people are passionate about it and decide, I'm going to ruin 9 other people's time when you've spent thousands of hours playing that game?
Are they even trying
Like,
to int you? I don't even know.
You have to be an
Frankly.
absolute bottom barrel shit person. Like, there's no way, right? There's no way. How? What else could it?
It's a video game, Nice. People, you don't have to be a bottom barrel person to int. Like, I bet you could be a good person, donate to charity, and then just get upset when, you know, maybe something unfortunate happens to you to the game, and, like, not focus that hard and maybe not care about it too much. No one on his team troll picked or, like, went, Halo Blades Lux with Smite like I had my last, game. So, I don't know, Nice.
What else could you possibly be? Like, it's just stability. That's the only reason, like, that they don't do anything worse. Like life comforts and shit that they have.
Then you should be
Parents
supporting them,
feeding
Nice.
fucking,
If that's actually
like,
true.
Trust fund. Like, how the fuck else can these people do this shit?
And by the way,
I
Nice is
don't-
insulting the community that he coaches too, which I find interesting, because people he coaches are often like people who are just completely insane with horrible mental issues. Too much emotional community is, and that's not even that bad, but it's amazing because half of his chat is the people that he's flaming.
Understand.
Like, when
And that was the other thing. Why do I?
like when he's in flat, you can't expect his teams to perform perfectly. But I'm just gonna get onto more of his twisted, warped mind.
I even play that game out. Like, mathematically, why do I play it out? Look at this. Look at that game. I sat in that game for 32 minutes. Why do I even play it out? There's no point. There's no point.
I mean, here he is just coping again. He's really upset about losing. I mean, you have to wait into it. You have to sit it out, because if you AFK, then you get the penalty. You know, it's always winnable, too. If your team's not FFing, maybe there's a reason for it. But I do get it sucks, Nice. You just can't say these stuff about people. It's not cool. When you're trying to be such a pillar of the community and built up your channel around being such a strong mental, good coach person and person in general.
Disagree.
What's the point? I might as well surrender at 15. I mean, I know that they're like so rarely ever gonna have the spine.
Yeah, you can try to surrender at 15, Nice. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, the game has it built in, so
Just
you
look
can try
at him. Mass negative, mass negative, mass negative across the board. Just crazy.
I mean, they're trying their hardest.
It's just wild. I can't imagine it.
I want to point out, like, these people are, like, only one step above the This is truly, like, low no matter what he says about it. So people can't be obliged to necessarily take it completely seriously.
I cannot imagine.
Or the way he's setting here just pisses me off. He's just, like, smirking at his screen. I don't know.
It's just crazy. It's been a non-stop troll session. Think about how far a Hecarim game has come. It's just been a non-stop troll session.
Alright, let's look at Nice's match history. Is it really a non-stop troll session? Okay, this game, did he have any trolls? I don't know. Maybe the Ashe was a bit of a troll, but his team actually all tried at least during Championship. Game before that, his team all tried. Like, I'm like looking through this, and I'm trying to find people who legitimately. Here is one that legitimately is. But the thing is, like, Nice, you have to realize that there are going to be occasional legitimately interested. The rest of these people are all pretty much trying, at least in some capacity. And sure, people aren't going to be trying their hardest. It's not high elo, or maybe because, like, people just for fun, right? You've had some difficult games, but you know, sometimes people underperform, and sometimes it's your fault too. At least when you're playing a jungler and like someone gets camped and you're not ganking them. I don't think that most of these games necessarily even have a troll. I think they just have people underperforming a lot of the time.
I swear, these people, there's no hope for them. They just have no
hope for them. That's pretty harsh.
And it's like they're an army, dude. It's like an army of these people. Look at it. Look at it. The Malphite, before I went live, I had the same exact type of Malphite player. The same dude. Wasn't ulting anybody. It was like griefing it in a really close game. 0-11. Same thing here. This was on me.
Okay,
I said earlier.
and this,
right
like,
here.
it may not look that bad because at least he's not calling his teammates rapers and murderers and like including murderers anymore. But he is, this point, it's more, just, this is him proving he has a bad mentor and he, is not willing to climb mentally. And, like, it's okay for Azure for to have this mentor, but it's not okay for a coach like this to claim that they were going to hit Challenger and to always preach this to his students that there's no excuse to say this. Like, maybe you should be asking about what you can play better. This game, for example, you went 10 deaths. You went the most deaths of anyone in this game, besides you tied with your Syndrome. So I would consider what you can do better these games. I wouldn't just be saying it's my team's fault and they should be murdered and they're one step away from rapists because they performed poorly in my game.
Just mass negative, like they don't give a fuck, and they feed it.
I think they do care.
I don't know. I don't think they're betting. I think this is really just their culture, man. I think this is what they do.
Well, I think what's going on here is News hasn't played the game in forever, and he doesn't realize that not everyone is obliged to take the game 100% seriously. Now, obviously, that sucks if you're trying to take the game seriously, but it's not like people are inting, and you'll see this on the other team News is building up a lot too. Yeah, News might be getting a little bit unlucky with their teams in this past stretch, but he's still 0-7. He could have won it with them. He needs to stop saying that his teams are murderers and rapists.
Look at it. Just this dude, remember fighting in a wave? The same thing next game, fighting in a wave. They know.
I mean, you just need to stop having this victim.
That's crazy.
And yeah, I'm gonna pretty much end it here. He continues to like pretty much let people in his chat and ban them and stuff. Continue to live in this narcissistic echo chamber. But yeah, let me know about what you think. Is it right to say that the people he plays with are pretty much rapists because they perform poorly in League of Legends? What do you think about that? Do you think that Neef is going to get banned from Facebook? Should he get banned? Love to know any thoughts, comments from you. I'll be reading them all. So yeah, deal.
Velvet is a threat, but she has Kraken Slayer, so armor doesn't help against that. Passive from Death Dance would still help. I don't know why we all went back for the blue buff, but okay. We should just be killing him and ending it. I had Ignite. I should have ignited the Ash. Dude, silver players are so insanely mechanically good. Like, I've never seen anything like this as Roland Plat. It's crazy. how good he is.
Shut down. Shut down.
Ezreal, get in there, clean it up.
before, and it has specific use cases where it excels at. In the next few minutes, we'll try to figure out if in 2023, RPC can also be reliably used as a communication protocol between a browser and a server, especially since established solutions such as REST or GraphQL already proved to be very efficient. Okay, it's time now to write some code. We'll use Node.js version 18 and of course TypeScript to get things started. FYI, I'm relying heavily on this nice little tool called Node Version Manager, or in short NVM, to switch between node versions. If you are working on multiple projects, and some of them rely on legacy code or older node versions, seamlessly switching between them is very convenient. Back to the code, I'll install the TRPC client and the TRPC server packages, and then I'm going to create two separate files, one for the server and one for the client. We'll work on the most basic setup and run all our code in the terminal. As I mentioned earlier, this code can then be easily migrated to any type of JavaScript framework. We'll see in a minute how your Next.js dev experience can be improved when employing TRPC techniques. Back to our code, let's create our server implementation first. I'll start by creating a TRPC instance and then I'll define some routes. If you are familiar with building backend APIs, you probably know that things can get easily out of hand. This is why it is always a good idea to organize your endpoints, or in our case, procedures based on the entities they are going to affect. So, in a movie router, I'm defining a procedure called findById. We are expecting a single string as an input, and if the input passes the validation, we'll query our database for the movie associated with that ID. Create, read, update, and delete are the usual operations you can perform on your data. We've seen how to read in the findById procedure, so let's work on mutating some data next. I'm defining a create procedure, which accepts an object with a name and a score as input. In all my videos, I'm usually mentioning the importance of always validating user input on the server, but I'm never doing it in my examples because it is usually a bit more involved. This is not the case in TRPC, which leverages Zod, a TypeScript-first declaration and validation library. Zod itself is pretty powerful, and I advise you to check it out when you get a chance. It allows you to do various useful validations, so in our case, I'll make sure that the past user score is always a positive number smaller than 6. Then we'll do a mutation where Disney Movie is added to the database. Note that TRPC code behaves as any other backend environment, so you can work with other third-party APIs or various databases vendors to achieve your goals. In my case, I'm simply storing all this information in memory in a movie service file. Okay, so we have the router in place, and there are two more things we need to do before working on our client code. First of all, we need to export the router as a type. This is important and allows our client code to understand what endpoints are exposed and can be consumed. Second of all, TRPC still works over the HTTP protocol, so our routes need to live on an HTTP server. We'll create an Express app, link our router to the TRPC path, and then, finally, start our app on a custom port. So, remember that, despite the fact we'll be making calls through an SDK, all data is still exchanged via HTTP request and responses, but only one path called TRPC is going to be used. Now, let's jump into the client.ts file and create a TRPC proxy client pointing to our Express app URL. Then, in our main function, we can create new movies by calling TRPC client, movie route create procedure with the mutate action. Note that, as promised, TRPC is leveraging types and we have access to code suggestions exposing the entire list of procedures we can call. We can also easily test the Zod validations by sending a score of 7 to the server, and an error will be thrown as expected. This might not look like much, but it really simplifies the whole development process. For a good reason, the first thing TRPC advertising when visiting their page is the move fast and break nothing promise. A seamless integration between a TypeScript-based client and the REST API on the backend can be achieved as well, but with a lot more effort. You would need, for instance, to document your API using the OpenAPI standard, and then use a code generator which outputs a JavaScript client associated with your endpoints. Clearly, TRPC offers a way nicer web experience, but I'm curious to find out if you believe this convenience is worth tightly coupling your code and locking your project into a specific library. In all fairness, the dev experience is indeed nicer. This is way more obvious when you are integrating TRPC with a framework such as Next.js. If you are not familiar with it, Next allows you to not only create client routes, but also API routes based on a file system router. This is pretty powerful, but can easily get out of hand, and your files and nested folders can grow exponentially, while your API is getting more complex. Once you add TRPC in your project, all the nested API routes can be removed, and a single trpc.ts file is enough to act as an entry point for your entire project. TRPC offers pretty much all the necessary features you would expect in order to reliably build your backend services. It offers logging, output validation, error handling, and more. Before wrapping things up though, I'd like to briefly look at one of the most important topics in any client-server communication protocol: authentication and authorization. Also, I would like to take a moment to ask you to subscribe to this channel if you want to stay up to date with dev topics such as this one. To implement authorization, we'll first need to create a context, which is an object holding various data needed in your procedures. In the createContext method, which will be called for each incoming request, we'll check for a JWT token authorization header, and if the data is valid, we'll add this user in the context. Then, in any of our procedures, we can check for the user in the context and perform our business logic accordingly. So these are the basics of TRPC. Clearly, there is a lot of potential here, and the interest around the project is living proof for that. To me, it feels like a great tool to use in small projects and prototypes, but based on my past experiences, I'm not sure it will scale up with larger teams and more complex projects. If you've made it this far, please help me fight the YouTube algorithm by liking this video. Until next time, thank you for watching.
Enemy double kill. Your turret has been destroyed.
Can hot Cheetos get you high? There are seriously enough people doing this for it to be a suggested search. And
think it must be kids searching them, because they're like going to the hospital.
Popular snack. It could land your child in the ER. Doctors are eating these treats for like every day now?
Yes, every day, and sometimes handfuls of kids.
Some teachers have even gone as far as saying that kids are addicted to Flamin' Hot Cheetos like a drug.
Kids are pooping red eating Cheetos because they're eating so many Cheetos. And they've had to ban hot Cheetos in schools across the U.S. because kids are so addicted.
Public schools, where they used to sell about 150,000 bags of Flamin' Hots each year, they've been taken off the menu.
But why are hot Cheetos so addictive that this is a serious issue? What is in these hot Cheetos that people can't stop eating them? And when I looked it up, I realized very quickly that hot Cheetos might actually be the most addictive snack in the entire world.
Now push it. Woo! Damn, this is spicy.
Spicy, savory, sweet. It's very, very addictive.
I don't know what they put in those. It's just so good.
But you can't stop eating them. I don't know what exactly they put in them, but you just can't stop. Love them.
Cheetos start as refined cornmeal that is made into a batter and then shaped, fried, and blasted with seasoning. This cornmeal is so fine, so industrially pulverized, that when fried, it crunches hard and then almost immediately shatters and melts away into nothingness in your mouth. And this perfect crunch is no accident. Frito-Lay uses machines like this texturometer here to optimize your snacking experience. Machines like these simulate the force of your teeth on the snack, testing for springiness in cupcakes and stretchiness in gummy bears. And when it comes to hot Cheetos, texturometers and tools like it ensure the perfect density and airiness, delivering the most addictive balance of crunchy crispy with every bite. Yes, crunchy and crispy are apparently two different things, and both, quote, spur one to continue eating. Crispiness is ranked on a 15-point scale. A marshmallow is a 0, a goldfish an 11, and a lifesaver is a 15. And according to food industry experts, as crispiness and crunchiness goes up, our liking score goes up as well. When it comes to chips and Cheetos, crunch is incredibly important.
Cheetos brine cheese flavored snacks. It's cheese that goes crunch.
To investigate the sonic appeal of chips, research subjects sat munching Pringles in front of a microphone in a soundproof booth. While they did so, the volume was sneakily increased or decreased for each bite. The louder the chip, the fresher, crisper, and more enjoyable it was perceived to be. But why? Well, the most prominent theory is that Crunchy Crispy offers an enhanced sensory experience. And this phrase, in essence, is what makes the perfect snack food irresistible. Sensory stimulation, as much of it as possible. And as we'll see, not only do hot Cheetos nail the auditory aspect of sensory experience, but everything about the hot Cheeto is optimized and enhanced to the max.
Do you feel a rush? You should feel a rush.
Enhanced and extreme are hallmarks of the Cheetos brand. I mean, Cheetos are not only supposed to be cheesy, but
dangerously cheesy.
And actually the flavor of a hot Cheeto is like a punch in the face. It's impossibly artificially bold.
What flavor is a Flamin' Hot Cheeto? Hot.
But what exactly does a hot Cheeto taste like? The exact seasoning is top secret, but we can somewhat reverse engineer it from the ingredients. And what's interesting about these ingredients is that the first 4 make up 4 out of 5 possible tastes perceived by the human tongue. Flamin' Hot seasoning is made up of maltodextrin, which isn't a flavor, and helps the seasoning stick to the hot Cheeto and slide off onto your fingertips. Then salt, taste number 1. Sweetness from sugar and dextrose. Umami from MSG, yeast extract, cheddar cheese powder, and whey. And interestingly, citric acid. The same ingredient food manufacturers dust on candy to make it taste sour. And the only taste that's not on there is the one that people don't like that much, which is bitterness. 4 out of 5 tastes is a big deal. You are never going to experience that much flavor variety in nature, making hot Cheetos one of the boldest snacks you can put in your mouth. And speaking of bold, that color, Red Lake number 40, using cherry Kool-Aid, all types of candies, Fruity Pebbles, Danone yogurt, Mountain Dew, Doritos, and even foods you wouldn't expect, like Hamburger Helper. The color red has been proven to be stimulating. It commands your attention and has been shown to increase our pulse rate and blood pressure. This neon pop of color is fun and unusual, and it makes hot Cheetos visually one of the brightest salty snack foods you can buy. But what Red Lake number 40 is really on the hot Cheeto to do is make the flavor even bolder. Scientists have found that we perceive color intensity as flavor intensity. And the more food dye is added, the more likely we are to rate the flavor as much more intense. As we've seen and as we will see, every single feature of the hot Cheeto is impossibly exaggerated. The color, the flavor profile. It's a snack only made possible by modern food science, making the hot Cheeto the very definition of a supernormal stimulus. A food with hyper-exaggerated characteristics resulting in a hyper-exaggerated response from us.
Scientific conclusion, you keep on eating.
Mother in Tennessee is warning other parents after her daughter had to have surgery because she ate too many spicy snacks.
Renee Craighead's 17-year-old daughter was eating about 4 bags of hot chips a day.
And she was eating big bags, taking them to school with her. I was very surprised that my daughter was sick like that.
Clearly, hot Cheetos are already extremely addictive, and we haven't even factored in the heat. There's nothing actually spicy listed in the 34 ingredients for hot Cheetos, so we can assume the spice lives here in natural flavors. Now, spiciness isn't actually a flavor. It's not registered on the taste buds at all. It's a sensation, and that sensation is created by capsaicin. That hot feeling in your mouth is actually the capsaicin tricking your tongue into thinking it's literally being burnt, like temperature-wise. And because your brain thinks your mouth is literally on fire, other stuff starts happening in your body to compensate. The burn is technically an illusion, but it sure doesn't feel like one. It begins as a tingle on the tongue, and then your heart rate and body temperature increase. Your circulation picks up, you sweat.
Out of 10, how is it? It's a fucking 10. It's getting hotter. It's like it's getting hotter. Why is it getting hotter?
Your skin can flush and various fluids begin to flow as your body tries to flush out the heat.
You okay? No. Oh my.
You really can't get much more sensory stimulation from food than this.
This is gonna be terrible. I know it. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! Wow.
That is crazy. Am I having a stroke?
Oh, it's really hot.
Oh! Oh! Guess what got me? God.
Afterwards, you're treated to a rush of endorphins and dopamine, resulting in a high or euphoria. And although very anecdotal, people who participate in Carolina Reaper and Ghost Pepper eating contests sometimes report that this euphoria can go as far as hallucinations. Obviously, the mild tingle from a hot Cheeto is nothing like the burn from the Carolina Reaper. But you can see that spiciness is certainly an enhanced sensory experience, producing a physiological response like no other food. People are bored. We want to feel something. And instead of pulling a Fight Club, we turn to hot Cheetos or TikTok or cigarettes as a form of self-stimulation. And finally, the shape. Now, the shape for me is one of the most interesting aspects of the hot Cheeto. When you look at the hot Cheeto, when you look into the bag, it seems pretty random. But something everyone needs to realize right now is that there is absolutely nothing random about snack foods created by multi-billion-dollar companies. Every last feature is a science aimed at one thing: making you buy and therefore eat as much of their product as humanly possible.
Bet you can't eat just one.
For example, the iconic dust left on your fingertips post Cheetos, it has a name. Cheeto. And it's not a happy accident. Frito-Lay discovered that people love that gross orange and red dust. How? With fMRI scans and neuroscience. Their tests demonstrated that messy Cheeto dust promotes a feeling of fun and mischief that consumers love, which is the same emotion they now market to you through Chester and their advertisements featuring pranks and troublemaking. The future is here, and now companies scan your brain to engineer snacks that are truly irresistible. And the seemingly random Cheeto shape is no exception. And mysteriously, in all the videos about how this is made online, the shape is skipped over.
The Cheeto extruder is so top secret, we're not allowed to show it to you, but it's what gives the Cheeto its unique shape.
But we'll have to save the shapes for another video. Click here to watch another one. Thank you so much for watching.
Fast food as we know it began as a wholesome family experience in the 1940s with drive-thru restaurants and simple 4-item menus. But today it has evolved into something different. Menu items have gotten more extreme.
The quadruple bypass burger has 20 slices of bacon.
And more people are eating more fast food more often.
The Big Macs are great, the quarter pounder with cheese. I mean, it's great.
What is it about fast food that makes it taste so good while at the same time making us feel so bad? And how bad is fast food for your body?
In this video, we'll be taking you minute by minute through your body when you eat fast food, starting with your brain, through your stomach, arteries, and ending with total digestion. As soon as the food touches your tongue, signal is sent to the brain activating the reward system, and your body releases a surge of feel-good endorphins, dopamine. You may feel a sense of euphoria, excitement, bliss, and relaxation as your brain's pleasure center lights up and gets excited by the different sensory properties of the food you're eating. Carefully engineered blends of salt, sugar, and fat, 3 food properties we have a primal love for thanks to our evolution, thrill and stimulate your brain to the point that the dopamine response produced can be as big as doing extreme stunts or even watching porn. But it's not just the salt, sugar, and fat, it's much, much more than that. Fast food has been designed in a lab to be cravable. You see, the magic of McDonald's French fries, Pizza Hut's pizzas, or Wendy's Baconator doesn't just come from superior potatoes, fancy cheese, or the best cuts of bacon. But instead, each minute detail of the food is the work of brilliant scientists, mathematicians, and flavorists. Mathematical modeling finds the precise amount of sugar needed to bring the meal up to the bliss point, or the optimal concentration of sugar known to maximize sensory pleasure. That bold taste you get from a Doritos Locos Taco from Taco Bell, for example, isn't a result of their superior quality ingredients, but carefully layered natural flavor extras. Beef flavors, nacho flavors, cheese flavors, all injected into the food to give cheap ingredients an unmatchable boost in bacon flavor. Even the colors of the packaging and the store decor have been carefully selected to stimulate your brain and to generate maximal fun and excitement and maybe even a little sprinkling of nostalgia for your childhood too. All this helps to explain why, despite our best efforts, home-cooked meals just don't really have the same sparkle. And maybe that's why 1 in 3 Americans now prefers to eat at least one fast food meal every single day. In one study, rats were fed a fast food diet for 2 weeks and then switched back to normal food. After sampling the fast food, it took an average of 14 days before the rats became interested in eating their normal food again. with many of the rats actually choosing to literally starve for several days instead of eating. Apparently, they were just not being satisfied by normal food once the rats had tasted that sweet taste of natural flavor. The more fast food you eat, the less delicious, more subtle, natural foods begin to taste in comparison, and the more fast food you crave.
Just try a little taste.
I can't.
A lot of dopamine that is released when you eat a perfectly engineered burger is responsible for much more than just making your food taste good. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter involved with habit, addiction, and neuroplasticity. Dopamine's main function is pleasure. It's a in other words, really fast. Rapidly digested fast food begins to hit your bloodstream just 15 minutes after swallowing your first bite, thanks to the presence of refined carbs. This process can begin even faster if you've opted to wash your meal down with a sugary soda. The elements that make fast food fast also contribute to their rapid digestion. Factory processing reduces the time needed to cook these things, but also the time needed for our bodies to break them down. Flour that has been pulverized to a fine dust becomes your bun, beef ground to a paste becomes your burger, and potatoes that have been razor sliced and coated in a fine chemical sugar called dextrose become your fries. This refining process, along with the removal of natural fiber, allows your body to break down rapidly so that it moves from your stomach to your lower intestine to your bloodstream almost. These foods provide such an instant boost in energy and fat that they're the trusted energy source of extreme ultra-marathon runners, competing in Badwater, one of the most difficult runs in the entire world. Badwater spans 48 hours and 135 miles of desert and is run in sweltering 127 degrees. One runner claimed that he fills up on processed foods like fries, drinks, and candy every 30 minutes during this difficult run, stating that simple sugars are great fuel for a race because my body never really has to work to digest it, and I don't have to divert blood from my muscles to my GI tract. Because the simple sugars in fast food hit your bloodstream so quickly, your body is flooded with an abundance of glucose at once, and your blood sugar and insulin levels rise rapidly. At first, you'll enjoy a surge of energy like the Badwater runners did. But unlike the Badwater runners, you probably aren't in the middle of a 48-hour run. So the overflow of glucose in your blood is unlikely to be used and will be quickly turned to fat by the hormone insulin. By hour 3, your sugar high will have subsided and you'll start to feel hungry, even though the typical fast food meal contains almost as much as an entire day's worth of calories. This is thanks to the blood sugar peak and the rapid crash caused by excess insulin. This dip in essential blood sugar stresses the body, and your body responds by, basically panicking. At this point, you might start to experience cravings, usually toward unhealthy, easily digestible foods like what you've just eaten, as your body attempts to restore your blood sugars to a healthier level. You might also be experiencing mood swings and irritability, shakiness, nausea, or even headaches, depending on how extreme the insulin response was from your individual body. This blood sugar roller coaster and these subsequent mood swings is just one of the many reasons a 2009 study found that those who eat fast food every day are 51% more likely to be depressed. The sugar, fat, and salt you've consumed are now circulating in your blood, pumping through your veins to provide your cells with energy. While this is happening, something very dangerous begins to occur within your arteries. A team of scientists wanted to see if eating deep-fried food had any effect on our arteries in the short term. They fed subjects French fries and then 4 hours later slipped their arms into blood pressure cuffs, squeezing it to cut off your blood flow for a few minutes. Normally, once the cup is released, your oxygen-starved arteries open wider so blood can come rushing back in, just like you would suck in more air after holding your breath. Before the French fries, the volunteers' arteries dilated normally, opening 7% larger after being released. But afterwards, the volunteers' arteries barely opened at all, less than 1%. Restricted arteries slow and immediately increasing the risk. In fact, just one fast food meal per week, just one, is enough to increase your risk of heart attack by 20%. Though there are many elements in fast food that digest rapidly as we've discussed, there are also many that digest very slowly or not at all. Fatty burgers, deep-fried French fries, and creamy dressings all come together to make your typical fast food meal a delicious, greasy treat, but also to make it difficult for your body to fully break down and absorb. This fat can sit in your stomach for days. Some reports estimate that it can take up to 36 hours for the fattiest parts of a Big Mac to leave your system completely. This is some of the reason many people report feeling gassy, bloated, or well, worse after eating fast food. As for the parts of your meal that don't digest at all, chemical concoctions known as additives and fillers are added to fast and processed foods to perform a variety of functions. And of the 72 ingredients in a Big Mac, 22 fit this profile. Some, like calcium chloride, are what make the pickles in your burger taste salty without increasing the actual amount of sodium. While others, like dimethyl polysilicones, a commonly used polymer found in shampoos, skin creams, lubricants, and famous for giving silly putty its shape, is an obviously essential ingredient, added to prevent oil splash during frying. This is an additional factor that might help to explain why this food tastes very good, but can make you feel very bad very fast. Actually, these compounds are so foreign to your body that scientists have found that the cells in your gut respond to fast food the same way it might an infection. In a 2018 study, researchers put mice on a typical fast food diet with high in fat, sugar, and come down with a bad bacteria. When they switched back to the regular roast cow, the inflammation calmed down, but their immune systems remained on high alert, ready to attack. Apparently, this food had actually caused changes to the rodent's DNA, such that their immune systems were now permanently more aggressive, which sounds like a good thing, but according to the study authors, it can result in systemic inflammation and an increased risk of diabetes and atherosclerosis. I want to be clear that the point of this video is not to scare you into never eating fat. I'm not one of those people who believes that everyone should just eat like goats and flaxseed. Provided you're in good health, the risk is extremely low in enjoying your favorite fat. Despite the parallels, at the end of the day, it's still food. It's not a drug. But I think it's totally unfair and frankly a little bit corrupt that this information isn't offered up to consumers by these companies that are serving this to billions of people every single year. We all have the right to choose what we put our food on. But if that choice is impaired because the information is not really available to us, it's not really necessary. If you don't already know, I think no, it wouldn't pass the fault that I was obese. It's my fault, obviously. It certainly would have been helpful to understand why certain foods make us feel terrible, both physically and mentally, yet it's so hard. I think a lot of people want to reduce food to a fat off it or their body weight, and what's the matter with it? That's just why it's a long trying to all food is about not any food that you're going to put in your body. Subscribe for more science and health, weight loss, and definitely not digestion, fast food. But at the end of the day, A, everybody's body is totally different, and B, I'm not a biologist or like, so I don't know, for that, thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something cool. I know that this was like some of the coolest stuff I learned last year. It's crazy that, you know, so it is.
Has been slain. Destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. activate a turret.
Hello. I filmed this video on the 9th of June and I've been tossing and turning whether to release it or not because I know on my YouTube channel right now I probably sound a little bit like a broken record with everything heavy that I'm sharing that I've been going through because I hid all of it before. So now I'm starting to open up again. I wanted to refilm this video because it is so freaking long and I tried to cut it down, but I realized that after I shared this video I healed so much of this experience that I don't feel any emotion really towards it, so I just kind of left the building. So I wanted to do the full experience justice of what I went through, so I'm just going to release this video as it was because I can't talk about it anymore because I am over it. Here we go. The time has come for me to ruin any potential of future brand deals. Let's talk drugs! Ah! No, the time has come for me to free myself and share a traumatic experience. I finally think it's healed, and it's time for you to share it, because once you share healing from trauma, I think you can recover from it. And it was a journey that was unexpected. It was a journey that really fucked me up for probably 4 years. I want to share it, one, because I want to free myself because it is such a big deal, because it impacted me so much, and for you guys watching who've been here on my journey for so long, and there was a period of time where I couldn't see myself fully and wholeheartedly because I was dealing with this thing in the background. And secondly, I really want to share some different perspective on the psychedelic world. As it's gaining more traction, it's becoming more popular, and I think a lot of people are becoming a lot more mesmerized with it and enchanted, thinking it's going to change their life and change their world and make them such a better person. There doesn't seem to be enough people talking about the other side of things, that it is one of the hardest things that a lot of people will ever encounter, and there can be really, really, really bad parts of psychedelics. So I've been thinking whether I should share it or not, because I know that is not have an intention why you're doing it. You need is that if someone's taking someone else on the journey, it has to be set and setting. And a lot of people that speak about psychedelics, they say this: set and setting. Prepare the people, tell them what they will be able to expect, what it is like when you're there, what to do when you're there, act of surrender. There are so many things that people need to know when they're being taken on the journey of psychedelics. The people holding the space, they need to have the purest and best intentions for you, and they need to be able to protect the space that you're in. Psychedelics is not something to be fucked with. It can ruin lives, it can cause so much pain and a headache, and I've been there. I have been there, I've been dealing with it for 4 years. It was hell. It was hell for me, not because necessarily of who I encountered when I smoked DMT, but because I didn't know. I didn't know that my mind could go somewhere else, into a different reality, that when my eyes were opened, I was no longer on planet Earth. It was really, really scary. Obviously, my turn is next, so I go to receive the dosage. 1 puff, 2 puffs, 3 puffs. It tastes like shit. It is so bad. It is disgusting. Oh my God. But they said just inhale as much as you can, really deep inhales. And so I did. I just followed directions. I don't know why I was so eager and willing to do this. I have no idea. And this is what I talk about ignorance. It's not like I wanted this experience, really. I didn't want this experience. I just thought, I didn't know what to expect. No one told me what to expect. I just went into it trusting, because I was with people that I really fucking trust. And I still trust them. So I just thought, this must be good. And they had a great experience. I was like, okay, so I'm going to definitely have this. I'll just see some pretty things. That's what I was going in with. I was like, oh, see some pretty things. I'll still be here on planet Earth. Cool story, bro. I'll tell people that I did DMT. This is not something that you just do so you can tell people. No fucking way. You have to have an intention why you're doing it. You need to know why you're going in for this. You need to be prepared. You need to have people tell you what is potentially going to happen. There is so much. There is so much. And there.
Guarda qua, il Nocturne AP, signori. No, vieni pure qua, tesoro. L'ho preso. Grazie. Oddio.